that just turned into a wick bottom on a bit of a dip. So you got the 200 period at $161, which kind of lines up with that high. That sets you up for a lot of things. If we have a dump, obviously I'm going to like the 161. But if we take out that top, it's kind of a bit of a blue sky setup. Don't know that there's too many eyeballs on AMD here, but I like that 200 period hold on the daily. So AMD is kind of on the radar more than Nvidia for me because of that 200 period hold. Like the bounce and run here. If the market's going to be relatively flat, I want a stock which is trying to go to some new prices, which AMD is.
Look, let's not get too silly here. All right, so there's nobody that's coming that's going to be testing anything to do with Nvidia's business or anything like that. Nvidia, $13.5 billion in revenues last quarter. The Cerebus, $100 million. Okay, so let's, sure they'll come. It'll be some great trading opportunities. I hope we can go long, but this is not ARM. This is the fact that Nvidia is even mentioned in the same name as the CBRS is kind of ridiculous. But at the same time, it's another competitor. We'll look out for more in the space. Hey, what's up, Randy? More banana time.
There we go.
I actually took Adam back there. I've already had my 1 potassium intake for the day, but I will keep this here and potentially
let it ripen
again and let it ripen. How goes everything, Randy? Still in the shorts. I like it. It's still short weather. I think
that weather. No,
it's getting close.
Okay, it's October. I'm just saying. Like, okay. I mean, it's under room temperature in the morning. That's cold.
Under room temperature. It's way under room temperature.
Well, that's what that's the litmus right there. You got the memo, though. We're all wearing blue. Ford got an upgrade today by Goldman Sachs. We'll see now. Well, you didn't have to laugh at that. I mean,
well,
not that bad, is it?
But
okay.
It may not last for long, but
I thought you might.
But Ford might not last for long?
Well, no, just the upgrade.
Oh, well, yeah. The upgrade probably gets downgraded tomorrow. But, yeah. Ford not looking good down here, Randy. 1050 right now, trying to hold out. I mean, we were just at 15 earlier on in the summer, and now it's down 33%.
Mm-hmm.
Like 15 down to 10, not a great move there for Ford. We are not buying any dips in Ford, is my guess, Randy.
No, Ford and Stellantis, and they're having issues. But we're all patiently waiting for Tesla production delivery numbers. That should be an interesting tale. I think there's positivity there.
What color is your robo-taxi going to be? You going to grab a white one, a black one?
White. No red?
No.
Just buy one for your kids, and then you just send them everywhere. Just get in the taxi. Just get out of there. You don't have to worry about it.
Is it coffee time?
I would love a coffee.
It's coffee o'clock, yeah.
Coffee o'clock.
It was coffee o'clock 30 minutes ago, but we definitely like that. Thank you. Randy is that guy you see peeking in your window at night? I don't know.
Whoa, I don't know about that.
I don't know.
Easy on that one.
I don't know.
No diddy.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back over to the desk now. It's 9:04.
I think they massively overestimated it.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, let's get right into the overall market here.
All right, guys, 58.14 is where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. We closed decidedly above that 5,800 level. So let's see, number one, can we hold on to it? We're already a little bit lower to start the day. If we do hold on to 5,800, we're looking yesterday at that high of 58.25. That'll be our ceiling. If we give up 5,800, we're looking at that same support level from yesterday, 57.75.
Trying very hard. It's coming one of these days anyways. If you haven't done so, go down to the description of this video. Top link in the list will be the one to the watch list. If you haven't done so, click on that, enter your email address, and then you get that sent to you every single day for free. Has everything you need to know on it in the pre-market before we come on at 8:30. Yeah, Apple's ugly today, 1.2%, grinding along the lows right now, 230 trying to hold here. We've been below it a couple of times, but bounces back up. Some cautious, I guess, maybe some warnings of things to come here when it comes to the iPhone 16 production possibly getting cut.
Yeah, exactly, Brendo. Barclays chiming in today, basically saying their channel checks are showing weaker demand, specifically from a Taiwanese supplier. That's what they're basing a lot of this on. Both factors suggest to them weaker iPhone 16 demand. We've heard this before. We heard it a couple of weeks ago about the weaker than expected launch, and then, that was supposed to pick up. We also heard about production efficiencies from Apple, which helps with that lag time. So that's number one. keep your eye out on that. Then they're talking about global 16 sales, looking at possibly a 15% decline year over year as compared to the previous 15. So they're going to maintain their underweight rating, Brendo, on Apple with a price target of 186.
When do we, I guess this thing has a decent distance to go here, guys, before we get into some significant support if you zoom out a little bit to a daily chart.
Yeah, I mean, look, 186 is an interesting price target on Apple because I think there's probably a few people that are going to be a little bit eager if we were able to see that price. Again, I have a weekly chart up just for a little bit of perspective on Apple. I would actually tend to think that they're going to get a battle out of from Meta, when it comes to some of the new devices, which is, I think Meta absolutely blew it out of the water. And, I was never really all that interested in VR and augmented reality until I saw that. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I think it's going to be getting to be that time. But the iPhone thing and the demand, we've been doing this dance for a little bit. And I don't disagree that you could go down today, especially because of where we are. But overall, in the long term, it really hasn't been too much of a concern. I think this could be at $200, and you guys can see on the weekly chart how that would just be right back in prior highs. You've already got support in there. Well, I don't think you're necessarily worried about in that regard. But here at the 233, there was already resistance going into this. We had failed that level 2 times before, essentially wicked that level. So it looked yesterday at the close. Obviously, you ended up closing at that 33, that was going to be the battle. And now you get this story that takes you underneath. So technically, it was looking like a sell over under to me at the 233 level, regardless of this story, just based on that daily chart. So it doesn't matter to me about that story as much as the rejection of the 233 has me looking for phase. But if we see 227, it's weird that it's diddling in the middle, which kind of sets it up for if it breaks 230 and a half, don't fight this thing till it gets up near that top where the resistance has been, 32 to 33. We break down. There's been buyers, and you can see it along the line just underneath 227. I think that's where I would be waiting for. It's a pretty hefty move because you're already gapping down a little bit. But then you put it into perspective, some of the reason that it's down so much is because of a late, almost $2 rally at the close. If there wasn't that buy imbalance, then this move down is only $1. And so I think that skews things a little bit here in terms of how far it appears Apple is down. Is essentially you just have the closing order flow at the end of the day, and then you have a pre-market gap on relatively light volume. So I think it's possible you could see the 227. I think if we break out 230 and a half, I got to be very, very patient waiting for the 32, 33, because usually these stories are a bit of a trap here on Apple, and it's not always the best place to go. I feel like there's some really good setups in the chip names, to be honest, today. So Apple, it's on the list, but the prices, it's not at either one of those two prices.
Yeah, so this is the first time in a long time I think that we've probably had Apple here as a short sell on today's sticky notes. So we wrote it down here, Apple 231 short, looking short on the Barclays report of lower iPhone production, watch for early weakness but late strength. So what I'm trying to do here, and you can go find it at Trader TV, Sean, right now, 1,200 of you watching it. We also put out some other cool tweets earlier today, so go find those out right now, including I asked what people were trading. We're going to find out what people are trading. And also, big times earnings report coming in the next couple weeks, so watch out for that. All right, look, I wrote down 231. It's right here. It's the 200-period moving average. It's kind of where we were yesterday before we got going there in the aftermarket for some reason. Straight moved to the upside there, right into the close, I guess, and then fell down this morning on that report. So it gets going right there into the imbalances. We can't control what imbalances come out, but that put the stock up to 233. That was a false high, right? Whenever you get going there in the last 10 minutes, I call those false highs because it's like when you open back up the next day, let's just say you open to where you were at 355, you're going to show down $2. This thing just ripped up $2 out of nowhere at the end of the day. You have to take advantage of that. If you're a day trader, if you're a swing trader, you need to take advantage of those pops because if the story comes out the next day, that's the other way around. You're going to get this kind of a movement down. So I kind of think, thank you so much, Randy, right there, the savior. What are you thinking? Bear, bull? Nothing really today for Randy. But just real quickly, I'm going to be shorting this name at 231. Prove me I'm wrong. That's all. Let's see what happens with Apple here today. Apparently, Randy, weaker iPhone production, so we'll just see if that's the case. I don't think it will be. Randy's out of here. He's got to take a call. But there it is. 231 is the 200-period moving average. I like it. A lot of volume. We've been holding underneath VWAP. I'm shorting Apple today, not going long unless, as Brennan mentioned, I mean, there's been some levels down here, but unless we get to 222 or even 225, which is $5, I don't think the story's that bad, or else it would be going down right now. So let's wait to see what happens with Apple. I'm shorting any pops.
Yeah, decent way to go. Downside potentially still. Google, on the other hand, trying to clear some highs here on the daily chart. You got to go all the way back to end of August. We were back to, what's this, 167, 168. I mean, this is one of a few pivotal research initiating coverage with a buy. So I guess it's the analyst's turn to jump on the Alphabet train.
Yeah, Sean was telling me that off camera today. He's like, they're choosing Google now. Let's talk about what they said, Brendo. Initiating coverage here on GOOGL with a buy rating and price target of 215. They're citing the dominant core search business, of which Google owns 90%. I think that's a figure that probably goes down. That is outside of China, by the way. 90% market share outside of China. They also have the potential to lead in the consumer AI use. Tell that to Gemini. Offer incentives as well to handset manufacturers and default AI placement. So kind of like what they were doing with Apple, basically paying Apple to be the default search there. And they also like the fact that they're number 3 in cloud, so more room to grow.
So you're not a fan of Gemini?
I'm not.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. It was Piper Sandler and Cantor were the other ones late yesterday.
So, you know, Sharif doesn't like Gemini, huh? Yeah, it's like, it's the weirdest thing because we seem to hear a lot about that. Tell us how you think. I have no issues with it whatsoever. And if you got issues with the chart, then you don't like then you don't like trend reversals, really. And trend reversals are great, especially when they're to the upside. So look, loss of 50 period, keep it as simple as possible. There, and have a looky when you break the trend line and now the trend line becomes a support level. You just recently broke out of that local consolidation. Let's just call it the 50-period moving average. But to me, that's a bit of a trend reverse on Google. Now you're breaking out the top. It's already taken this high, which is 168.5 here in the pre-market. But when you look at the body of a lot of that resistance, it's 167.5 anyways. So when you're looking for longs, that ends up being right around these pre-market support levels. Ignore the dark pool wicks in here of substance. It's like 167.75. That was this little bit of a higher low support. So yeah, looking for longs on Alphabet back into that level as the trend to me is reversed on Google. And that's where you want to pick things up. I have the early look on imbalances. I just want to make sure I had that up. It's like every single day, it's like Neo. And I don't think this has actually been a huge deal on the imbalances, but if it claws back up over a couple of million here, that auction price doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense at 668. But we'll see. That's the only thing on the locator. I feel like at 920, it's the first day of the month, right? So you never really know. I feel like you might see a few imbalances and want to be ready for it at 925 when the NASDAQ ones come out. But Google, I'm only looking long. And that daily, to me, that's a trend line reversal, holding the major moving averages, dip into pre-market lows is going to be the setup. But just watch out for 925. You could see an imbalance here or there because it's the first of the month.
Look, man, we've been saying Google for a minute, and so it's a good idea, as Sharif said. I mean, look at Google's daily chart. Doesn't look like any other ones. It's been straight up. You had a little bit of a dance there, middle of last week, beginning of last week, where you hit around the 160, 162 area. But since then, it's breaking out. Yesterday afternoon, we had, a crazy trade. If we would have took it through breaking 165, we talked about this yesterday afternoon. It ripped up to about $1.20 before closing, and now today you get this another bump up. So right there, missing that break, we could have basically made that P&L number one even just in the last hour. So nice little move up there. I've added it. It's on today's sticky note. It's a big one. It's trade idea number 2. And I was just saying, any dip down again into the 200 period of 167 is great. If we can get yesterday's close of 166, even better. But you're not going to get those. So the market, unless we tank early, I think Google, it could be a profit-taking situation. There could be a lot of traders that went long on this break right here, 157 and now up to 170, thinking about getting out. So I wouldn't be surprised if we fade a little bit, but still 167 to 166. This is sort of the buy zone for me right there. So Again, another name that we have listed right here on the sticky note, Google, 166 to 167. Really happy about it. Obviously, we've talked about this. It's a big part of my portfolio. I like the name and I like the action right here. Next stop for Google, 180. I think you can get to 175. I think you can even get there today if the market gets going. Either way, 170 would be a real nice break. And if you do that, you have some top wicks here to 174 with some closing pressures at 171. So I don't know. I like the long. I'd rather play dips right now. I'm not really seeing any breakout trades, so we'll have to wait for Google for that. I mean, 170 would be kind of cool because it's an even number. I just don't know how much oomph we get off of that level. So let's wait. Google to me seems more like a steady climber, although yesterday breaking this 165 was very aggressive. It just kept on going. We were watching this in the after hours. The futures, I keep saying after hours, in the PM show, afternoon show, I should say. And it just kept going. The market wasn't doing anything, and Google just kept going. So nice move there into the after. Let's see what happens now today. Good move up by Pivotal Research. I think it's a long. I've thought that my whole life.
6 days in a row here downside, meanwhile, for Amazon, coming back into very interesting levels potentially here in front of 180, which was support going back to the beginning of the year, essentially, for this in that tight range. Nothing significant today as far as news is concerned. RBC Capital Markets removing the stock, removing Amazon from their top 30 global ideas list. Others that were also booted include Pinterest and a few others, but I mean, we're talking about Amazon, but I mean, this is getting to a point where you have to seriously, I think, maybe consider picking up a little bit.
I agree. No, I do. And you and I were talking about off camera. I personally feel it's accumulating for a 200 break. It's been ranging. We call that the Bezos shelf. Just, funny on the show over here. Let's talk about this FTC lawsuit that they were able to pair a little bit over here. So Amazon won a partial dismissal of the lawsuit filed by the FTC, which obviously accused them of maintaining an illegal monopoly. Part of the FTC's claims was they were using anti-competitive tactics to dominate online retail, specifically alleging that their algorithm inflated prices for consumers by over $1 billion, despite the fact that Amazon hasn't used this algorithm since 2019. Amazon obviously argued, Brendo, that its price matching and Prime services benefit consumers. The FTC can partially continue with the claim, the parts of the lawsuit that weren't thrown out by the judge, but it's nice to have that, monopoly monkey off your back.
Yeah, I was just double checking here as well for, we still have to wait a few weeks. Thursday, October 24th, it looks like we'll hear from Amazon. So there's still a few weeks to go before we get into big tech names for earnings. But yeah, banks coming up right around the corner here.
Yeah, look, we always get excited when earnings season comes around. But remember, we're just going floating from one to the other. What we just showed, what was just looking at on Alphabet in terms of the trend kind of reversing and breaking out. Well, I mean, Amazon's under threat of doing the latter. It made the bottom and is putting in higher highs, higher lows. It's got a channel that it needs to hold on to, about 183 change. Now, we talked about this with Michael. I love support and resistance, but when you get the trend line lining up with the support and resistance level, I think that just makes it a little more significant. So this 183 on Amazon, that's the line that needs to hold, or you close underneath that. I think you see the 50 period next. I think those are going to be good buy opportunities. Spectacularly 170, I would think so. But yeah, you throw in, there's going to be a lot weighing on maybe this name, the Walmarts a little bit with the shipping strike going on. So I don't know that I'm terribly bullish on it today. I just see that trend line support and say until it gets underneath that, it's hard to be overly bearish. You made the move back into the bottom of the trend, exactly where you'd be looking for a bounce, and it just takes one push, 1%, maybe a little bit more than that, and you're going to be testing that at the 183 level. I'd expect a little bit of a bounce there from a technical standpoint, but it's not going to be on my radar. But if it breaks the trend line down, if it closes underneath that, I'd be looking short after the fact. But that's my eyeballs on Amazon here. That's about the only thing. Because Apple and Alphabet are online, and we're going to talk about Tesla next, and we've already gone over the chip names. Amazon's more of a does it hold a trend line and then act for me after the fact, which would be, I think, tomorrow or the day after.
I was going to look here at Amazon as well. A name that we really like to trade, obviously, here on the show. But I'm with Neil. It just seems to be barcoding right now. It's not doing too much. I mean, I don't like the downgrade, obviously, but it's a stock that we've been buying. We bought some down here. We actually got a little bit out last week, but not nearly enough, as I thought it was coming up to 200. That was that shelf there that we had where Bezos kept on selling, and that was just a story was out. When that was happening, he was getting some out, obviously, on the way up. But then that huge move down, I mean, it was pretty big, man. 200 down to 160 again on earnings. Nice move down, but we did get that washout on August 5th. Seems to have been something. But again, 170, I don't know. I feel like this could turn around and get back down to the bottom there. It's had a huge run up. Yeah, if we break this 184.50, I do think we get back to 180. So I am a little nervous about that bottom right there. That's 184.70 from yesterday. Yeah, this is actually the market. Market's underneath VWAP and really starting to come in right now. These imbalances, I mean, I thought I had Benzing in my ear. I'm not really hearing anything about this. But Apple just had a nice move down too. I was looking at Apple there at 231 today as the short. I thought we might have got that off open. Nice little flush down on Apple, and obviously Amazon following as well, as some of the NASDAQ starting to lose its cool right here. So we'll have to pay attention. There's the NASDAQ. I'll just put it here so you can see it. So you have to look at my ugly mug. Down 0.1, NASDAQ keeps on falling down. So yeah, I'm just looking at this Amazon level from yesterday. It's getting me a little more excited. I think this could be a short on bad news, right? So downgraded today, looking to break that level. Yesterday was pretty bad there when the market got going. Then a nice little recovery, but Amazon didn't really recover. Excuse me. It recovered, but it couldn't get going. I mean, it didn't break this 186.20. So I either like this short if we can get back there, or this could be the punch short of your day right there. We said we didn't like any breakouts. This is a breakout, but to the downside. This is a breakdown right now. 184.75 for Amazon. I think that could be a smash level, to be honest with you. So let's let the market open up. I mean, if there are some imbalances come 3:30, come 9:25, we'll see about some Amazon showing up right now. But it's all buys right now on the imbalance locator. So besides Stellantis, but everything else here, nice little buy. Pfizer's a buy, NIO, RIG, Nike's a sell. We have earnings there later on today as well. So yeah, we'll wait to see, man. Just a couple more minutes until these NASDAQ imbalances give us the way.
All right, let's get through Tesla here real quick. Big time levels coming into play now for Tesla, 265. On a daily chart, you got to go all the way back to the beginning of the year, hit it first there. We got below it a little bit before that. And then back in July, we topped at around 265 as well. Hey, guess what? We're right back here ahead of the robo-taxi event coming up.
Maybe it's the robo-taxi event. Maybe it's the Q3 deliveries that push us above those highs. Analysts are predicting an 8%, guys, increase in Tesla's Q3 deliveries. It's going to bring the third quarter to an estimate of about 470,000 vehicles, a little bit less than that. Obviously, the China market helping boost some of this. The incentives and the financing offers for some of the EVs there, which include the Tesla Model Y, have certainly helped. China, as you should know, accounts for about 1/3 of Tesla's sales. So keep that in mind. And the subsidies there have absolutely helped. And by the way, Cybertruck deliveries started in Mexico and on this side of the border. So could help.
Happy days for Tesla, guys. Do we get through this level here or in a couple of weeks?
Yeah, you know what? And I said this a few times into this move that I was feeling skeptical that we were going to actually break this before earnings and before the robo-taxi. But now all of a sudden, like that 270, there you go. That 270, it's so darn close. It's actually possible. But what's going on here in the last couple of minutes, I guess, lowered the probability some because Tesla fell right back into the 261. I remember what we were sort of saying about the run up on the imbalances, sometimes creating a bit of a false price area at the close. Well, if you take that the other way, like I look back, that it held 257 so nicely. Like if we dip, this is a long way of saying Tesla around in front of that 57 and specifically at that 58 zone, I think that's the area for the dip buy. And I'm not, like a lot of times I'd say, oh, well, if I like a stock and it can go to the upside, let's go to the previous close. But to me, I'm looking at that 58, 57 level and not up here at 262. So that kind of puts it in a bit of a no man's land here where it either breaks out 65, which at this moment feels like a resistance zone, or I'm just waiting for the 257 area, 58 specifically, because that's where it was when we broke up on the imbalances because everything ran on the imbalances. And then 57 has been your support level. It just feels like that's a pretty decent gap to be filled that got created only by the imbalances last night. So it's hard for me to like the long up here on Tesla. It's flat. I feel like this could be a bit of a fade into that 257. The other EV name, which is going to load up here, we kind of already talked about NIO. I feel like if it can't get over 7, that's going to be a problem. Rivian is setting up here. It bottomed last week at $11. You know, we've been seeing this downward channel on Rivian for quite some time. If it pops, okay, great. $12 is resistance. You got some lower highs in here at 11.5. That clearly yesterday was a big price, 11.50, 11.50. Or you could just break down underneath that 11. It hasn't happened yet, but when it's at $11.25, it's in play. So we're pretty close to that breaking down the 11 and getting to the 10, which is the next line of major support on the daily for Rivian. They're both, I mean, Tesla and Rivian are both essentially sideways. Rivian's chart looks pretty nasty. If it loses that 11, I'm still looking short on it. It's been a short till it's not.
Oh, Apple, my 230 might still hit. I just canceled some of my orders because the imbalances came out, but
Yeah.
There isn't much on the imbalances right now. NIO Grab with a nice bid. Grab's actually setting up for a nice breakout. I think we talked about this. Was it Grab? Yeah, we'll look at this in a minute. I think this was a stock that we were looking at a breakout coming soon on Grab. So we'll wait for that. I just remember looking at that with somebody. Maybe it was Brian Shannon. We have him tonight. Tilray with us on Marijuana News. Okay, Tesla. Look, Tesla's on the sticky note today. I mean, I like the stock. I like the 260 bid. I think if we can get that, that's great. Added to the list, I like it. Robotaxi, WFC's tactical list idea. I mean, again, with the market falling down here, this is an up stock today. We really like this stock. The problem is, watching it off the open can be extremely violent. Like yesterday, 258 up to 265, back down to 258, back to 262, back down to lows of 256 again. So I don't know, like I'm bidding here looking at this 260 to see if we can hold. It's a nice even dollar level, 260. There really isn't that much there. I just think that if you're going to look at to trade this name, that's what you want to do. It's the 50-period moving average. We'll see if it holds this level of 260. So that's what I'm looking at right now on Tesla. Let's just see if it wants to hold. I'm bidding now 260. I have 3 orders out. Google buy down there at 166.50. Apple sell at 231, Tesla buy at 260. Other than that, we'll wait to see what happens. Only 3 minutes to go. Imbalances are out, but they're not super spicy. So there's not much happening, man. The biggest one is NIO. We talked about fading that in and around 7. It's already been there. It's down to 695. That could be a good look. 2.5 minutes left. Let's go.
All right, we mentioned the China strength continuing once again this morning, specifically in the EV space with deliveries coming through as we do typically get at the beginning of each month. That's a daily chart of NIO, big ugly red candle yesterday. We are gapping up once again this morning back to $7 here.
Yeah, Guy, it was really good from all the Chinese EVs. Li Auto setting a record with almost 54,000 vehicles delivered, I should say, beating the July record. You had Zeekr with about 21,000 and a half vehicles. Xpeng as well, 21,300 vehicles. It was really a beat for all of them, Brendo. However, the China stimulus probably has a lot to do with this. How much more stimulus is there?
About a minute to go here, guys. Thoughts on these?
I think it's a simple over-under for me at the $7 on NIO. And whoops, why is that? Oh, there we go. I felt like I was just looking at Google on the program monitor for a second. No, the $7 level was resistance in the late afternoon, and you saw it trend right down to fill in the entirety of the gap. It's already wicked a couple times. I mean, essentially, it's setting up for like a fail break of the high to pull back into 665. And if it breaks out, I'd say above, I don't know, 710, I wouldn't be fighting that one to the upside. We didn't mention SMCI. Now, our charts aren't going to split adjust, but it's simple. Just take a 0 off, and then all the significant prices will make a lot of sense. Resistance in the after, like the big resistance level yesterday was a fail, 425, so 42.50 on Friday, and then the lower high was 425, so 42.50 yesterday. So it looks like a bounce and then a bit of a head and shoulders with 42.50 being the key price. It's currently trading just underneath that, so pre-market highs are at 42.50 on SMCI. That's where I'm looking. Well, I mean, now it's already starting to fall in here, might go red, but it was looking pop and fade, that 42.5 zone. With under 30 seconds to go here on a Tuesday. I was going to call it like a turnaround Tuesday, but no, the market's not doing much.
I was going to call it Thursday.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that would be pretty quick. We don't want to be at Thursday already. We got some trades to make here in today. So let's get this party started. The Bell brought to you by Firefly Neurosciences, revolutionizing brain health. Let's go get it, Adara. Ring it in 3, 2, and 1.
All right, let's see what winds up happening now. It's 9:30. Welcome to the jungle, everybody. Let's see if this water is warm or not. Right now, Google is making a move. Just down to the 200 period, 165, 167.50. We're going to watch out for that play off the open. A name that we wondered about breaking into the open would be this level right here, and it's doing it right now as we speak. Sorry, that's... wanted to do Amazon. Like, again, the chart. Come on, chart.
Apple's
falling down. Yeah, 229 break. There's Amazon right now. Breaking yesterday's bottom. It's done. 184.67 right now for Amazon. Nice little break early. We sort of thought that would happen. We didn't take it. But then there's your Apple as well, Neil. That's starting to go down. So a couple shorts that we liked early starting to pay off, but we're not in them.
Neil tanked.
Yeah, maybe just got a short Apple 230s or so, but 229 coming back upside now for Apple. That's the 50 period moving average. That could be something. 229, 230.
Yeah, I feel like it's the whole like don't chase mantra is going in there. So Neo doesn't pop to 7. It just drops to 680 right away. Obviously, Sean already mentioned Apple, which is coming down. It's not a New Zealand stock, which is coming to the downside. Look, I'm just going to go ahead and cancel the 32 offer because if it goes to 32 in the next couple of minutes, you guys know what that means, a pretty hefty reversal there. AMD's trying to break out the top as we speak, so I think that 165.60 level breaking out on AMD could be the first thing that comes in, which is kind of weird. I felt like we were going to be short things first. So Apple, it's going to require patience because where to get in, I'm not totally sold on where I want to short this one if it's not going to make the pop. I mean, 230 VWAP, this pre-market level here, 230.5 is going to make some sense. But if it doesn't ever bounce, what are you going to do? We'll just have to find a way to get into it. I didn't mention Intel. If Intel moseys on to the $24 level, okay, Intel's going to get there. Intel up 1% already. Yesterday, that top was right at the 24. So we're about 1% away from this already. The market's going down and Intel's going up. Go figure. But that 24 level was the big reversal yesterday. That's coming in pretty hot as we speak.
Yeah, we wanted, good call there. We wanted to try the Nvidia long at 122. It's really the only thing that I'm seeing right now. I mean, Google is absolutely on fire right now. Starting to head up to the upside, 169 and breaking higher. I mean, we had this one, dude. I mean, we were at 167. Thing is, it only goes to 167.50. It's trying to go as well. We'll give Nvidia a little bit of room here. I mean, that 200 period, we're into it relatively early. But again, here it comes right into that 200. We're not even out of the money on this name. It's Apple that continues to drop down. It's Google taking out 169. It's Nvidia dancing around a little bit. So it's really Apple was the mistrade. There goes Apple. We knew about this short. We talked about the iPhone there. Production cut there. Barclays. Nice move to the downside. Nice move to the downside here on Nvidia. It's about time we start to average in if we're going to do anything on this name. But let's go a little bit closer in and see some levels. We wrote down 120 was a great long. We didn't mind the 122 break early, but there it is. We'll buy some down here at 121.50.
Yeah, it is what it is. Got to be honest. Like nothing has come in to fill yet. I mean, if we already said if Intel gets to that 24, that's going to be a bit of a look. Apple is really just cratering at this point. Finding a way into it's going to be at least interesting to say the least. Tesla's coming down and just tagged 261. That could be spicy, but nowhere near my support. And then this happened on Rivian. So it broke 11 very, very quickly. It's hanging down here. Going to play the simple over-under. If it tries to break back above 11 even and fails, then I'm going to look for the short back through. But that was one heck of a dump. I was expecting that would be a middle of the day kind of thing, not a 933. Rivian's already taking down $11, kind of like Apple. So I'm not going to just rush in to short the bottom here. I'd like to see this 11 hold underneath. It bounced off 1097 or 1098 the other day. So if it bounces off 95, it wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world.
There's a number?
What do you say?
I don't know. Fabian says
Remember, like, and subscribe.
Oh, remember, like, and subscribe. Yeah, hit the like and subscribe. All right, so only 4 minutes into the market right now. Tesla makes that move into 260. We're waiting there for a little bit lower than that. We sort of talked about why we like that Tesla level at 260. Kind of a random one, so if it does break it, we can get out. But we're going to try to buy some 260 quarters maybe on the downside there for Tesla, as it is continuously moving lower, as is Apple. Apple looks like it wants to take 227. We should have actually hit that 228 short. The other short that we wanted was Amazon 184.70s. That's right here still. The only long that we really liked early, well, I mean, I'm in Nvidia. We'll have to let that one settle down a little bit. Google also pulling back. So look at the market. The market's really getting pumped here, man. Down the downside, down now 0.5%, and honestly looking to go lower. So this is not a great little look here for the broader market starting to go a little lower. So let's just wait to see if there's something that can catch a bid. We're still long Nvidia, which is actually holding out fine right now, but yeah, that's trying to drip out as well. 120, 130. We're long at 120, 190 right now on NVDA, but all is well.
Yeah, with the market bleeding, I mean, not bleeding, with the market heading to the downside, I should say, bleeding is just an overstatement. Google actually pulled back into 168, so put in a higher low. If we're going to get 167.5 again, that's probably not going to be the best thing in the world. Was able to just get some VWAP out there. I'll zoom out so you can sort of see. Higher low, VWAP, pre-market high. Want to see if we can carry this into the high of the day. This one's holding up well, right? Like anything that's still green when the market bleeds like this, I think is going to be a good thing. I did jump into that Rivian. It got back underneath $10, checked that $11, and I got 98s. So one long, one short. But really, the question is for me is what even to do with Apple? It did get to that 27, I mean, right quick. I was expecting to be short into this by the time it got there, and we have no such short. So still waiting for some kind of a consolidation or pop to set up an entry. Intel already reversed to red. Didn't get to 24, got to 23.72, so not nearly close enough that I think I would have had a short trade in this one. But yeah, if we do get back up there, it might not look as good. So just two positions, one long, one short. So long a good stock and short a bad one.
Yeah.
At least that's how it should be. Although Apple's a good stock, and I feel like should have been short that.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about earlier that we had on our sticky note the Apple short, and unfortunately, we didn't really do too much about it. I just heard in my ear that like Iran is trying to schedule a ballistic attack here.
Well, that sounds
so that's not going to be
like
good. So we'll get out of some Nvidia. We bought some 121 lows there. We're taking a little bit out on a bump up. We don't need to be stuck into something if there's going to be like political unrest and all. Well, there already is political unrest, but if these kind of stories are going to hit, that's not great. So obviously, I don't need to tell you guys that. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening now with Nvidia. I do have some offers upside a little bit more, 121.59 or so coming on Nvidia, but it's Apple right now that continues to go down. The whole market's going down. What's up, Adara?
oil.
Regards to the Iran situation, we have an Axios reporter saying this has been circulated on X. This is one reporter from Axios saying that they were told by a senior White House official that U.S. has some indications that Iran is preparing to imminently launch a ballistic missile attack against Israel. So again, this is coming from an Axios reporter who heard it from a senior White House official saying the U.S. has indications. So this is not firsthand knowledge by any means. Seeing this circulated, though, from Twitter, again, Axios reporter hearing some things about a potential Iran missile attack, guys.
Man, we should already be, I mean, we've missed a couple of trades, man. We should be short Amazon. We should be short Apple. We've talked about that. I'm actually going to cancel my Tesla bid right now as that's coming into 260. And we're not going to average into too much more of NVIDIA. Let's just wait to see if we do get that level that we were thinking about for NVIDIA 120. That would be sort of the last line of defense for me there because honestly, like we said, this global unrest, not great for anybody, especially the stock market. So let's just give it a little bit of room here. If we want to buy NVIDIA, great. But I think we might have to flip over to the short. The market's really coming in. I mean, we wrote down TQQ 71 longs could be in play. Well, I mean, the market's now down 1%. I mean, almost down 1%, 0.75%. Look at that 71. We did not sit there and take that. But this was a level that we had written down. I did like the support, but here it comes, man, breaking lower right now. The NASDAQ just took down 20,200 like it was butter. You're down to 20,100. I mean, the market don't like you, right? So you got to have
Not even a little bit.
Yeah, you're going to have to try to defend some of these levels, and the market goes downside. There goes Tesla breaking lower as well. Not a good day for longs, that's for sure. No,
and Alphabet's looking like it wants to take out that bottom as we speak. So there it goes. It actually just took it out. So there's a flip to the chart. You're losing support. Google was one of the strongest stocks out there, at least in the first, for all of the pre-market really. But now it's starting to give it up. Really only found ourselves into one short. That's Rivian. It broke that 11. We were able to get it at 98. I'm trying to get some out at the 80s. If you're looking at the chart here on Rivian, there's a pretty obvious, it's $10 and like 11 cents or whatever. Like it's an obvious level down here. So if we get to, I think you get halfway to the 50, it's like 11 to 1050, and then 1050 down into 10 even, as that's bleeding here. So pretty much everything is headed to the downside. So Intel, we're not going to get 24. You have to change your plan of action a bit here. We're not going to get to 24 necessarily, but with the market heading down, this actually didn't break the pre-market low. So I'm going to keep an eye on this because for whatever reason, Intel doesn't seem to want to break the pre-market low. It's weird, but that would put it into at least a bucket of strength if it can hold on to that, maybe break out the top just for a bit of a change. Tesla, I like 257, 258 area on Tesla. Again, I thought that was going to be like a middle of the day kind of thing, to be honest with you, everybody here. I feel like that's going to come into play here. So let's let it calm down a little bit. Market is absolutely bleeding. I only have one position short. I don't want to chase. I'm not chasing any shorts at the bottom here. Doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. For anyone watching DJT, I paid for the locates in case it squirrels to 22 or $20. Well, that's not happening either. So, yeah, we're going to have to pack our patience here. We'll hold on to Rivian because at least that's working to the downside. And even SMCI, right, not split adjusted, the chart. There you go. SMCI immediately tagged that 42.5. So you would have had a chance at that if you were super, super quick and heading back up. I think maybe shorting pops in here back into 42 could at least set up. But underneath 42.5, looking short on SMCI still. You had to have that within seconds of the open.
All right, guys, so far, let's hit the sirens right now because there it goes, man. Nvidia, we finally followed our rules. We got long down there at 120, and you can see now starting to make the move upside a little bit here. Our best fill is 30s, so it's not like it's a huge fill. We just got some out in the 50s and then 60s. So dipping around right now, we are into a baby position as well with Google as that's starting to come down as well. We're just trying to buy some of these dips, but right now, man, the market is in free fall mode, down now over 1 or close to 1%. What's up, Adara?
Little bounce here for repeat runner Static Labs. This one down still about 55%, basically announcing here a strategic pipeline prioritization. Now this will include discontinuing one of its clinical programs. So this, I guess, a bit of an upset as part of this larger strategic pipeline prioritization, but STTK recovering pretty nicely off the open. Also worth noting here, you've got a short float of about 13.3%, guys.
It's not nothing. Wow, prior... Good.
I was going to say, let's just start cut some of this bleeding down a little bit here. We are getting some more out of Nvidia. Remember, our Nvidia long was 120.50s. So that's where we were stuck long at, 121 and change. Now we're at 120.70. So our long was 121. So what I was getting at was if we break 120, that's going to be $1 hit. So let's just take some out now for 50 cents of a hit. Then if we can get back to the upside, we can start to make a little bit of cash on this play. But right now we're into Google down here at 166. Let's take a little bit more. Again, I like the stock down here. We talked about this as a key level coming into play. Tried to break out yesterday. If you're going to look at what we did yesterday, that's the close. So I don't mind this level. Let's see if we can buy it. Nice dip down on what stock I thought was strong. So let's make sure we're wrong if we're going to be wrong. Nvidia is making a move back up. So we're getting closer and closer to sort of this one turning around. But my day is just on these longs. So right now, we'll sit in them for a couple minutes. I believe we got some numbers coming through today as well. Let me just double check that. 945 global manufacturing PMI. So that's just in a couple seconds. So that's going to send this tipsy-turvy as well. Right now, Google will try to buy this long and see if it can work. We're long at 166.68.
Yeah, so I took another leg out there, Rivian. It just bounced off the three-quarter mark. But don't sleep on what's happening with the oil names with that headline that was just given. Indo just ran. It's now up 23%. You got Oxy going, and oil itself is making a move to the upside. So these are probably going to squeeze when you have this kind of geopolitical event happening. Daily chart's going to show you this is like the levels here, $3 and the 280 level. I don't like chasing anything, but if this does give you any kind of a reasonable dip, it feels like that would be a good trend to join. A lot of times when you look at the oil names for the day trade, something like this, which is a bit of a low float runner, can be good. Apple is trying to go, but it's not having a very good job of it. I think we're just about to fill in that gap. I might have just gotten a bit too picky. I'm glad you're in Google because Google filled in the gap. I went to go bid the 25s right on the bounce. Did not pick it up, but it is now bouncing. So you lost the pre-market low. I'll wait for the 166 to come back in. The only thing I've got is Rivian, which just made another bid at the 1075 level. So looking for 1050 here, but it's catching a little bit of a bid. That's the one short that worked out nice and well for us. Let's go to Adara.
Just waiting here on a number. We have at 9:45 the S&P Global Manufacturing print. This could be the final print for the month of September for this metric. So we're seconds away from getting that number. Forecast of 47, previous print here, 47.9, coming in at 47.3, so slightly above the consensus end forecast here of 47. S&P 500 not reacting too much to this, still in quite a downtrend, trying to find a bit of a bottom here. We also have, worth noting, if you're looking at some of these smaller names, NFE running right now. Year-day's highs up about 17%. It's already halted once today. New Fortress Energy completing this $400 million offering. They do also have a short float of about 22.3% and a market cap of just under $2 billion. So a bit of a larger company, but notable short float for NFE.
Now, good idea right now on Google, man. Let's put that money in the wheelbarrow right now and get going. You know what we wrote down on here, Adam? We wrote down 166 to 167 is what we wanted. You know what our average price is, Adam? 166.50. So that's exactly what you're trying to do as a trader. You want to write down levels. You want to take the levels that you see. You want to believe in them, and that's exactly what we did. So now we're long, 50 cents in the money. It's your banger trade of the day. It's a chicken dinner winner right now. And then Nvidia is trying to go as well. We just got a 121 fill before that number came out. So we did pretty good, man. We're going to still be red because of Nvidia. We need this to get going a little bit more. But Google is a big time winner right now today. Again, completely off the sticky note. If we had just been patient and waited again for 120, oh boy, would we be laughing right now on this guy, Nvidia. But we didn't. We got too caught up a little early, so now we need to have this name continue to go. All right, I'm going to take another piece out here on Google as it looks like it's trying to break through 167, but keeps on bouncing. So let's see if these futures want to make it sing. But right now, man, it's a good day. What turned out to be a little nasty early, starting to really print me now. So it's a good day here. Nvidia only a dime in the money. It's Google 30 cents. One more piece up here at 90s. Then we'll see about, hopefully, there it is. We just got something out. We'll see if we can get another fill now. 90s, that's what it was. So Google, now 167.20s is where we're targeting now to the upside. Let's see if Google can break through. So far, so good here today. Red on Nvidia, nicely up on Google.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. And got first position in SMCI. Kind of made that move off the open. One crazy wick. It's real. Like, it's not like it didn't go up to that 42.5. And then wick the top. It's back underneath. There's your lower high. Going to give it to the pre-market top here on SMCI. As we said, there was a bid happening on Rivian. So first bid is going to get out underneath 4160 at VWAP, as you guys can see there. But Rivian, there was a bid, as I was mentioning, at that 1075 price, right? So we got most of it out there seeing that bid. If it can hold on to VWAP,
bye-bye,
then we like it here. Maybe again underneath the 11 level. SMCI starting to head down, but oh yeah, it could have broke VWAP and did not fill me. So let me just move the bid a little bit. Want to get the fill. Like, it made the move down. I don't want it bouncing all the way back into the highs. We want to get this out down into the 41 even level, because $410 was a big price. So then $41 becomes a big support level on SMCI because of the split. So only in a couple of shorts as the market's headed to the downside, but it's the one that got away, and it's Apple. Like, when the market just bounced, I'm like, okay, Apple's going to come to VWAP, and we're going to get a chance to trade Apple here off of VWAP. But no, Apple just went 30 cents off the bottom. That's it. After dropping $3, the bounce is non-existent on Apple. Let's go back to Adara. So we're short SMCI, short Rivian, no Apple.
And I hear on Futu Holdings, FUTU. This is one of those Chinese ADRs that's benefit from that recent rally. Great move off the open. This last 3-minute candle here, very strong with volume. No news on this beyond the ongoing Chinese ADR strength that we've had as of late, but just some facts. Just under $9 billion market cap, so not a very small market cap. Also worth noting here, got a short float of about 5% for FUTU.
Right now, there goes Nvidia. We're long at 120. We talked about that's at 120.30. It did break and we got stopped out of that trade. So let's just get some more out now and just try to, like I said, man, let's try to get this bleeding under control here. Hopefully this could go back up. No more getting out of Nvidia until we can get this high again, 120.80 or so. Let's see if Nvidia will go. We've already taken a hit on it. So we're going to be red on Nvidia today. We're going to be up, obviously, on Google, as we don't have any ticks lower than where we've gotten in. So we're going to have to wait for a 166 test again. Like, hearing in my ear again is like something about Beirut again, and Lebanon, and all these strikes start happening. So it's not going to be great for the political wins today and uncertainty in this world. So I feel like the short, that's part of what's kicking this market. I mean, it's a huge downside move right now, down 1%. They do not like uncertainty. Even the ES right here, down 0.83 as well. So I feel like we need to be flipping up into the short. I'm going to try the long one more time right now, as you can clearly see. But then I think it's the short show. We're going to have to think about doing that a little more. I'm going to put an offer now. I'm just talking myself out of this. I'm going to get a little bit out more out here at 120.23. Maybe we can do that. But here comes the dip in again. So we got stopped out the first time. We bought it back, able to get some out in the 40s and 50s. So that was profitable. But here comes Nvidia right back down again. So let's not lose everything just because we're long on a market that we know we probably shouldn't be. So we're going to get more out here, or all of it out, once it breaks this one last time through 120. That will be that. And Google's fading into 166. So we're out of more than half of this. But is this a reload if we're thinking that negatively in the market right now? I'm not so certain about that. What's up, A?
As we push a new low of days, a couple updates that I'm seeing with regards to the geopolitical situation in the Middle East. I'm seeing a couple different headlines here online with regards to what's happening in Beirut. I'm seeing one headline here, Israel military saying it's targeting Lebanon's capital, Beirut. I'm also seeing that it's already conducted a strike. So either way, Israel looking to target Beirut, Lebanon. Either they have or they're looking to, from what I'm seeing. Again, as I get more details, I will let you guys know. But we just made a new low of day here on the S&P 500, guys.
It's not going to be good.
Two things. One, that's a very big difference between already targeting and already done it. But look, Indo is making a break of an attempt to break out the high. It pulled back into VWAP. I grabbed that off VWAP. That's the long that's not concerning me right now because being an energy-related name, it looks pretty good at this point. If it can break out 3, I'm holding through 3. Whether it halts or not, I mean, it's done it in the past, but there hasn't been a halt so far this morning. It's actually been relatively, what's the word I'm looking for? Like non-parabolic, like it's a pretty reasonable move. No halt up on Indo. But I got Google the second time. The first time it gave you the bounce into 67, I should say. This time, if we can't hold on to the 66, we're just going to get right out because the market is headed downside. SMCI, we rang the register when it got down to 41.5. I'll have to keep doing the zoom in, zoom out for you guys there. But when it got to 41.5, but look at that hold the higher low. So this is the market. This is SMCI. So yeah, lower high and the short gives you underneath 42 to 41.5. That's a little too much strength, relatively speaking. Other things are bleeding at the bottom. This is kind of just chilling out in the middle of the range. So no reload for me based on that. If it breaks the bottom, we can hold a 41. But I'm not necessarily liking this. Like Google just broke 66. So I got out of that. And this doesn't seem to want to fall as much as everything else. So Rivian will hang on to. That's still looking as weak as it was before. Apple continues to break lower. Indo is just going with the oil names, right? So it's just like the oil names are going. Indo is a low float oil name or energy name.
Hold on, we have a new position. Alibaba. We just shorted Alibaba up here at 108.50. We tried to find a name that was relatively strong into a weak market. So I wanted to find something that we could short in case this was bad. So right now we're short 108.50, making some money back off these horrible longs. And there goes Google. There goes Nvidia finally breaking that 120. So we are now out of that one. That will be a fail, man. We'll flush ourselves down the toilet on that one. Google's holding out, man. We're just long here at 166.37, but it's a good thing we have 40 cents now in the money on Alibaba. So that's saving us a little bit here. We're bidding 108.13 now as well. There it is. Yes, sir. That's a good trade right there on Alibaba short, but Nvidia long is what's hit us. It's now back above 120, so we're going to have to let this settle down. Let's see what happens with Google. What's up, Adara?
The market pushing lower, but some small caps still pushing higher here, including UNFI. This is United Natural Foods. It's a Russian company. I'm seeing about $1.2 billion market cap here. They did just report earnings beat across the board, including unexpected profit. Their guidance was a bit weaker on the revenue side. Regardless, UNFI with a 6.6% short float pushing higher here with pretty good volume, guys.
Break did happen on Indo through $3. It just stalled at the 15 level. I just took some out at 10s, but you're still trend up over there on INDO. Look, there's a lot of other names that are making some power moves now. Indo's just like it's a small cap that's running. Oxy's up 1.5% and continuing a big break up. If Oxy can get through 53, that's a pretty big level.
Wow,
so the energy names are looking very, very strong. Google came out, as you just mentioned. Well, you guys might not have heard Sean say it, but I did. Tesla's right at that bottom. Now, line in the chart said like 257, but yesterday's bottom, I mean, that 256. Wow. Let's see if it can actually hold this low and do some kind of a reversal here. But I don't want to just sit on the bid. Like, that seems a little bit crazy. I want to see some kind of a bid step in here and do something positive to the name. So oil names up. I'm going to imagine some other energy names. I just saw in the chat there, Jay Alvarez saying uranium flying, so maybe that's a bit of a thing as well. So if you can latch onto those for some strength, that's making some sense. But it's just pure bleed everywhere else. Intel, we kept saying 24. It was holding pre-market lows for a bit, joining the rest of the party. Back under 23.30. For me, the over-under has always been that price. So if it plays back upside into VWAP, I guess I'm going to be shorting Intel. We just broke 20,000 on the NASDAQ, everybody. So it's not looking very, very good here. Let me just go back over to, Rivian's still holding the bottom end of the range after that 11 break. 1075. There's still buyers at 1075. If it doesn't chew through this, Rivian's the kind of name that could squeeze back upside. When you're short 11 and not here, you got to understand, like the biggest, you got half the move and not the full thing. So you don't want to give it all the way back because this could retrace easily to 11 and that's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, no, I'm doing the same thing here with Google. Google's trying to make a move back through 166, but I don't know, man. We're long here at 166.17 on Google. We'll see if it wants to hold. I mean, we were so happy when it was going up. We're like, man, we're 50 cents in the money. But now we're 50 cents, well, we're not 50 cents out, but it's fallen back into that 50 cent level. The disappointing trade for me, womp, womp, womp. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I mean, again, it looks like we'll have the bottom on Nvidia, which is completely fine. I mean, sometimes we're going to have to make those calls where we're a little uncomfortable with them. And I was not comfortable holding on to that. But what we are comfortable in is taking winners. And there goes Google right now. Nice one. We'll be positive on this name today as it's trying to go. There goes Alibaba, by the way. Alibaba fails on that. That goes straight up to the upside. So we'll be flat on Alibaba after all that. There it goes, man. Try to take out 109. Looks like it does break. Let's go. This market, I mean, if this market takes off, we're golden right now. Google trying to go 160, 166.10, trying to get higher and higher and higher. So we'll wait to see 167 coming in now. Nvidia, good call, long 120, but unfortunately it drips too far down. Drips into 119.70. We get stopped out on 85 break. Now it's upside. Let's go Google. This is the one for me right now. If this market does battle back, we've got it. We've got a lot of shares, decent amount of shares anyways. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. Waiting in the 40s for this one for Google. See if we can get that. Actually, let's just go, because we have too many. Let's go to 29, see if we get a little bit of a fill there. I'm still thinking about short. So hopefully Google will rip up and we'll be wrong about this. But the market right now bleeding today down 1.08%. And there it goes. Let's go, man. Let's hit O Canada for my guy Adam over here, representing, of course, the Commonwealth of England. Right now.
There it is.
So,
that's very formal.
Yeah, very, very formal. Yes, we have.
Which we're not always around here. But you know what? You got to find relative strength and weakness. And so shout out in the chat to Manuel Palma. This is Palantir, and just like yesterday, for reasons unknown, I mean, Palantir is kind of bucking the trend to the upside. We totally forgot about this because remember, we're waiting for Palantir to break 37.13 yesterday, and it didn't happen until the aftermarket. Well, it's done it now. So it's better if you're going to be late, hopefully well-dressed. 37.5, a big level as well. So I want to look for a dip into VWAP. We'll get rid of that wick at some time in the future, but I'm going to look for this trend to hold on Palantir. The market's bouncing. I want to be long something that is relatively strong if we can find it. So thank you, Manuel. Forgot all about this one. 37.50 is a breakout, but I'd rather be doing a dip buy with the market doing this little bit of a turn. So I'm going to get on the bid here at 30. You can see the trend line I'm working off of. Indo, I'm now trailing. INDO, I'm now trailing underneath 3. If it gets to 340, that's resistance on the daily, $3.40. So I want to be out of that one in front. Let's go back to Adara.
We are going to have happening now really quickly, though, before we get these 10 a.m. numbers, of which there are quite a few. Just a note on that a pop in the market. We were hearing some comments here from the Israel military saying that they have not seen any strikes from Iran as of yet. So Iran apparently has not struck Israel as of yet, according to some military spokespeople. Now, of course, we do have a lot of 10 a.m. numbers coming in about 20 seconds. Chief among them, we have the JOLTS job openings here. For August, we have ISM manufacturing PMI for September. We also have construction spending on a month-to-month basis for September. So now just seconds until we get these prints. And what's been a pretty exciting morning so far. Some geopolitical tensions pushing the market to the downside to start the day off with some excitement. But now we'll get these JOLTS job openings and other numbers. JOLTS higher than expected here, 8.04 million versus a forecast here of 7.693 million. ISM manufacturing PMI 47.2, below the forecast here of 47.5. We have ISM manufacturing prices paid 48.3 versus 53.5 expected, so much lower than that estimate. ISM manufacturing employment index also lower than expected, 43.9 versus 47.1 expected. Construction spending month for month lower than estimates as well, negative 0.1% versus positive 0.2 expected. Key numbers here, though, are a higher than expected JOLTS job opening, a slightly lower than expected ISM manufacturing PMI print, and a lower than expected construction spending print. Market continuing to find a bit of a base here, slightly lower high if you look at, or higher low, so if you look at yesterday's low on the SPY as of right now. NEO, actually, in some of these Chinese ADRs, EVs staying strong here. We had pretty high delivery numbers here, increase on a month-over-month basis year-over-year basis for September for NIO and some of these other companies. Tesla here, TSLA, one of the many larger cap names to the downside, getting a maintained sell rating and $120 price target from Wells Fargo added to its tactical ideas list as a short, guys.
Man, I mean, so we were able to do okay, man. We got some good trades there on Google. We got some 40s out on that. It's right there right now. I was just like, oh, man, Nvidia does try to hold, but here comes Nvidia back down. Like, Nvidia just went to 120.75. That was a good long down there at 120, but the problem is it does break, so we're not going to cry over spilled milk, but that was a trade that we could have held on. But again, it always looks good when you get out and then the market continues to go down. We talked about that, and you're like, look how smart I am. The market went down and I got out, but then when it blasts back up, you're like, oh, damn you, risk management. And it's like, you know, you can't have it both ways. You're either going to have to sit there and take your medicine when it breaks or not. Like, we're not down that much on it. It's not the end of the world. It's just, that was a trade that I liked and that we probably could have stayed in it and we didn't. So, yeah, that was my bad on that one. We should have done a little bit better on that. But right now, we'll just wait out for Google. Tesla, I mean, that's still dropping and not really stopping. Like 255 right now. I have no idea what's wrong with Tesla. I mean, I wish we did so I could tell you, but it is breaking a lot lower. They were added to WFC's tactical list. Well, I don't know what kind of tactics they're doing, but they should be coming in and buying this name if they like it. Down here into the 200 period moving average. Not great for Tesla, 255.
Tactical miss list.
Yeah, tactical, like we have no idea what kind of tactics we're about to use. But down to 254. Robo-taxi, a couple days away. Tesla right now. Pick it up if you like it. It's down to 255. That's pretty low, guys.
So a couple of things, and this is going to be double barrel
Like
trend
really?
action. So Palantir on the number. Come to the chart. There's your trend line. Bought the dip into the trend. It went right to resistance at 37.5. And there is your left-hand turn, or I guess right-hand turn if you're looking in this direction. If we lose VWAP, I want to be out of this. It was because it was relatively strong, but if the market's going to continue to head down, it might not hold on forever there on Palantir. I did just trail out of Indo for a similar reason. Oh, here. Rather than redraw the trend line, see that out? That's this trend on INDO. We just got out of it there. Our best fills at the 310 level, but it's actually holding on to VWAP. So I threw the trend line up to get my out. If the market was going to bounce, I was thinking some of the energy names might actually give back some, but this is going to hold on to VWAP. I'll look for a re-entry here. Just want things to calm down. It's 10 o'clock. That's the time that you want to usually reassess. okay, what's still holding up? Any levels that you like before, you still like? Any trends that you want to join or get away from if they're going in the other direction? But I think Indo was trying to maintain that trend to the upside, but it briefly broke the trend line after that dip into VWAP the first time. Palantir's holding for now. You already mentioned Tesla. It's weird to me that Tesla bleeds, and we just had what looks to me like a reversal candle here on Rivian, like monster volume right at the low, and now challenging VWAP. So that's usually meaning I'm going to get out at this bottom. That's a pretty big volume candle, and if the market's doing this and Tesla's doing that, like why is Rivian somehow relatively strong compared to Tesla? I'm not going to answer that question. I think that's philosophical, and I'm probably just going to get out of Rivian if it's not making fresh low. So that short's already worked out for us. Just going to be patient. We just only have Palantir long, but I like that one for strength.
All right, let's go, man. We bought some more Googles at We bought some more Google at 166, right down there. So we're long at 166.01. It's 30 cents in the money right now. Like I said, if this market wants to bounce, man, then this is going to be a good trade for us. Oops, we're still on Tesla. Sorry. There's Google. So we just bought some more 166s. Oh, man. We like this level from yesterday, right? It was yesterday's close. So if it breaks, then yeah, we'll have to sort of wave that white flag. But right now, Google, nicely traded today, so we'll just have to call it like it is. Let's now wait to see if it wants to go back. So we're in the money on Google. I'm offering some 30s. I might just get something out again here at 25. Key level again, option eligible, right? 166.25s. We'll take another piece out there. I think we just got some 23s.
Oh, wait.
So now we'll wait to see if we can fly just a little bit higher. We're waiting in the 30s and then a lot higher than that, back up to 167. I mean, we're underneath now. All I'm doing, like, I feel like we're fish swimming upstream right now. Like, the market is short. I don't know why I'm looking long. The long is not right. I have to find
just very quickly here.
Shorts, maybe Apple.
So Mullins halted to the upside. Nicola's breaking the tops right now. So I have no idea what's going on with these things, but there's Nicola breaking the top, and then Mullen is just reopened, halted up. Yeah, it feels like this is a good place to look. I'm going to get out of Rivian. The Rivian, that breakdown at 11, obviously it worked. But if all of these rando EV names are starting to go to the upside, then I'm just going to get the heck out of Dodge. That was what that spike was on Rivian. The big volume spike was when Mullen and Nicola and probably a few other things started to go out of nowhere. So I'm just going to get out of Rivian. Feel like that's going to be a good decision. Palantir, you could make an argument that, hey, Palantir is a defense-adjacent name, so these headlines are good for them. I just like the fact that it's trending up. So we're going to respect the trend line for now and try to buy dips into it. It's back at the 37.5. Yesterday's high now sort of lines up. As it glides higher, I mean, the dip buys are probably going to end up moving up with Palantir. You got resistance on the daily, but that's not till $38. You're trying to clear out this 37.50 and then head on higher. But if 20,000, if we don't hold 20,000 on the NASDAQ, it might not matter for Palantir, as good as it's been to the long so far. Let me just double check in on Intel. I thought we'd be getting, never mind. That's not even trying to bounce off the lows. So some stocks are bouncing to give you entries. I feel like it's like Intel's not, Apple is not.
Nope.
Yeah, you just, the bounces that are happening are the ones that I kind of favor the long side, which is usually how it goes. So just Palantir for the long side for me. But the reason for getting out of Rivian is because I have no idea what's going on in those other EV names. Don't want to get caught in some kind of a weird squeeze that makes no sense.
I guess we could cancel our Apple shorts up there at 230. That's not going to be coming through anytime soon. All right, so the market's now breaking lower. I mean, we should be flipping over to the short now. You're underneath 20,000. We should have flipped over a long time ago. Here goes 20,000 breaking right now. Google breaks that 85 level, so we get out immediately. So that's another fail right there. Nothing really working out. I mean, the Chinese name, Alibaba, is the one that's up 2.5%. If you wanted to short strength right now, this could be a name. But I'd rather wait for some pullbacks in some of these weak names to grab some shorts. So I don't really see too much right now. I mean, if anything, maybe Nvidia, but Nvidia's kind of holding this 120 area. I don't want to go short there and then eventually be wrong. Maybe there's a bounce at 20,000. Let's try to be patient to wait to see. Now the NASDAQ down at 20K. Was that a call for Adara? If so, let's go.
We have more updates coming out here with regards to the situation with Israel and Iran. We have Barak Ravid. This is the same Axios reporter that initially said there were there was talk from U.S. officials about a potential strike. Now, apparently, hearing from Israeli officials saying that there is an expected Iranian attack, apparently estimated that it'll be carried out within the next few hours. So again, the same Axios reporter saying that now hearing that Iran is expected to attack Israel within, quote, the next few hours. We'll keep you guys updated as the situation continues to unfold.
Just say we got to flip short and I go long on the futures. Like, honestly, we're going to have to just get refocused here. I'm going to try, if the stream is lagging, just refresh it right now. Here we go. Okay, so there goes the market. Straight to the downside. We just broke through 20,000 clean right there. We were trying it. That was not a big hit there. We just tried to defend 20,000. I just thought the futures came in. Maybe that's a bounce level, but it looks lower. I mean, that report of imminent strikes, I mean, that's not something that we want to hear and try to fight that play. So right now, there goes the market to the downside. Maybe it's just a short from here. This market could flip up a lot here. I don't know, like the last time, and again, like I'm not, defense minister or anything like that, but the last time that they tried to strike Israel, all those things got blasted in the sky. I mean, I don't think they landed at all. But that doesn't matter. It's just the idea of this happening is not great for the stock market.
No, not even a little bit.
We're going to try to flip over a little short here, and then I don't want to get too carried away, man. I mean, I remember my worst day of September was the first day, and I don't want to have a rinse and repeat right now of that action. So let's
sip champagne.
Yeah, let's just sip champagne when we Thursday. Right there. Okay, we have gone short now on the futures. So look what happens. We go short on the futures, and instantly it's a cashable trade. But anyways, let's wait to see. We'll bid some more down here near 69. Take out a little bit of profit here if it does dip down. But I'm going to try to go short. Let's play underneath this 20,000. If it rips back up, we can always get out of this one. It is the TQs. I give this to like 69.70 or so, somewhere around there for that 20,000 mark. So you're now down 50 handles. There it is. Yes, sir. Wow. Let's see if we can have diamond hands. We finally flip it up, man. We finally get the balls to go short. I mean, we needed that to happen. There it goes. Yes, sir. Let's go, man. There's the switch up. I mean, we had to do that. Nice move to the downside right there. So now we're short the TQs. We just shorted in and around 20,000. It's about 50 handles. Let's get to the downside. It's only 40 cents on the TQQ, but still, we'll take that trade to the bank right now. Nice flip up on the short.
Yeah, that's what you got to do sometimes. I'll tell you right now, I got bamboozled on Rivian because right after those EV names all spiked to the upside, I got out of Rivian and just made a fresh low. But when those headlines came through, it's like, well, if that's happening, and look, you don't want there to be any strikes. Let's be real for a second. You don't want there to be anything bad. We hope it doesn't, but energy names go higher. Indo bounced off of VWAP. Pretty clean there. I trailed out of it. We got back in off of VWAP. Now it's about to take out 350. So energy higher. This is up now 44%. We said 340 was resistance. There's a couple of wicks up here to 365. So if it gets all the way to 365, that would be the target. Obviously, it's more of a squeeze name than anything else, but there's a real move happening in the energy names as we speak. So trying to rejoin some of the trend here means upside on energy names and downside on pretty much everything else. Really don't know what else is going to be strong in this moment. But like there's Rivian. Like we had the 11 short. That was when all that nonsense was going on with Mullen and all that those other bad EV stocks. I almost said something else. But now we just want to short the next available pop. We're going to stay looking trend long on Indo as long as it wants to hold, but that 360 is going to be the target. So looking for another 10% move on INDO.
All right, here goes the flush, man. Now 40 cents in the money on the TQs, if not a little bit more. Let's see if we can get it going. Look, we were so impressed with Adam today. Unfortunately, we got rid of Sharif. So if you go over to Sharif, there he is right there. What's up, Adam? So you can go on the double shot there. So there it is. What's going on there? Your new midday hosts right there. Shout out to Joe and to Adam, the most handsome midday hosts of all time. Besides, I just saying that for when Sharif comes back in. I have to deal with that guy now. All right, no, just kidding aside there. Adam, will be. I don't know. Are you going to make some appearances? Maybe we'll see. There, he's looking at some charts and getting ready to go. So Joe on the midday today, I guess. Is that what's happening? More option talk or more a bit about everything? Everything. Yeah, we talking it all, baby. That's what we do here at Trader TV Live. So we want to thank Joe for joining us again. Okay, so here we go. So nice little move back, right? We got out of 60% of those futures contracts. Now we'll try to average back into it. There we go. We take a fill right now. You know, it's tough to play news, but I think we want to stay short. So I was just looking at this. We talked about a level of 69.75. I feel pretty comfortable if we get back into there. That would be an area where we'd look to get out. So we'll reload right now on this contract, and we'll get it going. So we just took a 25 short there. We're short at 69.25s. Let's bid some more down near 05s or something like that. Again, you know, we're up on the TQs, but might be temporary. You don't want to always go short at the bottom. But let's just wait to see what happens there. We are averaging back into it. We're bidding 05s. Give me a little bit more down here. Make sure you can like and subscribe. We just reshorted this in the quarters. We're bidding now 69-ish. Let's see if we get it, and then go over to the desk, I believe, with more from Adara. Not right now.
That's
okay.
all right.
It was like and subscribe. That's what it was. Thank you for that, Fabian. So hit the like and the subscribe. Here we go. Get it to us. Get it to us. Give us those 05s. And that's what we're doing right there. Nice little reload on the futures. We get those 05s as there goes the futures. Nice little downside play. We'll bid some more down here at 69. Then if we crack, we'll get some more out in the 80s, and then we'll deal with it after that, because there it goes. Let's see if we get a downside move now in the S&P 500 and in the NASDAQ. Let's go. Man, that was a good reload. It's a chicken dinner winner, but we need to get out more. So let's go downside, downside, downside. Let's see if that pressure continues here for the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 as global unrest hits the markets today. And your boy just cashes again. Like, we just reloaded that, guys, right here, 1975. We just put 50 more handles in our pocket as we say, oh, Canada to that one. Nice little move to the downside right there on the NASDAQ. So, yeah, all right, back over to Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, you're going to see I got out again. We got another 10% move on Indo, and I love this from Mo in the chat. Thesis, Chinese ADR is stronger because there isn't a perceived Middle East risk on them. Look, at the end of the day, it doesn't necessarily matter. But if you observe something in the market that fits a thesis or that fits the price action, then just kind of roll with it. So energy up, tech down, and if the retail type names are going to be weak today, I think that's going to make a little bit of sense. But I want to try to go at station to station. So the first move we took was just a VWAP bounce on INDO. It trailed out because of the trend breaking. This time it goes right into resistance at $3.60. So remember, it was the break of the 50 period 3. You've now made the move from there to there. It needs to take out this next top 370 if you're going to get any real continuation, obviously on that daily. It's a pretty nasty and red board, obviously, as you speak. So you look at like what is up, Oxy, BABA, XOM, right? So obviously UVXY is going to be negatively correlated, but it's energy names up. That's why we went over the long in INDO. It's the same thing as being short. I did just try to grab Intel for a short, though, because if this is one that we're going to have breaking that 23, it's now consolidating under the 23 level. So really the only negative one for me is actually Google. Everything else has been positive. But I did get out of that Rivian short. We're looking to add Intel a lot lower than what we suspected. We thought we'd be shorting 24. Now we're trying to short the 23. But it's been a good morning, everybody. Can't complain whatsoever. You just got to be willing to join the trends where they are.
Yeah, good morning. Obviously not great, but there it is, man. There's the TQQ. I mean, we'll just put in our pocket, honestly. If you're trading with me, that's 50 handles. We just took a 77 fill there on the TQQs after just reloading it at 21s. So it's a nice little 50 cents on this, roughly 50 handles there if you're looking at the NASDAQ. As it continues to bleed, man, we think we can go lower than this. You're down 1.7%. I'm glad that we flipped it up. Have the gumption, have the feeling in that pit of your stomach that something is wrong and just go short. We'll get hit early, man. It's too bad about Alibaba because we had that short, but I don't, you know, we'll pick on these NASDAQ names. Look at the Google now. Got out of it, right? Nice move down into 165 right now. Starting to go lower. Look at Nvidia. Oh boy, did we have a good one there. We'll flush it down the toilet, but what an out on Nvidia 120. Like, I've lost more money than people make in a month just on one trade by holding on to stuff. You do not want to do that when you're trading bigger shares. That is for damn sure. So we'll learn our lesson there with Nvidia over the last little while as that continues to cascade lower and lower. And it's all about the flip up, man. We flipped up into the short And then that's been a mood changer, that's for sure, as this name continues to make moves down. It is the NASDAQ. We only have about 25% left, though, out of all of this. So we're getting out on this move down in for the NASDAQ. Who knows how low we can go, but we do now have a Dara at the desk.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Great update from Trade the Pool. Now it's even easier to get funded. As you know, Trade the Pool built a unique program to evaluate stock traders like yourself and provide you with the company's funds to trade with. It's real shares, and you no longer need to worry about the PDT rule, but that's not all. I have some exciting news for you today. Trade the Pool has introduced a new tier with $20,000 in buying power, making it easier to pass the evaluation and speeding up the process of getting funded much faster. That's right, it is that simple, and it works. You don't want to miss this opportunity. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for more information.
Thank you very much, sir, Dara. And rightfully pointed out, right? Like you saw the energy names all going to the upside. LMT, obviously, Lockheed Martin. I'm sure Northrop's probably having a pretty solid day as well. But this is up a couple of points. The one that's standing out, those make obvious sense. No argument there. Energy, defense, you should be relatively strong. SMCI, why this should be relatively strong, I have no answer for that, but the price action is what it is. We're short that one. We elected not to reload because when the market was making lows, it was making higher lows. So SMCI looks like it wants to try to squeeze out a little bit here. I'm going to stay away from the short on SMCI. We like that 42.5, but it's oddly strong as far as I'm concerned. Indo is still making moves into the upside. Doesn't seem to want to give another VWAP retracement. You're still trending up. This is more of a squeeze type name on the energy space. I usually, the last couple of times we got it was both off of VWAP here, so I want to give it a chance to dip down into the 330 and then maintain that trend. So we can be patient with it. It's 1020. I don't want to buy tops. I'd rather wait for the 325. Andrew, SMCI is shortable for us. So I can only tell you that we can short SMCI. Yeah. I don't know if there's an issue with other brokers. It's very much, it's like easy locates for us, and it always has been. There's never been an issue to short that stock. But that wouldn't be the reason why it's holding to the upside. Your guesses would be as good as mine, to be honest with you.
I'm going to try to buy a little bit more of a bottom here on the TQs. So I don't, we might be battling back right now. So I'm going to get out if we take out this high right here, 69.35. I'm not going to hold this all the way back. I actually have another play that I like. I actually like this Google break long now. We're down here at 165. I thought this would be a good level to start buying. So we're going to take a break if it breaks this level. I just got to make sure my order's in there, breaking through 20. It's going to happen right now. Now I feel dumb because we just looked at this down here at 80s and we did not take it. I just said to myself, let's play some, okay, there it is. Now are we in this name? Okay. Let's take this name on the break higher. So now we're into Google. Let's just see if it goes. I want to give it to the bottom. We'll average in a little bit. I don't expect this to go immediately on a break, which obviously it's not doing. So we're going to have to wait now for Google. Tesla's all the way down, by the way. Tesla is right now down to 252 flat. Okay, here we go. So Google. So again, we take a little bit of a break on that one. We're not trying to go, set the world on fire here with this trade. Let's just see if there is some love back up. We just missed a 97 there, so let's buy a little bit there at O's. All right, so here it comes. 165. We're long right now, 165.15. Let's see if that can work out for us. I'm going to take another bid out right now on the TQs in case we're right about Google. So here it goes. Nice move up for the TQs. We'll bid some more at 69. We're into the long on Google against the bottom of the day. You want to break, man. 164.75. We're here to dance. So let's see what Google has to offer us. We're long right now at 15s.
Yeah, the market's catching a little bit of a bid here. I would suspect when the market's gone up, the energy names have come back down. So that Indo into VWAP is probably likely to happen here. There's a few names that I was liking. If I liked it short before all of this, I'm going to like it short on the pops. So I'm waiting here for Rivian to get into VWAP. If it never gets back to VWAP, then 1080 would be the level that we can look to start something. So with the market pulling back in here, here comes INDO. So sitting VWAP, looking to short the pop on Rivian. INDO starting to pull back in. If it can do what it did before, level off, bounce off of VWAP, we'll look to re-enter the trend back in. That's one we're definitely going to like. I want to get back over to Palantir as well. Again, don't want to rush into anything. This is trying to get back above 37. It lost trend in a big way, made a new bottom, not quite 36.5. That's the level that we love, but it still held the higher low from yesterday. So I still like this one for a little bit of strength. 36.50 is the ultimate, but if this can get back in and maybe retest some kind of a higher low adjacent to 36.50, then we like that one, the upside. Again, not rushing into anything here. Intel, I'm not sure I want to short that 23 as much as I liked before, but it's starting to get there as well. So I'm looking for a couple of places to short the pops. Again, that's what we were doing early, but we're going to be patient with it. I don't see any need to rush into them. It's Indo that I think is going to come first. So as that starts to pull back in, we'll look to, never mind, it can't even get to VWAP. This is already back up toward the highs. You got to be kidding me. Indo running, looked like it was about to dip into VWAP, and it's right back up here at the top. So Indo still running higher as we go to Adair for the small cap recap.
Nice bounce here on the IWM on that 15-minute chart. Bit of a bottoming tail candle. Now this bullish candle here trying to take out that entire move down that we got from 10 to 10.15. Let's see if the Russell 2000 can reverse from this key pivotal area. We also, in terms of small cap runners here, MULN on watch. Nice little bull flag for Mullen, holding up pretty well here, up about 15%. No news on this one, but it has run before, as have all of the names on this list, actually. MULN has run before. We have a short float of about 10% on a 1.5 million share float, market cap of under $5 million. Next up here, TIGR. This one's up here about 12%. This is up fintech. This is a Chinese ADR, so one of those, continued strength Chinese ADRs, and watch your TIGR, no specific catalyst. Last but not least, INDO, of course, on this list, up about 50%. No news, but definitely reacting as an energy name. The company is called Indonesian Energy. This one has run before, reacting to the ongoing geopolitical situation we have right now in the Middle East. So INDO with a 5% short float, really strong on the day, guys.
All right, let's be perfectly honest here. We're actually close to being up on Google. We were able to buy that dip twice. We looked at it. We like those levels. We are getting out. We have a bunch of outs here, man. We're planting these red roses right now because it does not want to break this 40 level. So we're just getting out. We're long at 165.10. We do not need this market to turn around on us. And most likely, we don't like holding longs when this looks like this. The futures are down. Very, very risky holding said long. So with that being said, we did exit out. We exit out of half of what we had left on the TQs up here for flat, as you guys can see. So now you're dropping back in. Now it's a 30-cent winner as this name continues to drop lower. So the futures paying us out really well right now. Maybe if we get another move back into the 70s, we can cash out of this futures play. The reason why we got some out on the top side was because of Google. We were already getting some out there. I really wanted the market to rip. We have X amount of shares more in Google than we do in these futures play left on board right now. So here comes Google, right back to where we're long at 165 change. I do want to still buy some of this dip, but we're getting out. The order's already in. If we break back down below here, so that level is 75s or so. 82s is the low here for Google. It looks like the market wants to go lower. We're good because we're short on the Qs, but we're not good on the long here with Google. So yeah, back in on this name. Let's see if we can buy some kind of dip on this. But our risk is very, very tight, man. 165 break. We have that the bottom of the day here as given on Google is 164.80. So a snap down below that and we can grab out. But I think it's a little worth it. We just had a retracement back up on Google. Let's see if it could happen again. I like the strength in the name today, but the market is bleeding and markets will take stock down with them, and that's what they're doing with Google. Great show. Wow. The market is continuously going, man. We're still another 50 handles in on this, so it's a good trade short the market.
Yeah, so we're at 10:30, we're going to have like services revenue, small number, but on a 15-minute, we're yet to have a green candle on the NASDAQ here, breaking through all support, breaking through 20,000. Does look like we're still on the trend to the downside.
Yeah.
In trying to get back into this INDO, okay, it's trying to sell off now. I'm still looking for the dip into 330. If we don't get this, it might just consolidate a little bit higher, holding on to the 341 level. The reason I'm not compromising on price and wanting any kind of a break or too tight is you're at resistance on it. So it either dips exactly where you want it, or it takes out that top and can clear out the next zone into the upside. It's a pure squeeze type name. So it's going to move. It's going to usually outextend any move that you're getting in the other energy names that are more legitimate. Intel, that's what just happened at 23. So you can try to get short, but sometimes you just got to hit the old bid. We're not in Rivian anymore. We're not in Intel, but I do not want to be fighting anything to the long side at this particular point. So we're not going to try to rush into anything. Almog, I know there was, you just mentioned NEO for a retest. There was some idea that you could be relatively strong in China, but the price action has to bear it out. NEO, that's $7. It still can't break through the brick wall of 7. It's got itself a double bottom, but until it makes higher lows off of that, it's like a short at $7. And Sean's already gone over Alibaba, and that's not looking very good as well. Tesla is at 250. Tesla is at 250 right now. And the last time it was here, if you were here the last time, then you kind of know it did like a false break, held 249.5, and then started going. That's a very specific setup. Like the only way that I'm going to get this is if it breaks the low, does not break that $0.50, and then snaps back up through 250. Like I'd rather have it where it runs stops, gets people out, and then I try to go long with a 50 to 60 cent stop on the way back up through than anything else. So Tesla's here down 4%, but that 250, it did this move like a week ago or so, something along those lines. So we're waiting on Indo to join back in the trend, but Tesla, I'm only looking for a false breakdown. If it just breaks and then carry through 249, I don't want any part of it. So there's the break of 250. Looks like it held that 50 level pretty decently. Came right back above, and I did not get filled on the way back through. Okay, so I did not get filled on the way back through. I guess we did miss the bid. I'm just going to leave it and see if we get picked up on it. The stop is already in underneath the $0.50. Maybe I'll move it to 10s or something like that, but we didn't get filled on the way back in. I believe I just heard we're supposed to go to the crypto segment, but you heard the plan. I was trying to get it back through on the 250, so false break for now on Tesla as we go to Adara for crypto.
Bitcoin here actually having a pretty decent start to the day. We were at our highest level here around like 64,000. Now we are below 63, heading into the 62,500 level here on BTC. Now poised for its third straight day to the downside, finding some clear resistance at the 62,000 level on the daily chart. And that comes in spite of actually a good performance for the month of September. Apparently, from what I was reading, this was Bitcoin's best September since its entire inception. The second best was actually its first year there in September 2009. So good look here for BTC on coming off September. October, though, not starting off too great as we move down with the rest of the market in terms of these geopolitical updates. BTC down about 2%. We have Ethereum faring slightly better, down about 1.65%, 1.5%. Trying to hold on to that 2570 level here for ETH. Lots of weakness here in the rest of these names as well. We have Tron flat, slightly positive. This DAI actually positive here in the day, but everything else pretty red to start. Which looks like it's going to be a red start to the month for this entire market and the crypto space, guys.
And the entire market continues to the downside. So pretty much we got in there just in front of 250, stopped underneath that 249.50, no reload, no averaging, nothing. We got inside. Now, if I get it on the way up, maybe we could have scalped some out. You don't really know unless you get the fill on the way back up, but I caught it on the way back down. Tesla's still bleeding into the downside. There's nothing that's changing it. Indo's not doing much. Like this, I felt like I said, I felt like we'd be getting a VWAP retracement here. The longer it holds on to 340, the more this just becomes a trade off of 340. I was expecting that we'd get a little bit more action on INDO. When the market bounced, I was expecting dip, but you're still relatively strong there. And Intel is it's bad. I don't know. I don't have any other way to put this. But it's now, like you can pretty much forget about that 23 even. Got to look for some lower levels to try to play into the trend when joining it. Don't even have anything right now except for the evens. I feel like Rivian's going to give us some room to get to the downside. $10.50, $10 both going to be in play. So the second it makes some kind of a pop or a consolidation, I'm just looking for the next available short. So it looks nasty here. I see in the chat there the Piper Meta, are you going to bounce? I mean, if you can tell me what's relatively strong right now that you like the longs in, I mean, I haven't seen much of anything that I like. Meta, okay, it's not terrible. Meta has held on to yesterday's high and is still green. So I suppose there's some relative strength in Meta, but I'd like to see it reverse this. Like it's all red candles since a breakout at the open or a false breakout at the open. Let's see a bit of a reversion instead of just trying to sit on the bid. So still hunting for some Indo. That's been a couple of times to the long side that's worked. Right now it's trying to make a bit of a run here. It just ran the high of the day and pulling back. So a bit of a false breakout. This could be the VWAP test we've been looking for. Just probably needed to trap some people up at that high.
Yeah, well, we were just looking at the TQs. It's over 100 handles now in the money. So we're, and I was just actually zooming this thing out. And honestly, like, I think that there could be a little bit of pressure here at 68. So I'm trying to get out right now a little bit lower. We did rebuy. I'm still fighting Google, and I went back into the long there. It's 15 cents in the money, but this is a good look here for the TQ. So if we're able to get that, then let's just get out of this trade. So we'll wait to see. It is dripping down in a little bit, but we are back into the Google long. So let's see if that one wants to work. All right, you know what? 68.50. Let's see if we can just get that fill now. We were waiting for 68 quarters on the TQs. Looks like we might have missed that. And that was that bottom, right? 68.40. So we were waiting for it. Hopefully it comes in and gives it to us. Let's get out of a little bit more here. We don't want to just sit here in these longs when we know there hasn't been right. Let's take advantage of another little bit of an up move here. There we go. We do actually wind up getting that futures trade. So that's 100 handles right there. That's a chicken dinner winner. So good trading there on the futures here today. It'll be like the saving grace, or else it would have been a lot worse. Like if we went short there and the market would have ripped up, that would have been bad. But we'll try to make a little bit back here on Google, which we are. We're trying to get out some now in the teens. Hopefully we can get that as we rip through this level, or we do not. But that was a good trade right there. We got 17s or 16s out on a 95 long. So the market just continues to bleed. I'm trying to hope for a retracement back up. I mean, and then the strong names, not in. I was going over to Nvidia because we had lost this one at 120, and I'm just like, why did we not go short? Down to 117 and change. And then SMCI post split today. Our charts will not show it, but down. This one's getting hit as well, down 3+%. The charts on the daily is going to look ridiculous as it is over here. But right now today, pretty choppy for SMCI. Good little hit there if it goes back up through 43, but that may not be happening anytime soon. So yeah, man, the market is what it is. We clear out of our futures trade. That was a nice move down to the bottom again. So we'll take some money there. And now we'll wait to see what happens. Nvidia and Tesla both getting hit today, man. Tesla's down to 249.
Yeah.
249.
You kind of thought it would hold some strength in the robotaxi, but that just hasn't happened. So, well, I guess Palantir did get to 36.5 after all. So that's what a down market does for you. Like, you're going to get to some pretty big levels in here. Oh, there goes Indo. Indo just broke the high, so hang on a second. You don't want to dip by it. If it fails to break of the high of the day, I'm not just going to sit on the bid because that could easily halt down. So there goes Palantir. It just did the over-under. So it broke 36.50 to the downside. Kind of a similar maneuver to Tesla. Like, I don't want to be sitting on it. I wanted to try the test. If it breaks underneath, get it on the other side, give too low of day. So pretty much the exact same thing. If it does not hold this low, then we just get out. Got my stop in. As far as Indo goes, all right, was trying to get that last dip, and of course that's a moment that it just ran the high of the day. So this one continues to go up. Remember, INDO is it's just like a squeeze proxy for energy type name, but it's continuing the trend higher. Never got to VWAP in there, but that 350 holding out nicely. If it doesn't give a re-entry there, a reminder that the daily chart, this is resistance right at 370. So I don't want to buy this high. It needs to clear out these tops, maybe get through the $4 or get over to that $4 level. So Palantir is a new one. INDO is just continuing to run higher along with a lot of its cohorts for sure. Let's see what happens. The market's trying to hold on to 19.9 here, but I didn't see much that I liked in terms of strength and levels. Palantir 36.5 is one we liked for a couple of days. And then Meta is the other one that's holding on to some strength. Hasn't really reversed the trend, but this one looks pretty strong. If this can get back up through VWAP, I think it has a decent chance to go. But the one I took long is Palantir.
All right, guys, we're 50 cents back in the money now on Google, so that's finally started to go. I mean, we said we would try to buy some of these dips. We did that, and we did it pretty good on Google. So let's wait to see now. Here we go, man. We're now 60 cents in the money on this Google trade. good out for us on the TQs, right? I mean, we did sort of nail that bottom there for the futures as well. Come on, Google. Here we go, man. We are doing pretty good now as we get it right back up to the 50-period moving average. It's Google. It's 70 cents now in the money off that bottom. We had to wait for it, man, and I don't like always getting back and forth with it, but we were pretty patient. We picked our poison. We got back into Google. It's a runner right now, back there up to the upside. And we'll try to find some more names for you. Of course, Nike reporting tonight. So if you're going to do it, just do it with Nike. $89 was a level that we were looking at before. It's actually holding out positively right now today, and what's been a pretty bloodbathy kind of day for any of the longs, no matter what. But now Tesla, good bottom pick there on Tesla. Anybody that has that one, I came back and was like 249. Nice move there for Google, back up, or for Tesla, sorry, back up to the upside off of that level. But you know what everyone's here for? I know Adam's here for this. It's what's for lunch. So let's go over our most famous segments. All right, what's on the menu today if everyone's hungry today? This is something that, you could barbecue up, so we'll go a little bit like this. I'm not sure the style this is going to be, but today it's sweet and sour honey hoisin glazed chicken. So that's been good before with Japanese style rice pilaf. Japanese style, okay. With some steamed broccoli, okay, I'm down with that. And then we get the salad with cherry tomatoes, cucumbers, sweet peppers, and julienne carrots. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what's for lunch. It's another chicken on the menu, but we are not chicken to trade today, as Google right there, now 70 cents, right back up to the 50-period moving average. Let's go, Google. Maybe you are the one that carries us to the promised land. Google only down 0.14, NASDAQ down 1.64. I like the stock. I like Google. Google's going higher and higher into the 70s. That's a face slapper right there for us. It is now 80 cents back in the money. Hoisin sauce right there, Mr. Love Shack. There it goes. I thought it was hoisin, but he says hoisin there in the chat. It's all good. It's all good, man. We make, it tastes good. It'll be good right there. It's Google. We just got some out at 70. It's a day saver right there. All right, over to Adara, then we'll come back.
This board getting a little more green here as we see a bit of a recovery, an attempt to make a bottom here in this market. Let's talk about the sectors that are notably strong right now. We have energy, minerals, of course, these oil names benefiting from the right now pretty perilous situation we have going on with regards to tensions in the Middle East. Last I heard, apparently Israel saying they've seen these missiles or potential weapons here entering from Lebanon. So that's certainly something to note there. Energy very strong. We have some strength here in utilities, of course, in regards to energy. Health services having some strength here as well. And consumer non-durables, PEP here. Pepsi at more than 1%, acquiring Siete Foods for about $1.2 billion. So catalyst-driven moves sending Pepsi higher. In terms of weakness, pretty much across the board, one of the biggest things to note here, other than the tensions in the Middle East, is the port strike, which began today as of 12 a.m. So these starting at midnight. Retail trade, of course, being impacted by some of these port closures in the East Coast. AMZN, COST, all here to the downside. Finance right across the board. Electronic technology, notably red. But I do want to talk here about technology services because we have two names a little bit stronger here, Meta and Google, both getting positive analyst notes here from Pivotal Research Group, keeping them a little bit away from the bloodbath that is the rest of this sector and a lot of this market still, guys.
It's worth noting on that board, you see Coke and you see Pepsi actually holding pretty deep, like up 1% each there. So it's not just, we were mentioning oil and defensive names for obvious reasons going to the upside. But yeah, good to see Procter and Coke and those types of things hold up if you got them in your old portfolio. So Palantir did get to 36.5. It did the over-under move. The one that didn't work on Tesla, although it did, I guess, if you hold it past the low of the day. But now trying to get back to, so there's the lower high at 36.65. It just got a bit of a fail there. If it's going to stair step back up to VWAP, I want it to hold the higher low right at the 36.5 level. Okay, Indo starting to pull back a little bit. I don't know, this might be overextended. I feel like this is the spot. If we cannot hold on above 370 on the daily, you could start going in the other direction. But it's held VWAP for now. But this is the big level on the daily, and that's where it's choking up a little bit here on INDO. So I've been pretty cautious in terms of getting back into it because I think you're in a bit of a downswing on that exuberant oil move, I suppose is what we're calling it. So Palantir, we're in it, but INDO, it might not be a trade anymore if it loses this same level. Almog in the chat.
Mog.
So Duo, that's the small capper that we were talking about this morning, Fang D or whatever it's called, halted to the upside here with a 310 tap. So the indicated open price is 310. This is right where it halted down at the morning, right at $3. So recovery past this would be a nice reversal for this for Duo. It's just one of those Chinese lower float names that has a chance to get back into the upside. But Palantir is the one I'm looking at, obviously because we're in it. And Indo, I'm not as sold on this dip buy, but it's still holding VWAP for now. But watch out for that Duo. Above $3 looks pretty solid because the whole price this morning was the $2.99 level. So here comes Indo, and it's coming in very rapidly into VWAP. That's not what you want to see. You want to see it bounce and level off here again before jumping in. And the retest of Palantir at 36.50 would be a real low spot for me.
So we made a small, very small keystroke error, but it did change our price. We're almost 80 cents now in the money on Google, but I hit a buy there instead of a sell, so we immediately bought and sold at the same time here once we made that error. So that's fine, in and out there, but I'm not adding to the position up here. Our long really is down here, 164.90s, 164.80s. So let's see if we can get a little bit more of a bump up. We did real good getting out of that TQs, man. I mean, that was a good out there, 68.50, saved us from this move all the way up. So far, so good on that one. I'm only into Google right now, letting this one sort of settle down. But I am noticing what just happened. We did get a bounce right back to the 50-period moving average. That's a short. So we probably should have shorted the futures one more time. And it looks like that would have been working out completely fine because look at the TQQs. There's the short off of here, 18s, 19s. Would have given you a little bit of love there, but not much on that level. So we'll wait to see there. Oh, man, now it's good. There's the short off the 50-period moving average. Oopsies. What happened there? Off the 50-period moving average. I want to zoom in a little bit. So, yeah, good retracement right there. Should have had that, but that's okay. Google still holding out okay. Alibaba, again, wow, check out the account after this one. Alibaba right now, 109 and holding out. Good level. I don't want to go short this name, but if you're looking at it, we've already been up here. We were at 109.25 before and dropped down $2 from this exact level. So watch out now for potential move higher in Alibaba because you bounce off the 200, you take VWAP as if it doesn't exist. I'm not looking for a higher now, looking for a higher break of 190, 102, Sean, 109.25. I keep looking at this Google. 102.95 is the level for Alibaba. So if we take out that high of the day, I think that's good. We've already supported it. Let's see if it goes higher. I just don't know if the market's going any higher right now. We've already sort of made our bed with Google, and it's having a hard time down here, up here, going. So we'll wait, we'll relax, we'll just sit back, see if it can work. I like that Alibaba break, 109.25, a little bit higher. Indo, you're already in Indo.
Well, I've been in it a couple of times, but that last little test of the high, this is the oil futures contract, which I haven't shown today, probably should. The last little test of the high, which was a false break of the high, did not really pull all that far back. So it looked like we were about to trend back down into maybe like 69.8 or VWAP, which seems like so far away. So Indo's over here, looking for the bounce off VWAP there, but I have my eyes on oil futures, so I'm going to get up and make sure I have another chart. So as long as we're kind of pulling back, I don't want to buy Indo when this is giving it up into prior support. If it holds on to prior support and we're still above 340, then I like it. Just wanted to walk through. I am keeping an eye on energy prices. Indo's like a proxy trade because like oil's not going to move 10%, but obviously INDO is going to because it's just that low float type runner. I did want to get back over to Intel because if the market rolls over again, there's a bit of an if. This is attempting to break the trend from earlier. So the trend on the early move to the downside, you're now kind of closing multiple candles above the trend line. So if it retakes the trend to the downside, I think it's a short. Otherwise, I think this could be headed into VWAP. Feel very similarly about Rivian, although the difference with Rivian, this looks pretty clean to just short VWAP, or maybe even underneath that 1075, 1080 area. So Palantir is a few pennies away from a reload off of 36.5. Rivian, which we thought was a short to begin with, can't get to VWAP, so we're just going to play the lower highs as it continues to put them in. Duo being bipolar, yeah, probably, and Tesla taking off. Always have to keep an eye on Tesla. Look at that. Like it didn't give the move right at 250. It gave the move at 249. But if this is going to be bouncing, I should get off the offer of Rivian and just play it safe. Wait for this to start cresting out before we get short on Rivian. Don't want Tesla breaking out the top, and then you're trying to short Rivian. So it's really just Palantir with Indo trying to hold the bid as oil futures slow down a little bit after all that geopolitical mess. So 36.50 is the line we want to buy on Palantir there. See if we can play back into the 70s. It's been a weak morning so far, but if you've been, you had to flip over into the trend, either join energy names long or join everything else short. I say that, but you could trade Lockheed Martin if you want to. I just figure $3 energy stock versus $500 name with $2 spread like an LMT. Never going to be something I would trade. Probably good for you options guys as well. D-Loaf says check Hood. It was a news story on Hood this morning. Double top breakdown on the daily, 22.23. You should keep it on the radar. There was they added some services. I don't forget exactly what it was in Europe. So there was a bit of a positive story on Robinhood. I haven't looked at these guys in a hot minute. So 22.23 you say for a double top breakdown. Yikes. 22.20. Oh, you mean like a flat bottom break? Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure what you meant by that, but you mean a flat bottom break here. There's one wick underneath at 22.20, but absolutely that looks like a flat bottom break here on Robinhood. Down 4% already. No, that's 100% D-Loaf. I'm glad you spotted this one here because, yeah, I like that break on Robinhood. Long consolidation, failed off the highs, double tap 24. You have a weak market. You got a lot going on here. And there's not even a green candle on this on the 15-minute. It's a straight shot down. 22.20 looks like the bottom here for that flat bottom break on Hood.
Dara?
Whoops.
DXY actually finding nice support now, not one, but two green candles on the daily chart, trying to take out this previous level of chop here at that, just above that 101 area. Of course, the key area here for the DXY is going to be 101.75. Right now, we're just below 101.20. So this move up in the DXY could be a little bit motivated by what we have going on geopolitically and in the world. We, of course, have tensions between Israel and Iran continuing to escalate over there. Some strikes apparently imminent. Also, we have the port strike going on as well, impacting a lot of operations in the coast and set to, at least from what's being expected to impact the U.S. economy pretty significantly. So DXY, regardless of what happens here, we never broke below that 100 level, now back above 101. Economic data we got today as well. JOLTS job openings higher than expected, 8.04 million versus 7.693 million expected. We also had a higher than expected S&P manufacturing PMI, lower than expected ISM manufacturing PMI, and construction spending numbers. In terms of other economic data today, no major prints, but we have Fed's Bostic and Cook speaking at 11 a.m. Then after the close, 6:15 p.m., we get Fed's Bostic again, along with Barkin and Collins. So Fed speak, this whole week looks like this is on the horizon. We have at least one Fed speaker a day for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Let's see if this moves the market in addition to all of the other things we have going on right now, guys.
All right. Yeah, we talked about a little bit about Endo there, a little bit of a lesser name here. I've just been on Google, Nvidia, the triple Qs, and Alibaba today, and we're making some money back here on Google. Again, but look what's happening right now as we zoom in a little bit to it. You're just trying to ride this 50-period moving average. I like that. I like that it's holding it, but very, very close. I'm not going to reload anything to the long side until we get a lot lower than where we are right now. I mean, loading something up now and waiting for this bottom is disaster waiting to strike. So I am not going to do that. It will be a negative day for me today, but again, a lot better. The fact that we were able to pick up that Google, a lot better than it could have been if we had sort of been stubborn about this play as well with Nvidia. But let's just take a look at some other names to see if there's something that might be going. So Meta, again, Meta's been a pretty strong play for us. Not for us, but for the market. We haven't really traded too much Meta. It's been holding out well, but up now 0.87. So this is a name that we should probably put some more respect on. I mean, today, look at the chart. It's respect for sure. But just looking at what we've been doing here on Meta, it's been holding. So again, it's not really like at a breakout level, but I think if you could get back into here, 75, maybe there's something there. So let's not sleep on that offer there, 75, or bid, sorry, 75, in case it comes back down. I'd rather it just sort of like take its time to get down here than anything else, but I don't know if that's going to happen. So that would be my best bet, would be that just sort of drifts and we can average in, then it holds, then it goes. But you're going to need the market to go. I'm not like necessarily hearing any huge news here. The NASDAQ went to the 50 period and faded out. We missed that trade. We should have been on that. Fortunately, we were so sort of hoping that Google long was going to continue to go, but we should have just stuck with, again, something that is my best stock today is the TQQs. So we should have just stayed with that. We were long early, then short, and it's right into there. That 68.25 would have been good. The Yemen Houthis are now, Houthis are talking right now, and just hearing it in our ear. So yeah, there is still more unsettledness here with Israel, Lebanon, and so on and so forth, Palestine. And I don't want to misreport anything, but
yeah,
look up the news.
No, I mean the negative news. Negative news still coming in there, and the market's looking relatively weak. I want to get to good news. Thank you to Nick Dubs for the super chat in here. So thoughts on MGNI, dip buy on the extended time frame. Meta looks great too. So we've been through like Meta relatively strong. I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, the market's not great, but Meta has looked relatively strong. I'm not going to disagree with that at all. So this is an advertising firm that, to be honest, I don't really know too much about, but look, it's dumped down 15% today. So again, you're looking for an SSR bounce. Typically speaking, if I'm trading something for an SSR bounce, I want it to be a name that people are really, really interested in and is heavily day traded, so you get that kind of rubber band action. It did already bounce the daily chart off this 200 period once, going back into, what is this, like August, like 8th or whatever that is, I suppose. And it's trying to do the same thing here. So you got the right level. I just don't want an SSR bounce in something like as a trade in a stock that's not more heavily traded or interested. So it's got the right level on it. It's already made that bounce. Like technically speaking, there's your wick bottom, there's your higher low. So the whole dip into VWAP thing is set up. If this same thing happens to like Rivian or something, which is going to do much more volume or just have the better moves, I probably would take the trade. But I like that. I like the idea. That's generally what I'd look for when a stock is down over 10%. I just don't know this stock very well. Usually we do that on things that we actually know and trade. But yeah, it is a candidate. It's a 50-period moving average. It's already made a higher low. It's SSR down that 16%. Outside of that, I don't know anything else about the name. Palantir just retested the 50 level, 3650 that is. I always do that. Go from a NASDAQ symbol to a New York and hit enter way too fast. So there it's attempting to bounce, but I can want it to hold this higher low, but it doesn't mean it has to hold this higher low. So I'm just looking for a nice green candle like it did last time when it made a bit of a bottom and then try to go long off of that. So it's trying to hold up here. I mean, this will conclude in a couple of minutes. Intel, which we like to the south side, is not really giving us that breakdown underneath the bottoms. Might have to just wait. It's now broken the trend, but not going up. So got to look for a consolidation, a type of short. And Indo, which has been a good long a couple of times here.
Sipping on it, baby.
I know it's hilarious because that name, it just makes me think of Snoop Dogg too, like a lot of other people. It's allergic to VWAP. And allergic to VWAP above it means it's been a good long. So I keep thinking we're going to get VWAP, and just like in here before, like it worked early, you were getting bounces directly off VWAP, but just because it worked early doesn't mean it's going to work late. The last couple of times, it's been like 10, 15 cents above that, maybe even 20, where you've had to get in, because there goes another run, 60% up on this thing. So if it's the runner today, you just got to try to join it one more time here. Looks like maybe the 355 level is going to be the place to be. Smoking on that Indo, although this is not that type of a name. It's just an energy name.
Indonesian there. Yeah. Okay, so look, we took advantage of that Google play. It just ripped up and we got 59s there or something like that. So, you know, what's been doing this? Any kind of a move up we should take. So that was 59s. So good out for us. I'm pretty much done right now. I'm going to relax, probably chill out, see what Adam's up to. and then just give the wife a call and then come back and just settle this down, the market right now. I feel like it's still a short, but at the same time, we could have a little bit of a rally move. I'm comfortable holding on to this one. Our stop on Google will still be back down into here. The low of the day, if it breaks 75 is when we're going to get out. So that's not even really the low. The low is, I guess we might as well change it now. 60s basically, but I don't know if we're getting there. It's just that would be a trade for me. I kind of want to hold on to Google. I don't have any more offers. I actually do at 166. So if we get up to there, fine. But if this market rallies, I'm happy with this name. So let's leave it at that and see if there's going to be any more possibility there. Thank you, Bears versus Bulls, for the kind words. Again, you know, I'll be red here. Wow, Tesla's really bad. I mean, who knows if we'll be red or not? I mean, let's just hope that Google can come back up. But right now, Tesla, what a move off 249. I can't believe when I even said it, I was like, Tesla's at 249. That seemed absolutely ridiculous. Nice move back up. The market is still bleeding. We're still down 1.6, but wow, Tesla, $4 straight back to the upside. Does Nvidia have the same fate? No, only up about $1 from 117 and change. Tesla really got the energy underneath it, as did Google. I think Google, I mean, you show me a name right now that looks kind of like this, trying to hold the 50 period, potentially going higher. So we're right back into this level that we got out last time. I'm going to try to hold on here just to see if Google does extend out. Our offer is 166. That's my next offer. Let's see if we get up there. But I like Google for the long. I like everything for the long right now, but I don't love it. So for me, little hands off there, and we'll enjoy the walk. We'll enjoy some talk, and we'll get this all figured out when we come back. But again, let it settle down. A little bit of a rough morning there for the longs.
Yeah, it's like the market's still trying to hold the bottom, but it's not doing a great job. I mean, it's still just pound here 36.5. Indos, by the way, it looks like it's going to break the high before it gives me a chance to get back into it again. I don't want to take a break, but we'll let it consolidate one more time in there. And then lastly, before we throw over, Apple's starting to try to do a rounded bottom off of 225. So that's a pretty solid support level for Apple here. But there's your rounded bottom. Just needs to take out the other side, which is 225 and a half. And then it can have a chance to reverse its trend. But hey, you're going to be in good hands. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. This market is not going to sleep. But enjoy, learn to trade with Sharif and Joseph. Go get them, boys. Joseph.
Oh, where's our entry, Ram? Okay. All right. Well, what is up, entry. Beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your boy Joe over here, Ram. Oh, no, he's not involved.
No,
okay.
no.
I guess he's not involved in the show no more. I'm Sharif, and we're going to wait for everyone to find their way on over. We have a couple of OGs. Shout out to Darwin, who's doing the disco dance there. We got Matthew Booth. Joe's got an account now, baby. Joe W is the account, so we're gonna be getting to Joe in a hot second there once his mic is dealt with. We got Adara, Botrix, Juan, Alejandro Castillo, and Pitchbull. We got Yannick, not that Yannick, not Sweater Yannick. We got a different Yannick. We got Robbie V and Barry, a proper dang paradox. Shout out to Enrag. We got Vic Yan Novak and Black Sheep Trades, Jeremy Newman, the beautiful Gate. Picky Eater, as well as Damn. Enjoy the fun with Josie. Yes, I do like that name. Bedford or Betstone Burrell. We got Gorev, we got Fiddlebeck, we got Greystone, ABC Premium, as well as Italian Honeybees. I like that. The Katina man likes that too. So we're gonna, yeah, he likes that. San Vincent, bruh. We got D-Loaf, Ichiban Hedger. I like that. Very technically based. Okay. We got T-Money. We got Daryl Brandit, Zion Lala, and Stephanie's Journey, Rogelio Concepcion, and the Suppliers Delivery. Too many names to list. Joe, what's up, man?
Hey, man, we're just working on some things. How you doing today?
Good, yourself, man?
Good, brother. We're good. We're ready to rock and roll. We're excited to talk to you guys today. So, yeah, we're just looking at some stuff. What are you looking at today, bro?
You know how I love my small caps,
Small
man. Come
cap
on.
the king,
Neil
small
starts
cap
yelling
king.
about Indo. You know what I mean? There's other names. We're looking at those. We got a great lesson. We got a level 2. We're continuing on that today. But anything you want to cover before we jump into the lesson?
Yeah, there's actually a couple of things I want to cover here. And it's me looking at Nvidia. We're in some Nvidia here right now. And it's starting to slowly pull back. We're looking for a move up to VWAP, but there's one thing that I really wanted to cover from a technical standpoint, and that's something on a daily perspective on Tesla. And I'm a Tesla bull. I like Elon. He's a really good guy. He's always into a bunch of different things. But there's one specific thing that I want to pull up here on Tesla. and that's this pivot here. I'm looking for Tesla to break 270 in the near future. Unfortunately, we've had this massive sell day, and we've had a pretty strong move up here, but eventually in the near future, I'm looking for Tesla to break this 270 and we continue to the top side and even go higher, Sharif. That was my good look for the day.
I love it, man. I just want to let everybody know, guys, that Neil drops hot lines at 12 o'clock. We know that that's his lesson of the day. Right after Neil, though, baby, we're going to have my main man, Adam DeLuce, right up on this desk. He's going to take over for 10 minutes from Joe. We're going to be talking about algos, guys. Adam has an algo company, a trading company, so he's well versed in the subject matter. If you want to know more about algos, just like you want to know more about options with my man Joe, you will join Adam and I at 12:10, 12:15 once Neil is seized dropping hot lines. So shout out to Neil, shout out to Adam. All right, guys, let's get to the lesson of the day because we got no time to spare. We are talking about level 2 all week. Yesterday, we kind of introduced the subject matter, Ram. Today, we're going to get more nuanced with it as we always do. So we're going to talk about how to identify areas of support and resistance using level 2. It's easy to do that in the chart. You just need to look at where the candles are finding a base and finding a top. We're going to talk about do that exact same thing, obviously a little bit differently in a different way with level 2. So let's get right to it. So traders, welcome back. Yesterday, we explored the intricacies of the order book. Now let's leverage that knowledge and identify dynamic support and resistance zones using level 2. So what are we talking about here? Let's introduce the subject matter very briefly, as we always do. Traditionally, these support and resistance zone lines are drawn in a chart based on historical price action. However, the order book offers real-time, not past, real-time insights into where these zones might be forming or where they might be shifting to. So this is kind of what we're talking about here. Look at this. So we've got 175.15, you've definitely got a big order size there relative to where the other lots that are showing up on different levels, okay? So look at this. So potential support 175-ish. Let's look over here, right? So this is kind of what it's showing us. It's showing us support at around 175. Now, what's the other side of the coin? It's showing us resistance at around 175.60, essentially to 175 and a third, a little bit bigger of a resistance level. And so that's how it kind of would be depicted there. So you'd have it depicted here on the book in this way, and generally, most likely it would look something along the lines of that. So the order book depth as a lifeline, what do we mean by that? So we're looking for areas with significant order volume on either side of the book. So a high bid depth, this is what we call level 2 support, high bid depth. What this is a cluster of bids at a specific price level indicating that there is buying pressure that can potentially hold up the price from falling further. This area becomes a potential zone. And you heard me talk about this yesterday ever so briefly when I mentioned big size moving up the bid with you. If you are long, what you're looking for is a big order below the area you're long or below the current price action. Why? Because if the price action were to dip, you're looking to that big buyer to prevent the price from falling any further. This is what we call high bid depth, and it is a form of support on the level 2. Exact opposite is true. High ask depth, right? This is what we call resistance. It's a concentration of asks at a price level, indicating selling pressure that can, stall or reverse the price advance. This area becomes the potential resistance zone. And here's what we're looking at, right? Look at the amount of orders on the 529 from $5.29 all the way to 531. Juxtapose that to the size we have at 32, 33, and 34. There is no comparison. So we know there is big boy buying at that 5 1/3, whether you like it or not. That's exactly what is showing up there. Now, what we don't have, Joe, is that deeper look. What's the size at the 540s or 550s? Obviously that's beyond the scope here, but this is what I want to show you. There is obviously an imbalance of buy orders on the left side of that level 2 than there is on the right side. So this is what we call high bid depth. Opposite is true as well, baby. Look at this. these are screen captures, they're not live, but I needed this to kind of show the imbalance over here. So we're talking about a two penny stock on this side. So you have likely bigger orders waiting because of the price. The Katina Man says the market is tanking. And it is. I'm looking at it. Shout out to the Katina Man. All right, so look at this. At 203, you basically got 1.8 pennies up to 2.03. And then over here, you've got basically 2.06 up into 2.7. Look at the order imbalance on the size of the ask. 770,000 shares on one gateway, baby, at that 2.1 penny level. And there's another 200,000 waiting there. And then look, there's another almost 202,000. So you guys get it, right? This is what we call high ask depth. And it is a form of resistance. Now, the art of the order book whispers. Obviously, it's we're making these titles for whatever giggles, but the idea is sound. So the order book shifts. This is when we talk about a sudden increase, in bids or asks, works both ways at a particular level, which can foreshadow a support or resistance forming there in the distant or in the very close future. What I mean to say. And the order book vacuums as well. And I want to stress these are noticeable absences of orders, whether bid or ask, at a price level, which can indicate to the person using it a potential breakout zone, right? If it's below a current support level, for example, there might be buyers waiting to step in. Conversely, a vacuum above resistance suggests less resistance for a potential price surge. So what I mean by that, let's go back over here. So if this was, let's just pretend these are more levels, 2.4, 2.5, 2.7. If there is very little size on these subsequent price levels on the ask than there was on these areas over here, that means if these sellers get taken out by an exuberant buyer, there's likely nothing to prevent the buyers from pushing up the price if the main sellers are at this price level right here at 2.1, 2.2, 2.35. Once those bad boys are gone, unless there is another lot of big sellers, the price will usually gap up. And that's what we're talking about, an order book vacuum, okay? Where you have a lot of concentrated, either buy orders or sell orders, works both ways. But then after that or below that, there seems to be nothing. That is usually a bit of a vacuum there. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Yeah, great stuff here. Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic stuff. And just to touch on what Sharif is saying and what we went on through yesterday is you can see the different imbalances on the level 2. And that's why we like to use quote highlights. So as Sharif was showing you guys, you highlight those orders so that you can see the specific imbalance on the level 2. And Honcho Trade had a great question in there, so hopefully I can answer it the best I can here. So how do I journal, he essentially asked me. Well, what you can do to start journaling is I like to divide my session up into parts. So I have 9:30 till 11, 11 to 2, and then 2 in the close. So then now you have these 3 sections of your journaling that you can add, and then now you build sample sets of the trades. Okay, what am I more proficient in? Am I more proficient in 9:30 to 11, 11 to 2, and 2, and so on? So that's just one way you can look into journaling your trades. Make sure you're looking for the identical setup so that you can collect relative data and so that everything kind of looks the same. You're not taking trades all over the place and just punching keys to punch keys. So if you divide everything up, that way everything can be organized, and then now you know where you're more efficient at the end of the day.
Appreciate that, man. Yeah. And feel free to add color whenever you want because I feel like you have excellent insights, man. So I appreciate that, Joe. Let's go on to the next topic. Confirmation, though, is key. So while the order book provides these valuable clues that we're all looking for, it's certainly not a crystal ball. Here's how to add weight to your analysis. First and foremost, price action confirmation. What do we mean by that? So in this specific case, what we're looking for, the price to actually touch or stall near the identified support and resistance zones on the chart. This validates the order book signal. So what do I mean by that? So you see that monster seller at 200, like before Apple broke 200, okay? That monster seller at 200, let's call it Amazon, because Amazon still hasn't broken 200 post-split. And you see a huge wall of selling right there. But then the price moves right up to it, and Well, it just blows through that 200. Well, what happened there? Well, clearly there was a hidden buyer, or the buyer stepped in de novo, meaning they didn't post their buy orders on the exchange, so they were unknown of until the price reached that 200. So what you're looking for is, yes, you've identified that support and resistance zone on the level 2. You feel you have a good level, but the price action absolutely disrespects that. Well, what happened there? Well, basically, just the story that I just told you. Either, it was a hidden order at those levels, or the buyers came in anew once we ascended into that price level. So keep that in mind. Price action confirmation with the identified SNR zones in level 2. The other one is technical indicators. You can use indicators like these moving averages, RSI, the relative strength indicator, to gauge overall price momentum and the potential trend reversals around these zones. So what do I mean by that? So you're looking for potentially a resistance level, 200 on Amazon. All right, fantastic. The level 2 is showing you that there's a big seller there. The price action on the chart is showing you that we've rejected on 200 in the past. All that's great. But what do the moving averages show you? Are we oversold on the RSI once we get into that 200? Are they helping your cause? In essentially is what I'm trying to say, in basically saying, yes, that 200 zone is a level of resistance. So you're always trying to add more weight. Remember, Adair used to say this all the time, the balance of the dang evidence. Where is it pointing? So that's what I want to say then.
Yeah, that great stuff. Great stuff.
Dynamic adaptations as well, Joe. So these are what we call order book fluctuations. What happens here? So remember, the order book is fluid, right? Levels can change rapidly. Be prepared to adjust your support and resistance zones based on real-time order book movements. They are dynamic, not static tools. And there's also the impact a news catalyst can have, especially intraday on these levels of support and resistance that you've identified on level 2. So news can dramatically alter those levels. For example, positive news might elevate the support zones or weaken those resistance zones. So even though you've earmarked good levels, you may have confirmation with the technicals, and news catalyst can throw you a curveball. You need to be ready for that. And here's a little bit of an advanced tip on an indicator we haven't used too often on this show, Joe, the time-weighted average price, TWAP, baby, not VWAP, but TWAP.
Wow.
Yeah, these are TWAP orders. These are sophisticated orders that aim to buy or sell certain amount of stock at an average price over a specified time frame. At an average price over a specified time frame. So you're looking for these large TWAP orders on the buy side near support or on the sell side near resistance. It suggests institutional interest, maybe potentially aligning with your identified support and resistance zone. So, not the most thorough, lesson with respect to the intricacies of level 2, but just enough for the show, get everybody's beak wet a little bit, Joe.
Yeah, no, that's great stuff, Sharif. Absolutely great stuff. So make sure you guys got your pen and paper down and you're taking notes, because he's just feeding you guys gold. But there's absolutely one thing I want to touch on from a risk to reward standpoint.
Adara. Yeah,
we're going to Adara.
Yeah, sorry.
We'll be back. No, that's all right. We're going to Adara first. And it's Fabian.
SPY at another bottom here. We do have some now reports here coming from an official. It looks like in the U.S. saying the U.S. is now expecting Iran to strike Israel in the next few hours with high-speed missiles. That is being reported here by Axios. Again, Axios giving a lot of the details here with this event. So let's see if S&P 500 could make a bottom here, down about 1.3%. Near lows. Let's see what comes next here as we continue to get updates in this situation.
I just love one day without people getting blown up. It'd be nice.
Hey.
One day. Can we get a day off?
Just a day off.
A day off.
Yeah, just one day off. That's all we need.
You were about to drop hotline.
Yeah. Me and Fabian we were just working on something here, but I just want to touch on something here quickly on this. My first trade on Nvidia. So as you can see, I punched out. I got stopped out, and that's totally acceptable. But from a game plan and RVR percentage, what we're looking for is here. This is my out, right? Why I got out of this trade is that you can see from a volume standpoint that we are pulling back towards view up. I was looking for it, but there was no buying volume in order to sustain the push. And with that, that tells me, hey, this is a really weak pullback, and we may not go to the top side. Are we back? We're back to Adara.
Get it, Adara.
We'll get back. We're back to Adara.
Lots of news in this market. Nvidia getting a pretty pretty steep volume increase to the downside here. We have Ming-Chi Kuo. This is an analyst that covers a lot of Apple supply chain related issues, making a new post saying that Nvidia is halting the development of its GB200 GPUs, saying that he still sees some long-term positivity in AI and Nvidia specifically, but, quote, frequent product plan changes likely softening short-term trading sentiment. So seeing Nvidia as maybe a little bit more bearish short-term, bringing the market to the downside again. NVDA pushing lower with volume on Ming-Chi Kuo comments, guys.
And Adara, sorry, Joe.
No, and we're back. No, we love it. We need those inputs right away.
Yeah, for sure.
We absolutely need those. It's absolutely fantastic. So yeah, just to touch back onto what I was saying previously before and why it's so important to stop out of your trades when you're supposed to. I had a definitive risk level. I was going to risk the low. Why was I in this trade? We have volume price analysis signals here. So this can indicate to me that we're going to go potentially to the top side. So I did exactly that. I took some size and we continued to the top side here. Considering that I was almost at a 2-to-1 risk to reward, and this came back against me, I'm not going to take a full stop out. So that's really important in the longevity of when you're trading. Oh. Hey, no, that's all right.
They're messing with you.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
Stop bullying him, Ram.
So there we are, over there. So, no, again, so this is why it's so important to stop out of your trades, guys, right? You want to get out. You don't want to hold on to these losers. And look what exactly happened after I punched out. The market decided to drag a little bit lower. And that's okay. We're going to wait. We're going to wait for the potential setup again. Maybe it just wanted to grab more liquidity and then move to the top side. But this is a prime example of when you have a profitable trade and it comes against you, you want to stop out early. So if you're looking for a 2-to-1 and you're at a 1.5-to-1, maybe cut that trade at break even, right? You don't want a really big winning trade to turn into a loser. And that's why we cut out of this trade. We're ready to punch again, and it's looking like there might be a potential opportunity here, and we're going to take advantage of it, Sharif.
I love it, man. I love it. All right, Adara.
Back to Adara.
Get it, Adara.
We're back.
First segment of the day here, we're going to have the sector board up. This is a segment I do in the afternoon as well, where we take a look at some of the larger movers in the S&P 500 to both the upside and the downside here. So just waiting for that sector board. I know Lockheed Martin, LMT on watch here, as well as NOC. These pushing basically to high of days as the rest of the market falls down due to what's going on, of course, with the war. So some of these military defensive stocks pretty strong here today, that is for sure. Just waiting on that green screen here, but LMT certainly on watch, as is NOC. A lot of these are definitely going to be more to the downside. We also have Dell a little bit weaker here. Michael Dell selling about $1.2 billion worth of shares. They also announced an offering. And then last but not least, we also have Apple to talk about here, AAPL. This one having some negative notes from Barclays with regards to its production. Also, Apple being negatively impacted there by the dock workers strike. This does impact the East Coast, so some speculation Apple could be impacted heading into the holiday season, along with a lot of retailers. Lots of catalysts bringing some of these stocks to the downside, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not something that I actually thought about. Well said there, Dare. I didn't even put that two and two together. The dock strike, because basically anybody with a hard good is going to be in trouble here.
Yeah, a lot of trouble. Yeah,
45,000 workers. It ain't no joke, bro.
No, it's no joke. It's no joke. So I know we had shipping problems a couple of years ago when everything got stuck in that
COVID
in that channel there. I forget which one it was.
Yeah, man. The what are the shipping containers were like sitting in the.
So it was just chaos, and there was a part of inflation too that I guess threw a flame under that. So there's those types of things. Right now we're in some Apple. We're looking on the identical setup as that we just did on Nvidia. Unfortunately, it's not showing up on the screen just yet for you guys, but as you can see, we're looking for the same pattern on Apple. This thing's already down 3.5% on the day, so maybe we pull back towards VWAP. As you can see, it's kind of hugging price pretty tight here, so who knows, maybe the market makers or whoever wants to keep this price a little bit lower. I don't know why it's not. Here we are. Here's the daily. And yeah, so again, we were just not too shy off of all-time highs on Apple. So we're looking for things to break like I was looking for in Tesla. And now we're going to look for a push up to VWAP here on Apple, which seems to be working out pretty well here. But we're not going to hold on to these things. We have a definitive out. As you can see, we have a potential double bottom on the 1 minute. And that's what we're looking at. We're looking to play the bounce off of this level. And we're going to keep our risks tight. The market is really weak. So if the longs aren't there, don't force it. We don't want to force the longs on, especially on days today. We had job openings at 10, is it? Oh, so yeah, those already passed. So that can add some weakness into the market. So again, just don't fight the trend. If the trend is down, make sure you have definitive ins and outs on your trades. If you are going to counter trend, make sure that you have your definitive out, right? And make sure that you're just not punching keys. Just have a trade plan, build your sample sets. Like the question from before was, how do you journal? Well, if you build large enough sample sets, then you can know when your entries are going to be a little bit more precise and maybe not. So those are things that we're looking for. And as Apple continues to work here, we want to also make the trade a little bit bigger in size. So we're going to look to add to this position as well, too, Sharif.
All right, before we send it to Adair, guys, I'm getting this. Shout out to Darwin, the OG. Analyst Ming Chi Kuo says Nvidia halt. Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry, Adair. Was this what you're... Adair, get it. Take it, Adair. All right, so I'll go on with it here. Analyst Ming Chi Kuo says Nvidia halting development of GB200. That's their basically Blackwell, which is the two there because they're dual, right? You don't get them just singles. The GB is the dual. Yeah, there you go. Dual rack versions. Long-term AI and Nvidia trends remaining positive but frequent production plan changes, likely softening short-term trading sentiment. Again, Ming Chi Kuo, the same dude who talks about, Apple with weak demand. I'm pretty sure that's the same analyst, so shout out to that. That is being reported by Medium.com and citing Ming Chi Kuo's, I believe, a Twitter or X. So interesting there. Keeping an eye on Nvidia. Nvidia's already down. I don't really see a real reaction to it at the moment because that headline came in exactly 11:22. Basically saw at the same time as you, Darwin. Shout out to you again. Thank you for bringing us that. Adara also had it. Shout out to Adara. And this is the look on NVDA. I think we bottoming tail dipped into 116.20, got bought up, breaching 117. Now let's see how the market reacts. In any event, we have been awfully respectful, Joe, of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 today with NVIDIA. There has been no breach. Every single retracement into the 10 exponential has sold off. So that is the real deal right now. We're going to keep an eye out on that because this is kind of bizarre. You got to wonder, this is a supply problem here because all we kept hearing was demand for Blackwells through the roof, demand for Blackwells through the roof. So it's got to be some sort of production issue.
Something along those production.
Well, basically, they're taking all of TSMC's output.
Yeah.
And AMD can't get their hands on any chips because NVIDIA is basically bullying Taiwan Semi into making their chips first. You know what I mean? So that's a bit of a
when you got the cat, money talks, right?
Money talks, bro.
So when you're NVIDIA, you can pretty much do anything you want, right? So that's what happens when you have that type of cash flow coming in, and especially the demand, right? These Blackwell chips are supposed to be going for around $40,000, I think, around. Something like those lines.
And the dual? The dual's going to be double that.
Yeah, which is absolutely insane cash flow wise. You got big people like Meta and all these guys buying an abundance in these chips. So that's just going to add to NVIDIA's revenue, and that's absolutely insane. We have Apple here that's working pretty good for us right now. The stocks are pretty much down 3.5%. And I was talking about Apple the other day when you have these strong stocks and they're down this much, just be patient, hold your horses, right? Pack your patience and wait for the potential for these stocks to absolutely rebound. We have tech, which is sold pretty heavy, but you know what's really banging today, Sharif? ADRs, the Chinese ADRs. BABA is up 2.7% today, which is absolutely insane. I thought these things were totally overbought and needed somewhat of a breath. But it doesn't matter. These things just want to continue to move to the top side, so we're not going to fight it, right? That's just something that you're going to hear me continuously say. We're going to go with the flow at all times. So as Apple works here, we're going to continue to go with the flow. If we break this 225.51 level, we're going to add into this position. We should have added around 225, but that's okay. There's always going to be another opportunity, especially if we pull back towards the VWAP here. So we're going to look to take advantage of that, absolutely. So make sure if you guys have any questions for me about options or anything about what's going on today, say, how do I journal? How can I improve my trading, Joe? Sharif and I are here. We're going to do our best that we can to answer those questions. But again, throw the options questions my way. I love it. I get long in the tooth when we start talking about options. So please send them my way if you guys have any questions, Sharif.
Love it. And just to remind everybody, Joe is now taggable in that chat, baby, at Joe W. Is it just throw up a message, Joe, so everybody can see it super quick. Joe now taggable in the chat. Thank you, Ram, for that. All right, guys, I'm long here on EONR. This is trading on the Amex network. On the Amex, it is a pink sheet name. I'm in here because it is at the volume weighted average price. I don't necessarily like the breach of VWAP because it did wick below the volume weighted average price, but it was quick to get bought up at this level. Stop is in place. I'm looking for a general area hold here. Now, it's not just VWAP that I like at this level. No, we have a 3 candle on the 5, so 15 minutes consolidation or top in and around this $1.50, $1.45 area. That is, of course, until we have the biggest volume candle on the day come in at 11:05 and take us north. So I want to see, do we get continuation on this? We're at a level that I like. I like these pullback levels into predictable areas. So we'll see if we can curl back up off here. $1.73 is the high of day on EONR. And here are the deets. $8.3 million market cap, so very small. It's traded 19.3 million shares on the day. Good luck. That's a good amount. 1.7 million share float. Bless you, Fabian.
Ooh.
Yeah. So that's yeah, man.
That's Fabian. That's Fabian up there, season of the storm. Man.
He took away from Aaron.
He's blessed.
So ENOR, Joe, negligible short float over here, 0.73% of that 1.7 million shares is shorted. It's holding up here. I like the look on this rounded candle. I'm going to be looking to wet my beak on some profits. Ideally, again, this may change if the price action changes, but I want that $1.70 love right there to test those high days. I wouldn't be so callous as to presume that I know a high day break is going to get taken out. So to put it at that $1.75, hence why I'm going to front run the high a day for some profits here. That again, all predicated upon it holding this level and continuing up my way. INDO, Joe, as well. This is a name that I know from prior small cap trading. Indonesian Energy, I believe is the name. Indonesian Energy. Again, small cap stock, guys, 40 million. That's with the latest pump up here. And it's traded a beautiful 68.5 million shares. I know Neil was talking about this. I'll just tell you super quick, 4.7 and change million share float. And I'll just want to remind you of the short float because it's bigger, 5.25% here on INDO. So not the biggest we've ever seen, but certainly, not bad. It's not negligible.
Yeah, some great stuff. So, hey, shout out Willis Addison. Thanks for the super chat there. PDD calls the one. What do you buy? The 140 or strike at 135. The 135 calls. Right on, brother. Keep on rocking. Those things are absolutely buzzing. The Chinese ADRs are actually flying to the top side, so that's good stuff. Keep putting on those wicked trades. We're just here in Apple. We took a little bit off the top, and we're looking to continue this trade back towards VWAP. We're not going to hold this against us, so now we're at break even. We've locked in some profit. We got about 60% of our position left, so we're going to hold on to that. We have this definitive bottom here, this support. We really, really like that. So, yeah, we're going to keep looking at the Chinese ADRs. We're going to maybe look to join this trend here on that as well, too. PDD is absolutely roaring to the top side.
Wow.
As well as BABA. This thing's up 2.8% on the day. This is what we like to see. I mean, these can keep going higher. This Chinese stimulus, these stocks have been absolutely decimated over the past couple of years. So grabbing these at the bottom and before China did their 50 basis point rate cut is absolutely fantastic if you got a good entry on those. And these things can, like I was just previously saying, these things can continuously go higher and higher and higher. They've been decimated. They're still fundamentally good companies. It's just so hard. Wall Street really doesn't like investing too much in China, I don't think, Sharif. Sometimes, especially when they're in some economic troubles. And it took them so long to recover from COVID and everything like that. So when you have those type of issues, I mean, you want to buy good stocks when they're absolutely depleted. Are these ADRs, BABA, PDD, and Billy, are they ones to buy? Yeah, sure. If that's your risk tolerance, absolutely. There's one thing that I would like to point out on them, and one thing that you need to keep out, and why I wouldn't trade these from a credit spread perspective, is that these gap ups, it's just day after day you're getting these gap ups in the price, and that can be extremely dangerous because when you're trading options, you are susceptible to pre and post market action, right? So when you have these gap ups, you can't do anything. You're stuck in your position. So if you're on the wrong side of the trade, then hey, you're not looking too pretty. It might be a little bit of a scary thing. So avoid the ADRs if you're playing credit spreads. If you're playing directional options, absolutely take them because they've been buzzing and they'll continue to buzz, Shreve.
INDO is just going, man. It just took out the top at 4 there. Wow, INDO. Looks like I might have chosen the wrong one. I'm in EONR. INDO is the one that is going. EONR is dropping down. If it breaks a third, I'm gone, and here we go. So this is going to be it's going to be a bit of a tough one for me here if this one breaks below the third of a dollar. So we chose the wrong one. We'll see if that ends up holding up or not, but I definitely want to keep an eye on INDO. Now that it's cleared 4, I'd like to see if it can get above 4 by some distance and then possibly come back into 4, or not even 4, to be honest with you. 390. I hear you, bro. I'm just in the middle of my analysis. So 390 right there, that's the level that I want to be able to possibly get a dip trade off. Now we're about 20 pennies a bit higher than that level. So fine. Fantastic. The level initially looked to be 4, but we did have multiple rejections off that 390 area. So I want to see if we can get into this one as well. I don't think it's far enough away from 4 or 390 for me to be like, yeah, you know, it's cleared it by some distance. It's going to hold this level. We're going to have to wait and see. I want to be able to get in on some of these small cappers today, possibly take advantage of some of the momentum. But right now, EONR making me look like a dang fool for getting, we're going to have to keep an eye on this one. 6 more pennies, Joe, and we're gone on this one. But I'm keeping my eye on INDO, knowing that this has had a history of making those big moves. I promised Rohit that I'd look at Boeing, and I absolutely will. Obviously, we know that they are suffering, sadly, through a machinist strike, which is obviously hampering their output. So Boeing, let's start with a wider time frame and have a look at the, there you go. Look, to be quite honest with you, it looks like a very respectful daily resistance of the 10 exponential moving average, which is the green line. Okay, so even though you get intraday wicks, I'm the majority. How about all? How about every single one since the 3rd of September has closed below the 10 exponential? So I would venture a guess that you should be basing something here on the 10 exponential, knowing full well that you can get pushed out because you do have these intraday breaches. Now let's look at the 5-minute. So we're on an uptrend. Fantastic. Now let's see what yesterday's resistance level is. Okay, so the low, that's the pre-market. Okay, fantastic. What do we got over here? Look at the IB low from yesterday, right at 154.50. Interesting stuff. Well, where are we at? 154.29. Okay, good to know. All right, so that goes on my alert right there. I'm going to front run it in the 40s now, knowing full well that this could be the top. Right, we don't have to get into that 50 penny level, right? This could be the top on Boeing. I'm bearish on Boeing personally, but the price action today is saying up, but I want to see what it does with yesterday's IB low, Joe.
Ooh, and that, you know what, Shreve, that's actually funny that we're talking about Boeing right now, because that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. I feel like this company cannot get out of its own way for some reason. And I don't know what your thoughts are on this, but it has next to no competition. Who is its competition? Airbus?
Airbus, yeah.
Airbus. And why are you depleting? Why can't you get out of your own way? So that's really frustrating, especially if you have no competition. And like with a stock like we were talking, like Nike and how it has marketing competitors and all these types of things, all these other companies in its way are taking its market share. Boeing has next to Airbus. Airbus is its only worry. And for some reason, the company cannot get out of its own way. And we don't know why, because like, we all fly somewhere. People like to travel. And they're the most popular airplane. So I don't get it. So, well, I think the CEO resigns soon. I think he's done maybe, at the end of the year. So maybe they can get their things together and rebound the stock. Because
what did you say, Ram? She says she doesn't know if she's flying with Boeing soon.
She's flying with Boeing, so she might be taking, was it 737 MAX maybe?
Or she could be taking a flight into the Atlantic.
But you know what I noticed last time when my girlfriend and I traveled? We were on an Airbus, we were on an Airbus, and I think I like Airbus a little bit more. So watch out, Boeing. But other than, in all seriousness, it should be a good company. It has no competitors other than Airbus itself.
Great, man.
People need to fly. Business people need to fly. They're in the military. They're doing a bunch of things. So as soon as Boeing gets out of their own way and these guys start reporting a couple solid quarters, that'd be a stock I'd be looking to buy for the long term. Absolutely.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more, man. I think Neil brings up a really good point. He said this before. I don't know if he said it about Boeing. By the way, I got stopped out of EONR. EONR. Neil, he brought up a good point with respect to airlines. I don't know if he said this about Boeing, but he's like, they're becoming utility companies where it's like, we can't live without them, but they don't seem to have good customer service or be able to turn
anything. Well, how long if you call someone, how long are you online for before you talk to a human being?
Oh, it's a hot minute. It's a hot minute. Don't even get me started when we get to the airport and the delays. And then, like, dude, you can pay for business class, you can pay for upgrade economy. You're still gonna get treated a certain type of way.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And
absolutely.
Yeah, and these airline. Okay, so we're switching a little bit from Boeing to airline carriers, but I want to say that there is a premium to be paid with these airlines, Joe, that really go out of their way to make your life better. I.e. Delta, i.e. Porter. So Delta, if you're delayed, they'll throw money at you. But like, here's a $50 voucher. Go get yourself, I don't know,
a drink or an airport drink.
The other guys will throw $10 at you. You know what I mean?
No,
if you're overnight.
So, and weren't people getting? I mean, they were canceling flights left, right, and center after that system crash. Last year that happened, and they didn't want to give anybody their money back. So it's like, hey, what's going on here? You guys are charging a ridiculous amount for flights. But anyways, back to the stock market. We took a little bit more off the top. I think we're going to Adara. She's got some breaking news.
Get it, Adara.
Yeah, we're going to have an earnings segment here quickly as well, just so you guys know. Fed's Cook speaking right now as we get the market pushing higher despite, again, ongoing situations here with Lebanon and Israel. SPY right now, though, again, pushing higher. We did a Fed's Cook saying that AI could be disinflationary in the long run. Some comments on AI. The big thing to note here, though, Fed's Cook also saying inflation is not at target, but has come down substantially. So after a series of dovish comments yesterday, we get some more dovishness from Fed's Cook. Again, we have Fed's Bostic also apparently supposed to be speaking right now, and even more Fed speak to come later today with Bostic, Barkin, and Collins. Now, in terms of our earnings segment, we're going to take a look at one earnings name from pre-market. That was Paychex, PAYX. Sorry, this one near day's highs here, up about 4 1/3%. They beat here for adjusted earnings per share. Maintained their guidance, though. They said apparently they adjusted some things, but it was mostly maintained. Sales were a bit in line, so a bit of a mixed report, but that adjusted EPS beat, setting this one to the upside. Now, in terms of earnings after the close, of course, the main thing to talk about here is Nike, NKE. We know this one has a new CEO named Elliott Hill, supposed to be taking over, I think, October 14th. So this is certainly something to note. Analysts are looking for a revenue of $11.64 billion. Consensus estimate here of 51 cents per share for its EPS. Also worth noting here, Nike last time moved down by 20%. Implied mood for Nike today, 7.1%. Also in this consumer kind of space, we have Lamb Weston and Conagra brands to be aware of here. So LW and CAG, other earnings after the close and before the open tomorrow, respectively. But Nike, basically the main thing to look at here, guys.
Aaron Lee.
Appreciate you. Appreciate that, Adara.
Appreciate you.
What do you think about Nike coming up, man?
Hey, we got Nike tomorrow. And we were talking about it yesterday.
Yeah.
So we'll see. They got the new CEO coming into play. So let's see if they can start getting their act together.
Is Nike your go-to clothing for gym?
You know what? I'm a Gymshark guy now.
Okay.
Well, Sharif, you know what it is? Nike used to be good. You have the Nike outlets and stuff like that, but I feel like they kind of drifted toward of a luxury kind of outlet, right?
A little bit.
So I like Gymshark. Everybody likes Gymshark. So we're Gymshark people as of now. So hopefully Nike will cut some prices and maybe we'll get back on the Nike train.
I gotta agree, man. Like, I mean, when did Nike become this premium brand?
Right.
Like a Lululemon style. Like, if I go that tech fleece, how much is that tech fleece gonna cost you from top and bottom?
That's a $400 setup.
Exactly.
Right there, right?
Exactly.
Or you can go to Gymshark and buy a sweater for $40 and some sweatpants, right? And still look equally as good. Good quality stuff. Yeah. What do you?
Fabian, what were you saying to me in my ear? I couldn't hear you. Can I get a sponsorship? There we go.
Can we get a Gymshark sponsorship? I have a good question here from Kendall Lopez. Joe, do you swing trade your options or day trade them? If so, which one is better? This is total preference. I definitely swing trade them. So if you're familiar with my style of options trading, I like to create credit spreads, and that's on a weekly basis. So I'll place my orders on the weekend, and then I'll let them expire coming the following Friday. So, but if you have a higher risk tolerance and you want to day trade your options, by all means, do so, all right? So just find something that's really comfortable with you, and that's what I'm really excited to show you guys. In the coming Thursday, we have the introduction to options, and then after part one, part two, we're gonna go through a variety of different options trading strategies. So in that, you might find something that is your niche and something that you're absolutely comfortable with. This Apple trade is absolutely buzzing to the top side. We like it. So we're going to continue. We don't have much size left, about 10-15% or so. But if we get this move up to 226, then we're going to try to hold for that. I mean, we broke this this top side level here, this resistance here at 225.36. So we're in this Apple trade. We're going to hold on to this. This is a great stock, a great company. I don't know. I didn't read anything specifically if there was a catalyst on why the overall market was so weak this morning. I know Meta and everything else was absolutely tanking to the downside. But we're going to hold on to this Apple. We got about one more out here until we out of this trade, and we're off to Adara.
We have MSOS getting its two largest volume candles of the day by far. Basically, chopping and turning near flat, but nice push higher. We do have apparently lawmakers urging the DEA to finalize its marijuana rescheduling proposal. We know this meeting is actually set for after the election in early to mid-November, but basically an update with regards to lawmakers wanting the DEA to finalize that proposal for the rescheduling of marijuana, giving MSOS some action. Social media attention actually very muted, though, worth noting here for MSOS, guys.
Keeping an eye on CGC yesterday, obviously, so that was interesting. Again, guys, the vice presidential debate tonight. We got Vance, we got Walz. They both talk up storms. They're both good talkers. I would submit to you the last time we had a VP debate, i.e. Pence, i.e. Harris, Weed ran because Harris made comments specific to legalization. I'm all ears and everything else tonight to hear about any possible legalization with respect to that. I'm not just listening for weed, other industries as well. What do they do? What's the Dem position on student loans? What's the Republican position on student loans? That's been an industry as well. So lots to talk about. I also want to hear possibly, you've been hearing rumblings, Joe, about them having an AI regulator, same kind of setup that they got for the FDA. Mm-hmm. You want to make a drug and sell it in the States as a prescription, you got to go through this process. People talking about possibly you want to make an AI model, you got to go through the process so you know that it's not, gonna bam,
whatever,
you know what I'm saying?
The next Terminator or something.
Exactly.
No, but that's absolutely reasonable, right? Because with these large language models, you can type anything into ChatGPT or Bing or whatever, and it's going to give you an answer. So, and we're just kind of in the starting stages of this stuff. I said this to Sharif. This is kind of the equivalent of the iPhone 3. Like, we're just starting. The iPhone 3 was groundbreaking. Everybody loved this thing, and we're just starting with this AI stuff. So who knows what's going to happen in 5-10 years down the road, right? There might be Optimus. Like, I was just in Sherway Gardens Mall yesterday, and I seen the Optimus bot. So it's only a matter of time until those things are doing our dishes and doing everything, right? So maybe it'll be in our lifetime, but we never know. We have Apple pulling back a little bit here, kind of rejecting VWAP, which is okay. We don't got too much size left. We're going to wait a little bit. If we continue to go a little bit higher, I mean, the volume profile here isn't overly fantastic. We don't love it, but we don't hate it either because it's been working for us. So if we get any type of volume to step in, I know we're getting into the lunchroom hour now. So when that happens, things start to slow down a little bit, and that's okay. What is the market going to do today? We don't know. Do we reject VWAP and make a second leg down? That's definitely a high possibility. We'll keep our eyes on it right now. Boeing that we were just talking about is absolutely flying to the top side, and as well as the Chinese ADRs, Sharif.
All right, man. EONR coming back up. I got stopped out through the break of 30, but it's putting in a candle now, looking possibly to retrace into volume weighted average price. This isn't my trade, so I want to see if EONR can weasel its way back above that volume weighted average price at about $1.45. I won't be touching it until then. We're about 10 pennies out of the money right now on INDO as it breaks through 4. It hammered candles through the 10 exponential, not quite as low as a 20 VWAP on this one is about 360. It's Uptober, baby. No, it's the opposite. It is Downtober because, well, where are we? We're down 1.6 on the NQ. We're down 0.95 on the ES. The Russ getting creamed. 1.47. The Dow outperforming everything today, only down 0.33%. Surprising because Apple is a big component of the Dow, and Apple's down 3.25. But the Dow 30 performing better than the other components of the market, or the other indices, I should say, of the market today. So I'm in INDO right now, looking for this to hold. 370 is going to be my last line in the sand. But you guys called this. Boeing is on the dang way up. It blew through that level, and it's blowing through that 155 level, baby. It is on the way up as I see it. Out of the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 candles, 6 are green on the 5-minute. It's been awfully respectful of the 10 moving average on the 5-minute chart. I'm talking about BA. It is printing current highs as we speak. Look at that directional movement. No real catalyst, I would say. I just want to make sure that I'm not wrong about that. All right. There is, in fact, I think we got UBS cutting the price target of Boeing today from 240 to 220, but that's really no surprise there. Anything else on Boeing? I'm just looking at my news blotter. Defense stock, of course. Belligerencies, Joe, makes money for people. Defense stocks rise as Middle Eastern tensions heighten. I don't like this headline personally. I don't want to make money on the back of that kind of stuff, but that's the way the world we live in is, and that's just the way it is. So we're going to have to deal with it. Right now, back to INDO, looking for this to hold at this level, but we may need to start looking at these defense stocks, man, because I'm seeing stuff come in from the chat about sirens going off in Tel Aviv, this, that, and the other. If that is the case, that is not a good look, certainly. And, well, it may be not a good look for the people there, but if you want to trade it, I guess it gives you a catalyst.
Hey, that's it. And that's exactly what we're looking for here, right? When we're trading stocks, we want to have something that has a little flame up under it, right? Like Boeing. What's going on over there in the Middle East? Like the Iron Dome doing its thing, and that's unfortunate stuff. But we're here to trade stocks. BA is absolutely just flying to the top side. We're still holding this Apple position here. We're going to see if we can get a touch on VWAP anywhere around 226. If we can break this high, this is going to be a great spot to add for me, and I'm looking to add here. So we're going to try to make this a little bit bigger of a winner here. And if we get that 226 break, then we're absolutely looking forward to that. But as of now, I just want to speak on Baba and these ADRs because they're absolutely going nuts. Let me pull them up here. And I was speaking on this before. I thought they were a little bit oversold, so a big recovery here. But we still want to keep up for this isolated signature here because we got a big isolated candle here and this volume print with this candle. So we'll keep an eye out. This could be just a little bit of a recovery day, and that's totally fine because it did sell off quite a bit yesterday, but it has been gapping up. But guys, just keep following the strength, right? We don't want to fight any of these trends. We got Boeing that has catalyst. China has catalyst. So move into that type of strength. We're looking at some of the Mag 7 companies and stuff like that because they're strong. But it's always good to trade these things that have catalysts because that's just going to give more conviction within your favor. So you're adding up dailies, you're looking from an intraday perspective, and you have all these things that can put into conjunction and give more probability in your favor. And that's really, really what we want to look for in trading is just adding probability into your favor. So guys, throw in the chat what you're looking at. We're going to take a look at some of your stocks. We're going to continue to keep dropping hot news all day, breaking news for you guys. So it's really good stuff. So stay tuned. Make sure you guys are following your rules, you're journaling, you're doing what you have to do. No position is a position sometimes. So just keep doing what you guys are doing. You guys are doing fantastic, and we love that stuff, Sharif.
Absolutely, man. EONR, yeah, it is back up into the volume weighted average price. This is an interesting look right now because it's working its way back into VWAP, closely positioned to that 50 penny area. So a little bit disappointed with myself having got stopped out literally bottom wick on this one, but you got to draw a line somewhere. Maybe got stop hunted, but this also has a bit of a resistance zone in and around here. Initially, it was support. This $1.45 level initially, we did bounce off it, come back into 52, but then we gave it up. So holding up here at 45, keeping my eye on this one because if it reclaims VWAP, this could be an interesting trade. Technically, you know, we still have those lower highs, so I don't want to be quick to jump back into the bandwagon on this one with that $1.70 being, you know, $1.73, excuse me, being that initial high. Then we put in a lower crest there at $1.52, and now currently we're at $1.45. So we'll see there. Still in this trade on INDO, looking to see if it can hold up above the volume weighted average price. Built it a good position here, but it's going to have to hold above VWAP. Otherwise, we want no smoke. And just Boeing keeps going. Oh, that rhymes. Ooh. Boeing keeps going, Joe. Boeing is on the dang way up. It is 2.83% in the clear right now. Out of the last, let's see, what do we got there? 8 5-minute candles, Joe. We've got 7 that are green. So all sorts of buying right now in BA. How do we get into this, man? Do I get in?
That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for it in too, but it's so extended right now, right?
It is.
And we don't want to chase it. Don't chase, guys. So we're going to set it a prime example today. We're going to wait for our entry. And then if we can get in on this action on Boeing, I think Sharif and I are absolutely going to join. So we're looking forward to that.
Where would you get in? Because right now, here's what I'm looking at. So let me look at the 5-minute chart. Now, if I really want to get into an area where I know we held up, I got to wait for 154.25. Look what we're printing, 156.40. What are the odds that we come into 154.25? Maybe good, maybe not. I don't know. Personally, you know, I don't want to punch in at these highs. Then you're looking at the whole dollar levels. There's 156 hanging out there. Then there's 155. Then you got the 10, or Joe uses the 9, 154.55 or 50, whatever. So I'm not sure how to join this. You're not going to see me punch in at highs, just not the way I trade. I can't do that. I need a technical support level off which to get in, but Boeing is awfully in play today, 2 3/4. I suspect we'll probably see a little bit higher, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Someone in the chat said, what is LMT looking like? Lockheed Martin, defense stock. Hey, with the political unrest, these things are going to absolutely start buzzing, right? And that's exactly what Lockheed Martin did. Probably one of the better defense stocks that you can look at here, and it's just absolutely trading to the top side. So if you're in Lockheed Martin, you've been playing the defense stocks with all the geopolitical unrest, then absolutely kudos to you. Great stuff. That's exactly what we want to see. Sharif and I are looking for an entry over here on BA. I'll pull up the BA chart real quick as well too, even though Sharif's done his analysis. But we're gonna look to get in here. Any form of relative weakness, maybe even just a pullback. We're going to look to join this stock and continue to this top side. You can see that the volume is increasing as we increase in price. This is exactly what we want to see, right? This is what we would call a genuine move in the stock market. So we have rising volume and we have rising price. This is exactly what we want to look for when we see this stuff. Sharif and I absolutely love it. So we're going to continue to look up for those types of things and keep our eyes out. We got the Chinese ADRs, again, continuously trading to the top side. Let me touch on the overall market for a little bit. SPY and the Qs are just kind of hanging just below VWAP here. Let me pull those up for you as well too. We got the Qs as well, so they're not really doing anything crazy. Just hovering below VWAP here. We'll see if we can punch and break through VWAP, the 481 area. And if it does, maybe we'll look for a V reversal and we continue to the top side. But again, with negative news looming, we're not going to force it. If we decide to reject VWAP, even pull up a little bit above it, we're going to check the volume profile from that standpoint. And then we're going to look to continue in the trend, whichever way it goes, Sharif.
Yes, sir. I'm watching Boeing take a little bit of a curl down now off that 156.40 top, down below 156 now into the 70s, 155. People saying, there's your entry in Boeing. Is it? Maybe. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, he's been very strong. Does it get that gnarly pullback that we can get in on? So I'm keeping my eye right now on Boeing. You know, In a perfect world, it comes back into that 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. Right now, that's showing just around that 155 area. Nice move now. We're almost $1 off the top at 155.60s right now. There's just not enough here to show me, oh, this is a good support level. I'd rather wait for the levels that I've earmarked. Otherwise, I'll just miss the trade. And nice now. Now we're getting a nice little candle down here on BA into that 155. We get into 155s. I'm loving life. We'll see. We'll look to get in there. So exactly where is the 10 exponential on my chart? 154.70 is where it's showing. Now we are $1 off that top, so we're going to pack our patience to see if we can work into this trade. But again, I don't need to be first. I just need to participate. It's showing you it's inclination to move up. We know shots are being fired, yada, yada. You guys get it, right? So none of that's really changing. I don't think no peace deal is going to be struck while I'm trying to get into Boeing. So the point is that the catalyst is in play, and we don't, unless my level comes in, I'm not going to be jumping into this already. I like that 155 to basically shadow off that 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, which is a little bit below 155, but I'd likely front run it there. Down into the 30s we go, so we're still bleeding a little bit here off that 156.40. Look, it doesn't hurt to do some more charting again because these are new levels that we got into. So let's go back into the half-an-hour chart and see and gauge, or not the half. Yeah, the half. That's not bad. Okay, so a lot of resistance here, no matter how you look at it, at 157. Okay, that has been the case. September 23rd, September 25th, 26th, 27th, and if we get into it today, it'll be again. So look at the closing print on September 23rd on this huge candle on the half an hour, 156.83. Look at this topping tail on the 25th, 157. Again, on the 26th, 157. Again, not topping tail this time, but we actually hung out around there. 27th, again. So right now, we're getting that 156.40 HOD. Could we get another 157 move up like we've been getting the last few days? So keeping my eye definitely, certainly on Boeing over here as it does come down. I'd like something off 155-ish, Joe.
Oh, beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. So I had someone in the chat saying, Joe, I'm looking to sell some calls on DJT. That's fantastic. We love that stuff. So if you have that, we're off to Adara actually real quick.
This is our Happening Now segment, the lunch edition. So here's some things that have changed that we've had since the midday. Of course, the biggest thing we have going on right now in this market that wasn't necessarily happening in the pre-market, continued developments here in the Middle East, specifically with regards to Iran, Israel, and Lebanon. We have some continuous reporting going on from Axios, giving some updates. Basically, this all began when we got this tweet here from Barak Ravid saying that the U.S. has apparently indications that Iran was looking to strike Israel. As of a while ago, they were supposed to strike 12 minutes ago. That was about 40 minutes ago, so unsure of the updates of that. I've not seen much, but continuing, apparently sirens are being heard, so lots of ongoing updates here. S&P 500, interestingly enough, rejecting here on the 15-minute chart at an area where we previously found support on the 15-minute. Other, of course, big things to think about with this market are the port and dock workers strikes, which began today at 12 a.m. There's also some economic data. We got higher than expected JOLTS job openings and lower than expected ISM manufacturing PMI and construction spending for the month of August. In terms of stocks, keep an eye on anything in the defensive space right now with what's going on with these Middle East tensions. NOC here, Northrop Grumman, definitely one to keep an eye on, as RTX, LMT, lots of stocks in that space pushing higher as the market pushed a little bit lower. Another stock to keep an eye on here is MSOS with some midday action. So it's circulating on social media that lawmakers are looking to urge the DEA to finalize that marijuana rescheduling proposal. So MSOS, some tickers in that space on watch today as well. Lots of midday action. Let's see what happens next, guys. We're going to go over to Neil. Muted. Yeah, so right now we're just waiting here for some more updates. Just seeing apparently Lyft has renewed its multi-year commercial insurance partnership to covering rideshare in 23 states, so LYFT on watch. Also, some more updates here from CVS. We know there's been some activist interest in CVS here. Now saying apparently it's set to reduce its workforce by less than 1%, which would be roughly 2,900 employees. This is part of a previously announced cost savings initiative. And also, of course, Nike earnings on watch after the close, seeing lots of talk about that as well. Again, NKE last time moved down about 20%. We know last earnings were quite the disappointment. Expected move here of 7%. So let's see how NKE reacts here. And now we are good to go here with Neil's lesson after a little impromptu news segment, guys. See you soon.
Thank you, Dara. So apparently, Ramin just came over. It was on, turned it off, and turned it back on. And now it just works. So the old patented turn it off and then turn it on again has worked out. Now, obviously, as I was saying, there was some news and geopolitical news that turned the markets into a bit of turmoil. Obviously, you're not going to have it usually in your trade plan for something like this. So we're just going to walk through one of the things that we observed today that I like for the lesson of the day. You know, clearly, look what's up on my quote board. And my quote board is not a reflection of everything that's in the market, but you got UVXY. Obviously, that's going to go to the upside when the market's going down. That is just going to be volatility. Chinese names, you've got oil futures, your Oxy, XOM, just the things that I'm watching here. And then pretty much everything else is weak. Now, it's very easy when we have those headlines to understand, like, so oil is going to go up, right? And when the first thing you saw me go over to, and look, let's go to LMT before I get into Indo. Like, Lockheed Martin, the defensive names are going to start to trend to the upside. And then I was trading INDO. And the easy part is find something you like, hop over to it that's going to go with the trend. Okay, great. That's the easy part. Go into INDO, grab a couple of longs in there and just join that trend. I didn't see that trend coming, but once it's there, you want to respect it, which we did. Now, the interesting thing is when we look at, I'm going to go to CL, go back to the oil futures, and then have a quick look at something like a Google here, which has been a relatively strong stock because it's actually still green. So clearly, the market decided to diverge from the early up move on some stocks, I suppose, like a Google, and then broke down. And it's like the news dragged down pretty much everything in the moment. So there was nothing that was able to withstand that push. But you still had names which were relatively strong that, okay, fine, the sentiment is to the downside, but what's the argument for some of the tech names to really be that bad off in this situation? Does it directly affect them? And if the answer is a potential no, they might catch a bid. So you're going to have early on up oil, down everything. Up energy, up defense, down everything. But there's always, and this is where it gets sort of important, that trend is continuing to the upside. I think you can still work it long. But notice how you've bottomed out in tech. This is what you have to watch out for on a day like today, where some of the names that have been dragged down by the overall sentiment in the market are going to be able to catch a bid while the direct news names are still going. And it's important to be able to recognize this. And as this is heading to the upside in Alphabet, you don't necessarily want to have given up on looking for the trend in energy names and defense names, because there's your double bottom right here at 1125. It's not a bad area to look for dips, but you could argue that, okay, Neil, you're just you're cherry picking in here. That's not fair. Not really. Nvidia also made a bottom at that same price area just after 1120 or so. So both of these are a pretty good idea that the market was already bouncing. But let's look what was happening in oil. Instead of tech bouncing, hey, all the names that are going down or going up on the news are going to pull back. No, it actually made another leg higher. And I don't want to say always, but there's often that point when you have something very news-based driven where you're going to have, okay, these are going up, the others are going down, but that doesn't have to hold the entire way, especially when fundamentally speaking, we know why oil and defense go up in that situation. We know sentiment reason why they go down. But in truth, and this is not a fun thing to say, but in the long run, this doesn't affect these tech names. I know we live in a world where Obviously, the value of human lives it's priceless. But truth be told, the markets in the longer run have not been reacting to these kind of geopolitical events, at least when we're being dragged up by tech forever. So the thing you want to, I'm not saying anticipate and no, we'll just go long everything in tech. What I'm getting at here is at the moment where you can catch a bit of a, hey, we've fallen enough on the names that shouldn't be falling this far. Speaking of tech, for this kind of a headline, when they start bouncing, that's not the point at which you just give up on the other side of the trade, which obviously here was long anything related to energy. I showed you guys oil. I can pull up something like, whoops, that's Oxy. Don't want that one. We want the actual Occidental. And at that same point where tech was bouncing and the market was bouncing, you still made another leg up. Now, ultimately, there has been a pullback. But when the news is directly related to individual names, don't just give up on the trend because you happen to notice that relationship. It was easy to be short pretty much everything and long pretty much everything in the energy space. But when the market made that bottom, you still had another leg up that was worth it on Oxy, on CL. Maybe not as much on Indo, but as we mentioned on Indo, that's a very parabolic style mover. So the first thing you can do whenever you have something, a news story like that, is do not fight the original trend. Right? I think that's an easy thing to say. If you can find something like a Lockheed or an Indo or the oil futures or Occidental or XOM and join it to the long side, great. If you can work into those shorts early, fantastic. But when the rest of the market decided that that was enough, we're not going to fall any further on that headline, all of those names still managed to make another leg higher. So you don't want to give up on the original strong trend just because you observe this inverse relationship. That relationship tends to give it up at some point. Think of it along the lines of, sometimes you'll have a day where Google is going up and Apple and the rest of the Meg 7 are going down. Every now and then, you're going to get to that point where you're going to get dragged down far enough that even the strong name's going to pull back. So early on, you can have those divergences, especially with news here. But remember the underlying reason why you would have been long Indo or LMT or Oxy or oil. And don't give up on that trend until it tells you to, just because the other names decided to reverse. So your lesson of the day, obviously geopolitical news was a big one here today and still trending up with the names being affected by it, even if the market has decided to recover. Good luck the rest of the day, everybody.
Thank you very much, Neil, dropping hot lines as always, but you can tell that this is not Joe.
Hey guys, how's everyone?
There you go. Who knows who this handsome gentleman is? I know. It's Adam DeLuce. And if you've been watching the show for a hot minute, you know that Adam is always active in the chat. He's an excellent trader.
Yeah.
But that's not just the only thing, Adam. You do a lot of algos.
I do, Truth. So, yeah, I've done nearly 10 years of experience in trading. Hope to see everyone. Hi, Bears versus Bulls. Good to see you.
Love it. Love it. There's a lot of people that you know in the chat, and a lot of people know you as well, right? There we go. Yeah, wait, because there's always a little bit of a delay, right? You know about this. You watch the show. There you go, Yoel Reyna. Everybody knows Top G. You're getting love from the chat, man. It's obviously great to have you on.
Thank you, guys.
You and I have been talking in the chat for many years now. Initially, we obviously cheer for the same footy team,
Awesome.
And then that's how it kind of started there. That's personally how I remember it. Obviously, you're from England as well. I have connections in that country. Having studied there, love England, love everything that country has to offer. Now, we've been keeping in touch on the gram for a hot minute as well.
Yeah.
So it's obviously amazing to see you IRL. And actually get to sit next to you, man. So yeah, thanks for being on and thanks for coming.
Welcome, mate. I mean,
What are your thoughts about Toronto so far?
Toronto's brilliant. The weather's great. There's so much to see. We went to the game on Saturday. Wasn't the best result, but
It's okay. They
it's
haven't
all
been
about the
good
people,
this year.
really, isn't it? That's what it's about.
They haven't been very good this year, to be honest with you. So like, well, yeah. I mean, it's just the way it is, right? The Jays they've been terrible. I mean, Neil knows, right? He's a season ticket holder. If anybody knows him, Katina, man, I saw you and him there as well. So tell us, Adam, though, because there's a lot of interest in the chat with respect to algo trading. A lot of people want to be able to automate this business. You do a lot of that, and you have a company specifically that does that kind of thing. Tell us a little bit about the industry and about everything.
Sure. So for most people, if you've been trading for quite a long time, you start to see patterns in the markets, and it's about saving your time, really. Get the freedom. People want to automate things. You know, they don't want to be spending the time always on the charts, do they? You know,
No,
so
certainly
it
not.
takes a lot of time, doesn't it? So with algos, you're able to save your time, get the freedom, and you know, do the things that you want to do. You know, if I'm in Toronto right now, my systems will be working, and you know, when setups come up, they'll take the opportunity, and you'll tend to see that algos have similar patterns with how markets behave, because obviously it's all data relative. So like today, for example, with the NQ, we can see that it's gone to the downside. We got some certain prints, catalysts came in as well with the jobs.
Right.
And that kind of supported the trend down, really. We started to see a little bit of a bounce, like we can see, can't we? Some sort of a consolidation with Apple, Nvidia right now. And yeah, so we're just thinking, do we get that mean reversion back to VWAP?
So without giving up, you know, too much of the secret sauce, obviously, because that's what makes up this whole thing, you're doing a couple of things right now. So number one, you're using, I'm assuming, an API to connect your own algorithm into the brokerage. So that's your first method there. And then you and I talked off camera. You're using Python as your language of choice, your script language of choice. Are specific reasons you're using Python?
It just seems to be like more efficient and easier to like get the transactions into the execution side. What else? It's just easier to like type in a sense like what you're looking for, because it's kind of hard to explain sometimes, even to like ourselves of what we're looking for. And again, I've got like a team as well as software. I'm sort of the strategy side.
Right.
I've got very good ideas of how like markets sort of behave and what they're looking to do. That's interesting right now on Apple on the 1 minute.
1 minute on Apple, huh? Yeah, it's headed down a little bit right now. You want to have a look at that?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
give us your TA, baby.
Well, we can see that we've got like a little bit of a resistance level here at the just below 126. Obviously, we're defending this 124.56. This is kind of like basic for me, really, because I have quite a lot of other things that I'll add in later on. But really, you want to be seeing, like, from what I was looking at before, and we'll have VWAP. So clearly, we're still underneath. That's the trend. We had a little bit of a pullback, some consolidation phase. But right now, we're getting that flush. Do we get, you know, lower low from here or not? It's currently 12:15. So again, there's sort of that like lunch period where most algos won't tend to get in right now. You'll have low volume. The volume's drying out as well. So we'll see what happens in an hour, whether we, you know, see some sort of up move or down move, really. That's going to just consolidate, I think, for the next hour or so and then get some decisions later on.
Do you enter volume parameters and time of day parameters into the trading decisions as well? Or is it price action based and off key levels?
We have 108 criteria to fill.
Fantastic.
So we have like you say, volume, we'll have stochastics, VWAP, your EMAs. Price action is obviously a big factor in that.
Of course.
We discussed about how the open and close of a candle can determine the confirmation.
Yes.
You don't really want to be getting in when the candle's still live and moving. So be aware of that, because that traps people in.
Absolutely.
Always kind of like stick to the trend, as Neil and Sean tend to do. So,
yeah, and you gave me a really good point. So if I could just elaborate on what you were talking about there.
Sure.
Specifically, you were telling me about Amazon. So if we could pull up this chart over here. So this is one of the candles he was showing me right here. So we had actually just made this candle at 940. And he's like, look, Sharif, the fact that we opened this candle, closed on this candle, and then the subsequent candle also closed red, is it, am I saying that accurately? Below the 10 exponential, you use the 9, but very similar.
Yeah.
And then you're like, that is obviously a very bearish signal, but you waited for this particular candle to close. Is that correct?
yeah, so you can see in pre-market that we've got some bearish candles. Again, EMAs and VWAPs are all above. So you can clearly see that the price is to the downside. Now, what we do is we get that obviously move in the open. We have that little breath pushing back up, which was that bullish candle.
Right, can I show the chart?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yep.
You get that breath with that bullish candle, and then obviously if the next candle is bearish, then obviously you can see the continuation with the algos will look to continue to punch in straight away. And from there, it really just tested off VWAP and the EMA 10. As you can see, it's just kind of like glided itself down to the downside. And then vice versa on that bullish candle. Yeah,
this one?
That's it. The next one. Yeah, you can see how it's like opened and printed just above.
Yep. And so opened and printed above. So guys, what he's saying is it opened above the 10 exponential and it ended up closing above the 10 exponential. So I like how you're looking at that open and close above a key moving average.
Yeah, that's what algos are looking at. You know, they really are looking at confirmation. Otherwise, if this candle, like the previous candle, if the previous candle you can see, that means we're going to still see like bearish sentiment. But because we got that, the next candle, as you can see, was bullish. It was open, and actually the wick tapped into the EMA 10.
Love that.
So you can see like where obviously institutions are looking to get in. Because we got that print, that 5-minute candle's up. You can see now it's just sort of like gliding up away. It's sort of like tapped further on the EMA 10, so it's gliding up there. It's had a little bit of a pullback. Get that tap into the EMA 10 again. We're now breaking, possibly if we print here, you know, we've got 3 minutes to the next candle on a 5-minute, or we've got 13 minutes to the next 15 candle. Then we're looking to maybe for a continuation towards maybe that next to the high sort of thing,
Yeah, at least the pre-market high consolidation there, like around what, 186s or so, 185s and a half. Yeah, fantastic. Look, and you're getting that rounded bottom. Shout out to Michael Moss and Big Spile Burdette. We're missing Big Spile today, obviously, but yeah, fantastic recovery by Amazon. Certainly, you know, not one that I pegged for the recovery today, but hey, they had a good catalyst, guys, with the with a partial dismissal of their antitrust lawsuit. So good look there. We were getting some nice retracements here. You can see Microsoft retracing into the volume weighted average price. Likewise with Google, you're getting Tesla breaching it. But then you've got the likes of Nvidia, the Fuge, Apple obviously as well. And even Meta's trying to retrace as well. So some, you know, a bit more stronger than others. I would have to peg Amazon right now as definitely one of the stronger of the Mag 7 names, just owing to its price action position relative to the other indicators. You're getting, you know, that you're above the 50, the 10, the 20, and VWAP. Only thing you're below on the 5-minute is that 200 moving average, Adam. So that's an interesting look there. Tell us a little bit more, though, about your specific approach to the market. So are you trading these large caps, or what are you setting up the algos on?
Sure. So we tend to trade futures because it's the most liquid products. So we tend to do like the Dow Jones, the S&P 500, or the NASDAQ, you know, all the catalyst really indices. Again, they're all very similar in a way in terms of like the Mag 7. You can see today, for example, they all kind of like moved to the downside, started to form a consolidation period, and now they're starting to go to a little bit towards the upside. It's interesting what Sharif just said then is that Amazon is actually higher than pretty much all the EMAs, when some of the others, such as Apple, Nvidia, are still finding their way to the upsides. But yeah, Amazon's had a great move so far.
John Paul, we are charting. Anytime you see some of these black charts over here, they are always on the 5-minute. Anytime you see my white charts over here, you're always going to see them on the 1-minute. That is unless I tell you otherwise. So if I bring in a single chart over there, like this over here, this one will be a wild card depending on whether we're charting on the daily, you know, the 4-hour, whatever. I just want to make that clear because sometimes you just can't see my time frame, and I don't blame you because it is really written in small time. So the white, always on the 1, the black will always be on the 5 if it's these 8 over here, and then the wild card will be the single one over here. I hope that helps, John Paul. And yeah, sorry about that small font. All right, let's have a look at this market real quick over here. Boeing seems to be holding that 155 area, guys, trying to curl off that 10 exponential on the 5. I'm not going to be first into this. I already got stopped out on Boeing, but if Boeing wants to hold up at the 155 over here and start putting in higher highs and higher lows, I'm going to get involved. There is this candle of indecision at 12:15. The high up there was 156.34. Let's see if we can hold this one. Sorry, that's incorrect. 155.22. That's what I meant. 155.22, and you can kind of see that that's kind of like the neckline of this possible rounded bottom. I just want to see if we hold this general 155. If we hold generally 155, which shadows my 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and then We put in incrementally higher highs and higher lows for that rounding off. I'll get it on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say, and then we'll look for another move up on Boeing. But I'm looking to these oil names. I'm looking to these, let's call them defense names. Because of the belligerencies in the Middle East, obviously, and that seems to be in play today. I'm getting all sorts of notifications from you guys in the chat that you're hearing all sorts of sirens, that they're reporting on that as well, and we're going to thank her for bringing that to our attention. Crap stock. Adam, what broker are you using?
So we use FX Pro. It's one of the best brokers in the UK. We've got good terms with them as well.
Good.
So again, it's just about finding your whatever suits you. It's all about mainly the spread. You want to get tight spreads on you. That's the main thing. You've got a good idea. You want to make sure you're getting filled in at good prices. So yeah, FX Pro to the broker.
Okay, so we actually had, we were supposed to have an algo segment with a different trader. So the Chilean Nightmare and the excellent production team that we had, they made an entire animation for this algo segment. We haven't had an opportunity to play it, Adam. So we're going to take advantage of the fact that you're here and dropping hotlines about algo. Get it, Chilean Nightmare. Oh. Ram doesn't like when we don't talk. Thank you very much.
Wow, that's brilliant.
Yeah, you were the inaugural play right there. So I hope that you're very enthralled by that.
Awesome.
Obviously, we're just joking. Thank you again, Adam, for being on. Leave us with some good ideas here with respect to algo trading. If people want to jump into the algo world, what would be your first suggestion for them to get their feet wet?
Ideally, learn a little bit of a language, or if you've got like a network of friends who are comfortable in that sort of section, go into that. What I'd say is focus on your strategy.
Right.
Everyone's got their own strategies. You know how it works. It takes time, but once you've got it, you want to automate it. Save yourself time doing that. For me, it's about think like an algo, and what I mean by that is you want to, you don't want to be getting in when it's like consolidating. Here, for example, obviously this is pre-market, but you can see here, for example, on Apple, we get an open and close candle right here. And this is the open, so you get a little bit of a wick up, push back down. So this candle here, for example, open and close, looking at a bearish sort of sentiment as well with the catalyst that we had. It flushed it down to the downside. It kind of taps into the EMA's 9 here. So again, another sort of entry, like a little pop and drop again. So again, the great thing that Neil does. And again, really, you want to just make sure you get like a TP1. You've got like maybe a TP2. You've got to back test these as well with algos. So every tick is different. You might have Amazon, you might have Apple, you've got your Nvidias.
Sure.
They all behave differently, don't they, in different ranges. So ATRs and stuff. Make sure you're aware of that, and always have a runner.
Always.
The great traders always have a runner, and they'll probably be getting out here. You see this open and close candle, they're sort of done. And they're probably looking at sort of like a consolidation period here. It's lunchtime as well, so they'll just wait for that sort of 1 o'clock time here.
Let me ask you, are you making any adjustments to the algos on a consistent basis, or do you let it cook and so you can have consistent data off which to base it?
It's fully 100% automated.
Got it.
So I don't have any inputs whatsoever.
Very interesting.
Once it's live, leave it. You've done the testing. You leave that sort of thing, and we're doing really well this year. We're up 34% year to date, so pretty good.
That's fantastic.
But
So you're outperforming the market, in other words. You're outperforming the market.
Yeah.
Which is the standard, right? That's what we all gauge against, right?
Yeah, I definitely believe in like that quant strategies. And what else is there?
Fabian wants to know, is there a machine learning component to your algo trading?
Good question.
Because that's the new thing, right? Everybody's talking about machine learning, AI. Is there anything left to human input?
There is always something left to human input.
Love it.
I'd say that.
Love it.
There's a little bit of machine learning as well. So again, I've got a software team that does that sort of thing. They're fantastic.
Fantastic.
But always looking to innovate. So if you've got the weekend when the markets are closed, look at what you did good at, what you didn't do so good at, and always look to learn. That's the thing. Even if you have like a bad day or a bad week, you can always learn from what happened. How it happened, like why you got into an unfortunate situation, or if you did a winning week, you're like, oh, that's great. Like, how could I improve though? How could I get better?
I'm going to put you on the spot.
Go for it.
It wouldn't be a session without putting you on the spot, Adam. Leave us with one ticker that you like for the rest of the year. And it can be anything.
I like Nvidia.
You like Nvidia?
I think,
Sure.
You know, I think I see AI going into it, so I'd go Nvidia. I'd say, you know, I believe in the AI sort of world. Again, I'm sort of in that industry, automation. I believe it's important to make things efficient for us.
Yep.
They're one of the biggest
yeah.
companies in the world.
Oh, goodness, yeah.
Are they a little bit pricey? Well, we've had that pullback from 141. So, you know, if we go back to 107.5, I believe it is, maybe look at something. But yeah, Nvidia for me.
Fantastic. I mean, like, look, a lot of people complain about the costs, obviously, of Nvidia, but we're not really talking about the fact that they're growing their revenue hand over fist, right? So I think that's really what's keeping this thing up. All right, BA, I see it, DayTrader. Rohit, Adam, how algos decide on averaging dollar cost? I mean, DCAing. How algos ask for confirmation before dollar cost averaging? I'm pretty sure you kind of answered this indirectly, and they said that everything is automated.
Everything is automated, so it doesn't give me like any like confirmation signal saying like, oh, do you want to enter now? No, it's totally done. Like as I'm right here, right now on this floor, my systems are live and on, and I don't need to be intervened. VPS is connected to the algo and the broker, so as long as the signal's good, I don't need any input.
Fantastic.
That's the whole purpose as well, isn't it? You know, you want to be able to travel. You know, you've got a good strategy. You want to be able to make money while you're, while you're away.
All right. Who's going to win today?
Arsenal.
We're going to kill him. And Dembele is suspended. For behavioral issues, suspended in team, by the way, not even by UEFA. So
that's good.
All right, so I'm good with that. Yeah, I think we wiped the floor with them today. But yeah, that's a look. Good. So we're gonna get that at 3:00. All right, guys, throw up ones for my man Adam in the chat. I love what they put there on your header there. Chat fave and algo trader. That's true. So finally, Ram gets something right. Fantastic look there. Throw up ones for my man in the chat. Thank you so much for being on, Adam, man. And we so excited to have you on and absolutely kill it by the end of the year. Awesome. Adam DeLuce, everybody, chat fave and algo trader extraordinaire, and one of my yeah, it's a look there. Shout out, Adam. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, we're going to have Joe come on in a few minutes. Guys, I'm back in this Boeing trade as it looked like it, for the moment, did defend 155 and wants to curl back up. You see that kind of curling pattern there. We're going to give this one the old college try, and you're getting a lot of love there in the chat, my man, as I expected you would. I'm throwing my own one in there, man. I didn't even throw my own one. So we're going to look to see if Boeing wants to curl back up, possibly into that 156. We'll look to wet our beak somewhere on the way up there. But Boeing in play today, 2.17% after having a tough few days. And in case you're wondering what the catalyst is all about here with BA, it is likely the belligerencies that are occurring right now in the Middle East, because there really was no positive catalyst from this otherwise. I mean, you had obviously UBS chiming in today, cutting the price target from from 240 into 220, citing many different reasons, one of which obviously is the machinist strike. Can't produce planes, not like they were producing them hand over fist prior to that. Usually they want to pump out about 38 737s per month. That obviously is in jeopardy now, as that is, yeah, absolutely. So I'll talk about one large cap, and then we'll go into the small caps, because Adair is at the green screen, and she's got the small cap segment.
We have IWM up here. Beautiful double bottom here around that 216.65 area on the 15-minute chart. Let's see if we eclipse these highs, because right now it looks like we're making a slightly lower high for the Russell 2000. For the small caps right now, I didn't want to repeat the ones we already did, so we're going to look at one name for each of these sectors that are kind of in play today as of the midday. So first, we're going to look at some of these names in the energy space. Of course, as Sharif was just mentioning, we do have the belligerencies there in the Middle East, the ongoing tensions. So USEG, this is US energy. This one's certainly in play here. A bit of a range, but doing pretty well right now on the day. We also have your FLGC. This is Flora Growth. This is a name in the cannabis space. Bit of a definitely a small cap here, around $23 million market cap and under 10 million shares for FLGC. Last but not least here, we have this ticker LX. This is an ADR, so we know we have those Chinese ADRs moving. This one's actually based in the Cayman Islands at new high of days. Good volume here for Lex and FinTech. So lots of names on watch here today in a lot of different catalysts. If you don't want to trade the more expensive names or the mega caps, there can be some small cap options in these sectors as well.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Appreciate that. We got my man Joe back.
We're back.
We got one hotline dropper on options, the other hotline dropper on algos. You never know what you're going to get on this midday.
We don't know what to do with ourselves anymore. We got it's information overload, and we absolutely love it. So shout out Adam. We don't know what he's doing up later, but we know how the boys in the UK get down. So maybe we'll get some frosty pints, talk some stocks.
Yeah,
after,
man. You're more than welcome to join us.
Yeah.
We're gonna hit
Look, so
whatever, some sort of bar after we'll watch Arsenal PSG. Being such a big soccer fan.
Yeah, well, yeah, clear.
I know, I'm just playing with you there.
Yeah,
no, I'm kidding there. Joe, anything that you had your eyes on while Adam was dropping hotlines?
You know what? No, we just got out of our Apple position here. As you can see, it's starting to pull in a little bit more and maybe go and test these lows. If it decides to break a little bit lower, maybe we join the trend, and the volume is absolutely stepping in here. You can see the orders being flushed on the tape, so we're going to look to join the trend here. If this level holds, then maybe we get another chance and we take another break above VWAP, considering how tight it is hugging price, and I like to see that. So we'll see what we can do with that. Other than that, we're sitting on our hands. Maybe we're going to short some Qs here shortly, and that's it so far. Sharif, how about you?
Nothing much, man. Just got stopped out of Boeing again. It's not been a good trading day for me today, but that's all right. We'll look to do a little bit better. All right, we're going to start the lesson, but before we do that, Adara's got something for at the desk. What do you got?
Get another update coming out of the Middle East here, guys. We do have comments. Apparently, Iran has begun missile launches here against Israel. This is according to the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force. Also, apparently, there's a warning alarm from Israel's home front command sound in Jerusalem. So both these warning alarms worth noting, and the fact that Iran has apparently begun missile launches against Israel. Again, this is coming from the IDF itself. So keep an eye on the market here. Again, if I see anything moving in the market, I will absolutely be letting you guys know.
Thank you for that, Adara. I want to shout out to OG Darwin saying Jerusalem siren alarm now. Okay, so now we got Tel Aviv, we got Jerusalem. Who's next? Haifa. So we're going to have to keep our eye on that. Not a good look, guys. Not a good look. I don't like reporting on this stuff, but this is the way it is. Let's get to the lesson du jour. We're talking about level 2, guys, today. Specifically, we're talking about using level 2 to identify those dynamic areas of support and resistance. So yesterday, we explored the basic intricacies of the order book. Today, though, let's leverage that newfound knowledge. To identify this dynamic support and resistance zones on level 2. Let's get right to it. So let's move beyond the static lines that we typically see on charts identifying support and resistance. Traditionally, these support and resistance zones are drawn using horizontal lines on charts based on historical price action, not current trends, but historical price action. However, the order book gives us a bit of a different twist. It offers you real-time insights into where these support and resistance zones may be forming or may be shifting. And this is what we're talking about here. Typically, we're just drawing horizontal lines. Sometimes, they can be diagonal, obviously, on the chart to depict previous areas of support and resistance. But what we have on the level 2, it's showing you where the buyers are sitting now, where the sellers are sitting now, right? There's obviously bamboozlement with that as well, but it gives us more of a current look as opposed to what had been in the past. So let's talk about the order book depth as your lifeline in these markets. What do I mean by that? You're looking for areas with significant order volume on either side of the book. So we talked about this first first time around. High bid depth. This is what we used for support. What is high bid depth though? So technically, it's a cluster of bids at a specific level, which is indicating to you buying pressure that could potentially hold the price from falling further. This area becomes a support zone. So I remember I was talking about this yesterday. If we're ascending in the price action and I want to know, should I get in? And I get in, right? And then all of a sudden, there's an order behind me. Say I punched 200 long on Amazon once it broke, 201 on Amazon. So I'm looking to see, is 200 going to hold? All of a sudden, we break through that 200 level. Maybe we get to $210. All of a sudden, there's a monster buyer at $200.01. So I'm like, all right, great. This buyer may prevent the price action from breaking down below that $200 level. So I'm always looking to see, is there a big buyer backstopping me as the price ascends? If I'm long, the opposite is true if you're short. Is there a big seller to backstop you if you're short in case the price pops up? So to build upon that, the exact opposite of what I just said is true about the high bid depth. The high ask depth, which we use as resistance, is also a thing. It's a concentration of asks at a specific price level, which is indicating to you selling pressure that can either stall or reverse the price advance. This becomes, known as the potential resistance zone. And here's kind of what it looks like on the tape. Compare and contrast the difference, the weight difference here between how much size is sitting on the bid at the specific level versus how much is sitting on the ask. There is clearly a buy imbalance that we have on the stock at this level. It doesn't mean it exists at every other level. It exists here. Okay, so this is kind of what I'm trying to show you here. Big buying on one side of the book and not much else on the other side of the book. The opposite is also true. Look at the lottage over here that we have on the ask. 770,000 shares, 196,000, 267,000. Nary do you have even a 3 print over here. You have one that's 110,000. Again, there is a sell imbalance on this name at this specific price range. That's what we're talking about there.
Beautiful, beautiful.
You want to add in here?
No. Okay. Keep going there, brother.
Let's talk about the art of the order book whisperers, though. I mean, obviously, we're choosing names. Fabian's whispering in my ear. Fantastic look there. But what do we mean by this? So I'm talking about the order book shifts. This is a sudden increase, for example, of bid or asks. It works both ways at a particular level, which can foreshadow to you a support or resistance form or that's forming there. That's what I mean. And then you also have to keep your eye on these order book vacuums. What do I mean by that? This is essentially a notable absence of orders at a price level, and that's indicative of a potential breakout zone. And I'll show you what I mean by that in a sec. So if it's below a current support level, if the price is below a current support level, there might be buyers waiting to step in. Conversely, a vacuum above resistance suggests less resistance for a potential price surge. So we've often talked about this. So let's say, example, right, that 200 level on Amazon again, right? So if there is no buyers on Amazon until, say, $199.50, okay, or $199, let's use $199. So if I'm getting in at 200 and there's a vacuum of buy orders between that 200 and that 199, I know that there is a higher chance that if we do move down, I get stopped out and it pushes down into 199 because the big boy volume is sitting at that 199. So we know that just by looking at the book. Again, bamboozlement's real. It's fast and furious. The orders could be icebergs, or the orders could come in as the price action descends. There's nothing stopping people from posting orders, either market or limit, when the price reaches, right? But we can only gauge what we have right now on the level 2. So again, these big absence of these levels with an absence of buy orders or sell orders to the ask side, also very indicative as well. And we're always looking for confirmation no matter what we're doing with trading. So while the order book provides valuable clues, it's not a crystal ball, right? So here's how to add weight to your analysis. First and foremost, price action confirmation. What does this mean? So you're looking for the price to actually touch or stall near the identified support and resistance zone. This validates the order book signal, right? And then you also want to look at the technical indicators. What are they telling you? So using indicators like moving averages or relative strength, RSI, to gauge overall price momentum and potential trend reversals around these zones. So here's what I mean. So you know that you have a big sell order on Amazon at $201. Fine, fantastic. You know that there's a whole bunch of selling there. You've looked previously and you know that there is there's resistance there. Fine. But what does the RSI say? So if we were to break that 201, would we be in oversold territory on RSI? Or would there be potential price action RSI divergence? So if we were to make that new high, breaching 201, would that also be a new high on the RSI chart? If it isn't, if it's a lower high, maybe we're losing steam. So you need to be looking at the technical indicators in addition to what the level 2 is showing you. It is just one component. You want the balance of the evidence. Last but not least, with respect to topics, dynamic adaptations. What do we mean by that? Well, we're talking about these order book fluctuations, which are real, right? Remember, the order book is absolutely fluid. Levels can change rapidly. Be prepared to adjust your support and resistance zones. Don't get stuck in one mentality. You need to adjust using these real-time order book movements. And again, new catalysts can absolutely change everything. So you've charted your levels. You've identified your support and resistance zones on level 2. All of a sudden, like we just got right now, belligerencies in the Middle East changes that entire narrative. So news can dramatically alter support and resistance. Make sure that you are accounting for that as well. And last but not least here, we kind of left you with this last time, TWAP, time weighted average price orders. Super interesting. You can kind of gauge this on your own time. These essentially are sophisticated order types to buy or sell a certain amount of stock at an average price over a specified period. I know that's a mouthful. You're looking for these large TWAP orders on the buy side, near support, or sell side, near resistance. It suggests to you institutional interest potentially aligning with your support and resistance zones, which could be accumulation and distribution. Get it, Katina, man? What's going on over there?
Not quite yet, but we're short triple Qs, TQs.
Yeah.
69.40.
The Katina man is short. T triple Qs at 69.40, and I've got it up over. Oh, he's got it up on his screen. There he is. 69.40s. Essentially, he's got like the high of that top right there. So we're gonna shout out the Katina man. He's $1 in the money. We're gonna hit the bangs.
Adam told me to take it.
Adam told him to take it. I love it. I love it. Well, Adam, you can't leave.
Hey.
Adam's got to stay now.
Yeah.
Shout out to Adam Jalous, man, dropping hot lines.
Yeah, it's great stuff.
There he is. What do you got there, Joe?
Oh, yeah, no, we just entered some Qs here, some TQQs. We're looking to take it short. We started to curl over a little bit here, and we failed to break VWAP to the top side. So the same narrative over here. We're looking to follow the trend here, so we're a little bit in the money here. If we don't break this low a day, then maybe we'll punch out, but we're going to hold on to this for a little bit. If we come up here around 63.31, then we're going to take our size out here. So we got a little bit more size here, so we're looking for the breakdown. I would have liked a little bit bit better of an entry, but that's okay. Hey, can't absolutely be 100% precise on them all, especially because we're teaching you guys and all that stuff. So whatever you guys are looking at, I know there's a lot of stuff going on over in the Middle East, but other than that, let's look at some tickers. Throw your tickers in the chat, guys. We're going to talk about them. If you have your options questions, please throw them in there. I want to talk some options with you guys too. Don't forget, this Thursday, we have Introduction to Options Part 1, all right? So this Thursday, make sure you tune in. We're going to be here, be there or be square. So we're going to have a lot of fun with that, whether you're new or you're old to options. We're going to go through the basics and we're going to start right from the nitty gritty. And it's tough. You know what? Learning options is tough. And when you first start off, it's not the easiest thing, but just look at it as a new language, a new financial instrument, right? And that's just something we want to do for you guys is we want to add things to your trading arsenal. So come over, learn some options. We're going to talk options. We're going to start from the very beginning. And like I said before, I know we dove right into options with credit spreads and everything like that. So we're going to take a couple steps back. We're not going to dive head in like we did with the credit spreads. We're going to take it slow, nice and slow, and work you guys' way into trading options. So hopefully it's a little bit more familiar with you guys. We have TQQs working for us really nicely. And let's see what we got in the chat here. Why short TQQs instead of long SQQs? Kobe, Brady. Well, it's an inverse ETF, right? You could always long it. If you're long biased and you feel like that you want to, the Katina man, he's printing up a storm over there. He's not stopping. He can't stop. He can't stop. Can't stop. Oh, no, shit. He can't stop, won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Pull up. Look at that. Monsters. 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 Yes, brother. So yeah, just why not SQQ? Well, I'm gonna keep it just simplistic, right? I'm not gonna play the inverse ETF derivative of it. So yeah, to answer that question, we're just gonna play some TQQs. If it continues to move to the downside like it is right now, we're gonna look to take some off.
I didn't mean to upset you or anything.
Maybe we'll
like
take
that.
some off.
Don't get upset, bro.
Maybe we'll take a little bit of our size off here now because we are starting to trade, and then we take risk off, right? So essentially now, so I'm risk off now, right? We've profited on this trade. We're risk off. If we come break even, then that's fine. We still got about like 66% of our position. The Katina man is $1 in the money, it sounds like, over on 2 positions. So we don't even know what to do with ourselves. Drinks on him tonight. So we don't know. We're having a good time here, and he's printing up. Yeah, drinks on Sharif apparently. Hey, drinks on Sharif. So we'll see. We'll see. We're gonna watch some football and some soccer, and the Qs are absolutely tanking. This is why we took it. We're gonna look to take a little bit more off the position. It's working out really well how we like here. We would have liked a little bit better of an entry. Would have increased that RVR a little bit, but we can't complain, right? We got something working. Oh, we're pulling back here now. And as the volume steps in, what I'm gonna do here now is we're gonna take a little bit more off the top, leave about 10%
You can show
or
his
so.
screen, guys. He's executing a position. Yeah.
And we're gonna take about another 30% off here. Leave us with not too much here if I know what I'm doing. Here we go. We're gonna take some off just to be sure because we failed to break that and make a new low. Other than that, Sharif, what's going on, my friend?
I got absolutely nothing, my man. Right now, I'm looking at these small caps, and they're all doing like basically nothing. So nothing involved with me there. I was looking at Boeing last time, looking to play the belligerency trade, and it gave me another stop out. So I'm literally like 0 for 3 today. So it has not been my trading day. I'll look to do a little bit better, but we're extended either to we're extended on the short right now. So that's kind of what I'm looking at, because everything really seems to be short with all the negative catalysts that are coming in, like this Microsoft VWAP retracement, that Meta VWAP rejection as well as Google as well coming into that volume weighted average price got rejected. So we'll keep an eye out there, but we're going to send it to Adair. She's got something for us.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Becoming a funded trader means trading with a firm's money instead of your own. And at Trade the Pool, you'll first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power, and you get to keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan that QR code or click the link in the description for more info.
Thank you very much, Adair. Agora saying Nike coming into this uptrend line from the market open. This area is also a high at 11 a.m., which could support. Let's have a look at what Gaurav is talking about. Nike's it's not bad. It's definitely outperforming the market, up 0.57 currently. No, that's the daily. Let's flip to the 5. Yeah, it's not a bad daily look, though.
Yeah,
Huh?
looking.
Here it is. So I think this is what Gaurav is talking about. He's talking about this trend line over here going through the lows. We're coming right into it right now, Gaurav. 88.90. Let me just update my side chart over here, because if I don't have the names on the watch list, they don't update on the chart, Joe. It's kind of a bizarre situation. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Look, you're actually getting support there live in living color right now, Gaurav. So good call out by you. Look, I've made too many mistakes today to take like these, I don't want to say low probability trade, because this is a good trade. And there you go. It's manifesting as we speak. But just can't take too many. I don't have too many more shots. So we're going to have to be very careful with which shots we take right now on whatever we trade, because we're kind of like for everything at the moment. So NKE, good look by you, Gaurav. We're going to keep an eye on this one, but that is a sound trend line that you're basing this trade off. 88.90, I think it did get a bit of a bounce. But look, both moving averages curling down a little bit over here. So I'm going to pack my patience and look at that. see how it sets up. Joe.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Yeah, we have a really good question in here by the Piper, and I really want to dive into this. The person asked me, why did I take some out of a trade if I have it planned out? That's a great question. Why? Because as I emphasized before earlier, I'm looking for the break of low of day. Yeah, I took some of my position out, but I was going to hold some of my position for that potential low of day break. Now, why did I take some out is this. If we look at my chart here, you can see an isolated signature. You see how this reversal volume signature is larger than what we've seen in the past couple of minutes. That is a potential bottoming signal, and that we can potentially squeeze and go a little bit higher. And look exactly what happened. So me noticing from a time and sales standpoint, from a volume price analysis standpoint, that, hey, this can be a potential bottom that we don't want to break any lower. I've already locked in a little bit of profit. So with this definitive signal, I'm going to take a little bit more off. And why? And look exactly what happened. I eventually get stopped out, break even though it may not fully reverse back into the VWAP or anything like that. We took some out because of the small nuances that the correlation of price and volume is telling us. And when you get more familiar with trading, you're going to see these small nuances within trading, and that's going to really help you choose when you want to get into a trade and when you want to get in out of a trade as well.
Absolutely, man. Well said there, Joe. Guy, I did not have my eyes on HUSA. So HUSA, put some respect on this one's name. Good look. Small cap gapper, or yeah, it is 14 million, almost $50 million market cap. 10.2 million shares traded today. You got about a 10 million share float, and we're going to shout at the NOS boss and his boys over there at Trade Ideas. What's the short float? D, 6.6%. Definitely not negligible so we'll keep an eye on this one. Very respectful, at least initially, of the volume weighted average price. It pops into that 155. It's not giving you a huge notional move, but it's a predictable move there. Very respectful of the 10 on the way up. The retracements bring it into VWAP, and now kind of it's hovering here with the lows of these candles kind of shadowing the highs of this consolidation area. So let's see if this one can work its way back up again. I'm not going to be quick to jump into this. I'd rather get it at VWAP, so much so that we're going to place finally resting orders and not chase the stocks, because that has been my Achilles heel today. I've been chasing these bad boys, and that ain't the move. So we're going to go into HASA. Okay, so this doesn't trade. I think it's on the MX. It is. So this guy's on the pink sheets, guys. It's on the AM. So we're going to set up something at 35s. Yeah, that's where exactly my volume weighted average price is. In fact, I think it's at 34, so I'm front running it here. This is going to be a very tight trade. It's going to literally have to hold 32s. Why? Because it was awfully respectful of 32s before, and if that buyer that pumped it off 32s is not there, I want no smoke. Again, this is all predicated upon it coming down, filling me at 35s. We'll see HUSA, good look on the day, and above the volume weighted average price. You can't make that argument for a lot of the small cap gappers that we originally started out with. EONR, not. NFE, a little bit above, a little bit below. Look at UNFI breaking down. The only one right now that's still above volume weighted average price in small cap gapper world, UVIX obviously is not a small cap gapper, is INDO. And I traded INDO like a dang buffoon, okay? So I'd rather not, relive those bad memories again and try to trade something else. No, I'm kidding, of course. INDO sets up again, I'm getting back in. But those are the small cap gapper looks right now, Joe.
Beautiful.
What's the look on your end?
Yeah, no, this is just a prime example of why we get out of our trades after we take profit and we cut break even. So I had a profitable trade here. Imagine I held on to this and I still had size after locking in some profits, right? You get squeezed, and now you're going to make a profitable trade, a losing trade, and that's what we don't want to do, all right? So that's why just stick to your outs, guys, stick to your game plans, and then eventually you'll be able to continue on the profitable side. So, but this is just an absolute prime example of why we want to get out of trades when the market is telling us to do, right? So sometimes you just got to take what the market gives you. Yeah, you're going to be in those positions where it's like, oh, I took some off the top too early, and it continues to run. That's part of the game. We go through that stuff every day, so just get used to that. Even when you cut the trade and it works, or you don't cut the trade and it goes against you, not everything is always going to work in your favor, and that's totally fine. I know Hannah, I think Havana Woody was talking about her DJT calls. So right on, glad that you're working on those. I know you said you're a little out the money on them, but you're selling calls. So if you're selling those calls out of the money, then that's absolutely fantastic. Just don't get squeezed. Make sure you have your stops in place and you set those targets. Or even buy protection, you know what I mean? See, I think you were saying that you had a lot of shares, so hey, sell those calls as long as you're covered, then you're good to go. So keep doing what you're doing with those options trades, and we like that type of stuff, Sharif.
Joe, so let's talk about this belligerencies trade that I've labeled belligerencies trade. What kind of window would we be looking at for something like this? Like, I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot. I know you love your weeklies.
Yeah.
Is that how you play this trade? Like, say for example, you want to play some of these defense
stocks. Yeah. So what I would do, like, it would be more of a long-term play, I think, in there. Like, maybe buy like some options a couple months out, right? We don't want theta to work too much against us, right?
No, I'm pointing at like, yeah, that's.
Oh, yeah. I thought there was something around me. We don't know. But no, to go on to what Sharif was saying, we want to hold on to those for a little bit. I mean, it also depends on your type of playbook that you're looking to do, right? If you're looking to scout, maybe get in and out, you can do the weeklies. But when you're doing weeklies, just be prepared that time is not necessarily in your favor. So the longer that your trade takes to work, then that means more time is working against you. And with this game, we need a little bit more time unless you're employing a totally different strategy.
I agree, man.
Yeah.
Well said there. And like, that's the thing about this too. It's like, it just keeps expanding. And we don't talk about politics, but there's a trade to be had here, right? And that's the thing. It's expanding, so this could be an interesting trade, sadly.
Absolutely, like defensive, man. Like we go weekly if we're looking to leverage the position and stuff like that, and just do something along those lines. Yeah.
Interesting. It's actually quite interesting. Vicky and Novak, Oxy printing. Yeah, dude, oil's printing. I was going to the bathroom there, and Wayne stopped me. He's like, "What the hell is happening with CL?" Well, the Middle East, that's what's happening. CL is up 4.8% CL, in case you're wondering, is the light Swede crude contract on the NYMEX. Here we're going to look at the futures. We are charting on the November contract right there. So this is what oil looks like right now. This is a dang rocket ship on oil, essentially, since the bell. Oil's up aggressively, 4.83%. Obviously, we've been depressed pricing. We got as low as 66.25, man, 71.53. Wow, that's a move for oil. Unsurprised by that, obviously, as the issue expands. Now, you know, when we look at the practical aspect of this, who's going to start producing to take production offline? Well, not really anybody, but the problem is that the shipping channels, I think, in that area of the world could get affected, right? You're already hearing about blockades of certain countries by others, and that could expand, right? So it makes this a bit of a tougher look there. So interesting look right now on the CL. You're absolutely right. Oxy's up 3.7. From my estimation, though, the actual crude contract itself up the most, at least on my watch list. You're getting like low single digits for some of the oil adjacent names, but the actual contract itself up big, 4 2/3 right now. Flipping back to the small cap gapper HUSA, while Joe was dropping hot lines, this thing bumped up again into $1.50. I'm sitting here like a schmuck with $1.35. It doesn't even care about what I'm looking at, Joe. Nope. It's on its way up over here, but like we'll talk about that and much more when you get back from Madeira at the big desk.
Not too much has changed here in the crypto space since we last talked. We still have Ethereum just holding on to this 2,500 level. I believe last time we looked at this, we were around 2,511. Now we're at 2,509. Bitcoin here also around that 6,200 level, or 62.5, sorry. So not too much of a change, but a lot of these names still pretty weak here. Dogecoin, Solana down more than 4%. Avalanche pretty weak here as well. But there is one name that's been strong here today and also strong yesterday that I want to talk about, and that is this DAI. This is the 5-minute market cap chart here for this DAI. This DAI, this is one of these crypto-related names. It's been pretty strong over the last few days. One of the few that's actually positive here on the day as well, and was positive, a little bit flat on the day, but positive yesterday when a lot of these crypto names weren't. So this DAI potentially on watch here. Also worth noting, if you're looking for some of these defensive names, I've seen an ETF. This is a 3 times bullish defensive stocks. It's DFEN. Want to keep an eye on under 1 million shares in volume from what I'm seeing, but DFEN popping up right now as we continue to get news from Israel and Iran. Apparently, there's smoke rising up from Tel Aviv as of right now, guys.
Good job,
Yeah,
Raymond.
great stuff from Madera there, as
Yeah,
always.
oh, yeah.
Dropping hot news, as always.
I want to mention D-Loaf dropping hot lines as well. Mara 15 saying it to me. That's your level, Sharif. Time to buy several hundred shares in your personal account. And I wrote back, I'm legitimately thinking of it. I got smoked on Mara earlier in the year for $1.50 loss with big shares. That's okay. You learn from that experience. He goes on to say, I think daily cross about 14.75 would be okay. So closer to that price, the better. Shout out to D-Loaf. Let's do some charting. MARA, I apologize in advance. I know this is going to take a longer time to load. I don't know why my platform doesn't like Mara, but here's the $15 level on MARA, okay? And this goes back a hot minute. And it goes back all the way to September 2022. We were using 15 as resistance. We broke through it. There was this outlying event, sure, July 2023, we did break through it. But now look at the amount of times we've used 15 as support. Up here, January 2024, hold. What's this? March 2024 hold. Again, May 2024. Then you have Black Friday, that early August, Monday. We dip below it, but look where the closing print is. I'm going to zoom in so you can see it. The closing print's way higher at 17. We did dip into 13.5. By the end of the day, we closed at 17. And then there's this outlying event over here where we dip. But remember, the 3-period rule that we talked about in technical analysis, it's either 3% or 3 period. This doesn't fit the 3-period rule because you reclaimed it on the 3rd. Look at that. And now we're back at that level. Let me make the other side of that argument, though. I'm waxing poetic to use an Adair term about 15. Let me tell you about this. Lower highs all the way through. What do we get from that, Joe? Jeez.
That bottom, dang.
It doesn't have to happen, but it's a possibility. It's about a game of risk.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I like that you're pulling up these crypto miners just to express my frustration with Bitcoin here because I don't know what it's doing. Bro. Come on, we're supposed to be at $250,000 by now, and we're just hovering around these levels. But that's okay. We're gonna hold. We're hodlers on Bitcoin. We're in this game for the long term, so we're looking to have some fun on that. Right now, we're in some TQQs, guys. This is just kind of what I want to show you. Why did I get out of this trade? I got stopped out break even. That's perfectly fine. That's exactly what we want to do. But we enter the trade again and we get a better price, all right? So this is how you want to trade, right? So you want to cut those trades. We talked on this yesterday. Sean brought it up as well too. Is that there's a reason why we get out of these trades because there's always going to be an equal or better opportunity to get back into them. So now I'm going to look for that bottom break again. We're going to look for the break of this pivot low. And if we continue lower, then that's fantastic. We're going to hold on to these shares for a little bit. So we'll see what's going on there. The market isn't really overall doing anything. It had some fun yesterday after JP was on, but nothing extravagant or anything out of the ordinary. We're starting to pull back. We're down about 1% or so on the SPY and about 1.7 a point and a quarter on the Qs. So we're going to look, maybe we continue to the downside. I know some of the megas are weak. So we're looking to continue with the trend. And if we break the bottom here, we're going to be looking real nice here, Sharif.
This is an interesting one. Carlos Venegas, looking at RTX calls, SPY puts, and VIX calls heavy.
I
like that, heavy at the end there. That's a good look.
Love it.
Because basically you're betting on defense stocks, betting against the market, and betting on volatility.
And that's absolutely fantastic, right? So when we're selling, we know when we're selling that there's going to be an increase of volatility. So when you're buying those calls, expect the VIX to pop. And as you can see, the TQQs are absolutely selling right now. So we like those RTX calls, the SPY puts. That's fantastic. Hey, if you're going to go flat out puts, that's great. Maybe mitigate your downside of it a little bit. Buy some puts too, or sell some puts for some coverage. But hey, hold on to those. Those are great trades. We really like the VIX trades there because again, we're increasing in volatility. And what we're going to do here is we're going to take a little bit off the top here on TQQs. We're going to lock in some of those gains straight to the bicep, and that's just how we want to do. That's what we want to do, right? So if we're going to have some of our sides. And if we break this level here at 68.07, then we're going to still be holding on to about 75% of our position, Sharif.
All right. Still keeping my eye on HUSA. It did dip down into 137s. I'm waiting for 135. That's still the volume weighted average price. I am cognizant of that topping till into the $0.50. I still think VWAP holds. I'm not going to give it that much room. So VWAP's going to have to hold. Otherwise, there's going to be no smoke on this side of the desk because I have not traded well. So that's the look there. Now, Boeing also flushing. So it's breaking the 10, the 20. Now it's on the way to the 50. I should tell you that 153-ish, thereabouts, not exact level, is the volume weighted average price. Then break even on the day for Boeing is 152. So could we give back the entire move? Ooh. I mean, I know Boeing is not the biggest defensive stock name. Obviously, they're involved with defense. I think they make components for multiple airplanes, engines, etc. I know General Dynamics does that as well. But we're going to go to Adara in a hot second over here. I just want to see Indo is bouncing off the volume weighted average price again. I missed this 360 entry. Adara, what do you have for us?
We're at the SPY here, the precipice of making a lower low here on that 3-minute chart for the S&P 500 as we get more news coming out here of the Middle East. Apparently, this Israeli Army radio saying that there's been almost 200 missiles launched into Israel from Iran. Also saying here, apparently, that we've got some suspension of traffic. I know certain airports, including Jordan Airport, has temporarily suspended air traffic. Lots going on here with regards to these rocket launches, these missiles being launched. Now we have air traffic suspended. If there's any tickers that you guys are looking at today, make sure so that you like and subscribe, because if you subscribe, you can vote for your ticker of choice for that afternoon segment at 2 p.m. here, guys.
And Joe and I just reflecting on like what it must be like to have that as part of your life. Hear sirens, just, you know, they're not hurricane sirens or tornado sirens. No, they're bombs.
They're bombs.
They're coming.
Dangerous. So our condolences, our thoughts and prayers are with everybody over there. So that's unfortunate.
You got a great question here from Frost 1349. Options question, Joe. When selling weekly calls, do you close after a certain percentage gain or you hold till it expires?
Ooh, that's a great question. So here, we can answer that question in a couple of ways. All right. So if I were to create a spread and I'm selling calls, if I'm going to collect about, so say, let me rephrase this. If I collect about 75% of the max profit within the first couple of days, then I'm going to close that position, because why am I going to hold on to a position for 3 more days, be susceptible to market movement for 25%? So that's a great question. If it's kind of lingering around and we didn't collect that much premium into day 3 or 4 and there's still about 50%, then I'll just hold them to expiry. But if I'm around 75% within the first couple of days, then I'm just going to close the position, lock in that 75% return on the premium that I've received, and then who cares about the other 25%, right? We don't got to worry about the market or anything if we're going to gap up or gap down, and then we look for another position to put on. Maybe we just roll the position, we lock in that premium that we collected, and then maybe roll the position. Look how we can continue that trade, but we're not going to hold anything if we collect the majority of the premium in the first couple of days of opening it.
Guys, there's been a lot to do today, so I've been completely neglecting this. Get into the chat and vote right now. I see you guys already voting. I didn't do my job today reminding you guys that we have the afternoon segment, which is worthless without you guys. If you guys are not voting for your favorite tickers, the Katina Man and the Neil do not have anything to drop hot lines about. And I know a lot of you guys want to know how they would have traded certain names. If they traded, they'll tell you how. If they didn't, they'll tell you why or how they would have. So get into the chat right now. I got my man Jeremy Newman. You forgot the $sign, Jeremy. It's join dollar, then Mara, $sign. There we got my man Zion Lala. He's voting for CVNA. Then we got my boy there, Kevin Gomez. He wants to see Indo. I'll tell you that. I'm not going to be covering that because I did very poorly on Indo today. I'm kidding. Obviously, I'll cover for whatever you want. We've got other people talking about different names as well. You got Roger talking about the VIX. He's also talking about RTX. How about, let's see, USO being talked by Jorge Alvarado. USO up 3%, he says. Fantastic look there. How about the SPY? I know my man Bears versus versus bulls. Loves voting for the SPY. Shout out to the world's greatest moderator there. So get into the chat every day. Pretty Panda talking about EONR waking up again. I did poorly on that one as well, but I did poorly on everything, so it's okay. Justin is voting for Affirm. Shout out to Justin. Thank you for getting your vote in. Kyle Lynn joined Tesla. Get into the chat, guys. Vote for your favorite tickers every day. Otherwise, the big kahunas won't have anything to wax poetic about during that afternoon rundown, Joe. What'd you vote for, Joe?
Uh-oh.
I only
Put
did
me on
that
the
too because
spot.
I know you
Put me on
didn't
the
vote.
spot. I didn't vote yet. Oh, it's on me. So that's it. They
Nah,
put me on the spot. Yeah, of course. Hey, man, we like to have fun on here too. So I didn't vote. I'll be sure to absolutely vote. We have a great question from Odyssey Flights. How do you roll a position? That's great. You can just open the exact same spread the way you opened it originally. We could refer that to as rolling. Even some brokers have a rolling option so that when you have this trade, you can just go into your broker and select. And your trades, when you go to put on a trade, just roll the position. So that's just the way. So when I say roll something, essentially I have the same thesis. I'm just moving that spread either up or down just to collect the same premium, but based on the same thesis. As you can see here, we're gonna just touch on the cues here. We don't wanna break this low here for some reason, and that's okay. I'm keeping my eyes on Apple. I got a couple fills in the personal when we weren't paying attention on Apple on some spreads. So we'll keep our eye on that. So maybe we can rebound there. We'll see what happens. But if we break this low, this market can definitely head lower, especially with the political unrest and geopolitical unrest that we have going on over there in the Middle East. So we're going to see, we still have a little bit of this position left here. I didn't size in exactly how I wanted. I should have been a little bit bigger, but that's okay. Hey, there's always going to be another trade. So we're just going to keep looking here. We're going to see if we break this bottom. If it does, hey, look, maybe we add, right? Maybe we add to this position because that's what we want to do. But we're squeezing. This market is resilient. It's super strong. So those continuation down days are hard to come by. So when you can get anything on the short side, in my opinion, you take advantage of it, just like the Cantina man. He was absolutely lighting up Google over there. So we already know drinks are on him tonight, and so that's okay. We're going to continue to have fun here, and we're just going to see if we can break here lower on the cues. Sharif?
Fantastic, man. I'm back in Husa well, I'm not back. I got in initially here in Husa. All right, wow. The price went in my direction. I'm just kind of shocked. So we're going to look to weather beak at 49s to front run what I perceive to be as resistance at 50, owing to this topping tail candle that got sold off quick as you like. I still have my planned DCA dollar cost average to defend the volume weighted average price on HUSA. Same place it was last time. VWAP, at least for the moment, still hasn't moved up in its spot there on the chart. So keep in mind, but this is the trade that I missed. I was hesitant to get back into Indo because I traded it poorly today. It's my worst performing name on the day, far and away. And when it got back into VWAP, I was very interested in it. Okay, let me show you exactly what I'm looking at here at on the 5 minute. But I was trigger shy. Why? Because I got cut up like an idiot on it all day. And now this gives me the best move off that 360. I was contemplating entry at 365. Now we're knocking on the door of 40, 395s. We're at the local highs there, 410 or there. So get it, Joe. And you know, I missed the trade there, and that's all right. We'll look to do a little bit better. But INDO, guys, it is breaking the previous area high. The previous area high was hanging out at 390. Now we're knocking the door 4. We know that 410 is the HOD. So it's a good look for it. This one kind of slept a little bit, took a little bit of a nap during the midday, but now it's awakening, knowing that in about 45 minutes, we're going to get that more liquid time of the day starting at around 2. So keep our eye on this one. I don't think I take this as a breakout trade, guys, because I've done poorly on it, Joe, and I don't have much in terms of risk left that I can kind of afford to take these type of trades. My trade here would have been on the entry at support. I missed it, so it either has to set up again similarly to this one, or I want no smoke because I'm not going to be taking the top there 410 long. So fantastic look there. UVIX continues to go. SOXS, obviously these are not small cap gappers, but they are in play, hence why they're on my chart. This is short basically the semis, and you can see we just printed highs. So the semis are absolutely bleeding. No Not even one name, Joe, in my semis watch list, and there's plenty of names, as you can see. Semis and then EVs start over here. Every single thing red in semis right now, basically shadowing the overall market. So unsurprised with that there, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the market is absolutely weak. We're continuing to the downside. We're looking to potentially take a second leg down here. And that's okay because we're going to look to join this trend. And we're actually in the trend. So if we can get cues to continue here, then we're looking pretty, right, in Suntan City. So, hey, don't fight things, guys. We just want to continue what we're doing, keep taking the entries, punch out when we're supposed to punch out, punch in when we're supposed to punch in. We like to keep things absolutely simple, and that's the same thing with options, right? With options, and I'm going to talk a little bit about them right here, is, hey, before we get into absolutely trading them and say you're new or anything like that, guys, be prepared. Yes, you have minimal capital requirements when trading options, but they are a leveraged derivative. If you do not employ your stops the way you're supposed to, then you're going to get chewed up pretty bad, and we don't want that, right? We want longevity in this. There's tough days in trading, and we all know that. Anybody who's been trading for a long time know that, hey, not every day is the easiest day, and that's absolutely fine. And the quicker that you get to be able to accept that, then the better off you are in the long run, right? So that's just one thing that we really want to work on and continue what we're doing. But here, before I talk and answer this next upcoming question, we are off to Adara.
Novo Nordisk here pushing into new lows with increasing volume. Novo Nordisk NVO announcing that they're planning to ship products to and from the U.S. through air freight just to avoid some of the disruptions that could be caused by those seaport strikes. So again, NVO providing a strike update, getting a little bit of extra volume attention right now, though, pushing to the downside. Also, more updates here coming out of the Middle East. Iran, I guess now posting through its UN on social media here, saying that they're now ready for any retaliation after the attack and that they justify the attack. So SPY pushing into new lows with that update, guys.
Thank you for that, Adara. Joe, I'm about to drop hotlines. Just want to let you know that Carlos in the chat reporting the White House speaks about the situation in the Middle East in about 13 minutes, lucky number 13. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure if that's accurate or not. Just want to let you know, and that's usually market movement.
Woo! Yeah. All right, so hey, we got a good question in here from Justin. Joe, do you have a specific strategy for setting option stops with IV and theta in mind? I always have good targets and ranges, but it's hard to pin down accurate stops. And you know what? Stops on options are a little bit more complicated. Theta is something that is time decay, right? So you can't really base a stop off of theta. But implied volatility, as it increases, you can definitely do that. So if you see an increase in implied volatility on whatever ticker that you're trading, then hey, you might get stopped out. But what I like to do is when I create a credit spread, I use a percentage metric, right? And that percentage is flat out simple, 100%. So if I receive $50 in premium, my stop is $50. So that means I'm credited $50 on a credit spread. I have to return that $50, and then I have to return additional $50 of my own money because I never owned the $50 in the first place. That's from a credit spread standpoint or a credit based trade. If you're doing a directional trade, you can use a percentage metric on the value of the contract. So say you paid $100 or $1, $100 for that contract, you can use a percentage metric of say 20 to 30%, right? You don't want that contract to expire worthless. And if the trade isn't working for you right away and say the contract value is about 20 to 30%, absolutely cut that trade, right? Because you can always get in. Fabian's giving me the side eye. Yeah, we got a side. Ooh, do you have to pay interest on that? We don't know. Trudeau will find a way to tax you on it, though, so we don't know. So we're going to wait on that one. So we don't know if we have to pay interest on that one. I don't think we do. But again, back to your question, hey, just put a percentage metric, right? Have an idea of the value of that contract that you want to lose. We know that options are a volatile instrument, so just make sure you have your outs defined, right? So again, if I said $1, you paid $1 for it, or $100, put that stop to about 30 to 40%, and hopefully that will work out for you.
All right, guys, I've got some channels here on the side. I'm watching now as the belligerencies take or unfold, so I'll be able to report to you guys on it live. As things happen right now, it's everything Adara has already said, that, the belligerencies are basically Iran's firing missiles so far, okay? What's that, Adara?
Give it
the
LNO.
Yes, of course. All right, so that's a look there. Still involved in this HUSA trade. It did work its way up to 47s and then got rejected or got sold off. We're printing 45s right now. Not a whole lot for me to report with respect to this trade, but how about this one? Look at this buddy over here.
Let's go.
INDO. We're not involved in it, Joe, but this is interesting because it got into that technical resistance level. So we printed 410 as the high right at 1130. And then look at this candle over here. Yeah, you guessed it, 409. It always works that way, right? So we're not printing it quite yet. I'm still awfully interested on this trade. If it can give me another VWAP retracement, I think certainly I get into it this time. I think this is setting up for something called a VWAP hold high of daybreak. Essentially, I talked about it yesterday, but I'm going to talk about it again. We get these bigger moves and these small cap gappers in the more liquid time of the day, that 9:30, that 10:30, even that 11. And then the lower volume part of the day takes place, what we're in right now, and we've been in since, say, 11:30 or so. And then the price action there kind of does exactly as you're seeing, consolidates, creates a high, then ranges in between that high and the volume weighted average price, only to break the top during the more liquid time of day, that power hour, 2:30 to 4. So if this sets up this way, I'm interested, definitely, given the current time, 120 right now, getting back in near that volume weighted average price area. Whether it lets me get in at that price or not, an entirely different story. But INDO is the small cap gapper that is in play today, and I traded it poorly, but it doesn't mean that that's going to be the status quo from now on. Looking to do a little bit better on it if it does set up. So keeping my eye on that. Yes. Okay, so now it looks as if, Joe, the missiles are landing on 3 different cities, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and Haifa. And I wasn't joking when I said Haifa earlier, because that's a major city in the north of Israel. So Haifa now also targeted as well, Joe.
Yeah, so it looks like the Iron Dome is in full effect over there. So our hopes and prayers go out to everybody over there. We don't want to see any of that stuff at all. No. We just want peace amongst us all. But to touch back on the markets here, we punched out of GQQs here. We're all out of that position. I mean, we couldn't ask for really much more on this trade. As you can see, we entered here on the first trade. We took a little bit off here. We left a little bit of a runner, and we got stopped out break even. We ended up getting a better entry on this trade after it failed to break VWAP to the top side. And then we got a really nice exit here, and then an okay exit here. There's always room for improvement. So when we were looking to improve, we got to see, hey, can I have held this for a little bit longer? And to back onto like, why aren't I holding to target, which was a great question previously. Hey, I just wanted to punch out. We're not breaking this bottom here, and I don't know why. Maybe it's a little bit slower of a grind and see if we can continue to the downside, but that's okay. If it does, it does. I mean, how much more can you ask for when you're taking these types of trades and you get the majority of the move that you're looking for? Other than that, guys, just throw your questions, throw whatever ticker you guys are looking in the chat, and we're going to go over them. I know Boeing, Boeing's absolutely pulling back here.
Yeah, man.
VWAP. It's that VWAP now, and Sharif and I were looking to go long on this thing. So good thing we didn't put any stake into Boeing, because we would be scratching our heads. I would have to apply a little more Rogaine probably at the end of the day. So that's it. So that's it. Yeah, so that's it. But hey, it's pulling back here. We're waiting for some things to happen. Maybe it holds VWAP and we can continue to the top side. I mean, the volume is dwindling, so that can be a positive sign here. And on this weak pullback. So maybe it takes a bounce off of VWAP and we continue to the top side, Sharif.
Absolutely, Joe. You're absolutely right. This is the chart on Boeing as it continues to bleed. I just want to show you guys the 5-minute look on BA. It crested out right at that 156.40. Since that time, it has been a symphony of lower lows and lower highs. And then you got the cross there between the 10 and the 20. You know, not one that I use intraday, but definitely one that you could have have your eye on. Volume weighted average price, a skosh, a tiny little bit below that 153 level. 153 also has price action, previously resistance, could act as support. Not saying it will. Why? The opening print right there, we ranged with the closing prints all below that 153 for a period of what? 9:55 till around 10:20. So, make of that what you will. It could be an established level depending really on your criteria, but 153 is the level I'm looking at. 152.86 currently is where VWAP is at on BA. Not going to try to catch a falling knife on this one. It's got to set up, otherwise I want zero smoke. Don't have enough risk to take on big attempts. Names. Thank you, Joe.
She's a little more expensive, isn't she?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, $153, not where it was.
No,
Definitely not where it was. Gorev, maybe a trend line can be drawn on BA from pre-market lows, can be double confluence with VWAP if it gets there. I feel you, Gorev. I know what you're looking at. I think I'm just going to make it super simple. It's going to either be VWAP or that 153, and I'm not even going to try to catch a falling knife. It's going to have to prove to me support at that level. We'll see what comes. We'll get what we get, and we won't get upset. INDO, I'm going to get upset about this one, though. I have the right to get upset every once in a while. Guy, come on, bro. The right idea. Terrible execution, Joe. Terrible. This should be the poster boy for poor execution. But it is hovering around 4, guys, having a little bit of resistance with that 4. 3 5-minute candles, each one with lower highs, and they're all topping tail candles as I see it. Here's the INDO 5-minute chart. This is what I'm looking at right now. It's breaking down below 4 again. But if it sets up at that 3 mid-60s now, because VWAP's moving up a little bit as the price action moves up as well, I'm going to be looking at getting in near the volume weighted average price. Nice little gnarly sell-off here off that 408 touch. Now we're down into 390, so good look there. Let's flip back to HUSA. Okay, this moved up into 48, or no, 47 and a half. I'm still waiting at 49. Not a bad look. It's definitely not going to make my day green, but at least it'll get the a positive execution, at least for one, man. My goodness, what are you looking at, Joe?
I'm looking at Apple here, and it's just absolutely breaking my heart as it continues to move to the downside, and that's okay. We're down about just under 4% here on the day, and it's just dragging the rest of the market down too. All these Mag 7s are relatively weak on the day, so expect a little bit of a pullback in the market, and that's what happens when you have these mega caps when they're weak, right? They tend to dictate sometimes where the market goes. So we're going to see what's going on with that. Maybe we're going to take a look at some other sectors as well, like XLF and XLE, because I know that oil is apparently buzzing. So maybe we'll find some strength in XLE and stuff like that. So we'll take a look on that. Maybe to speak of it, we'll pull up XLE right now, just for the heck of it. And let's see here. And yeah, it's one of the stronger sector ETFs. So if you're looking to join a trend into strength, XLE may be your way to go, right? So we're going to look to maybe here, if we pull back a little bit. The volume is a little bit increasing here on the pullback, so we're going to keep our eyes on XLE. If it decides to grind a little bit higher, up 2.1%, 2.2% on the day. So it might stall that we are getting a little bit later into the lunchroom hour, the lunchtime hour. So we'll see what's going on with that. We're going to pack our patience. We're going to hold our horses, and we're going to see. We're going to wait a little bit here and see if we can get into something that's really strong.
Yeah, I respect that, man, because that's exactly what I'm trying to do right now. I don't want to be quick to jump in to the trade on Indo. It pulled back nicely into the 10 exponential on the 5, and then, basically zigged and zagged a little bit. I'm going to try to stick with my bias. I want something in the 60s, low 70s, and it's going to really depend upon where VWAP is. So as VWAP ascends, because the price action is ascending, so too will my ideal entry spot. Currently, VWAP at 61s or 62s, can't really see it too well. So we're going to keep my eye on that. All right, we're moving up nicely here on HUSA, not by a lot. I'm hoping for a surge in volume, because now we got into 48s, now printing 47s. I'm hoping for a surge in volume that takes us above this 50 penny area, but fully ready for 50 penny rejection. I do very much like these higher lows and higher highs since bouncing off VWAP on HUSA. Dad Trader, yo Sharif, had to exit a trade because of a siren and had to head to the shelter. I live in Tel Aviv. By the way, love the show, watching the shelter. We're hoping you are okay, my man. Dad Trader, thank you very much for the 15. I think that's shekels. Thank you very much, my man. I'm hoping that you are okay. Your family is okay as well. And, you know, let us know how it goes. We're wishing you the best, my man. Get it, Adara.
It's the afternoon edition here of Money Talks. As you can see, the GXY here even stronger than when we last looked at it. Last time in the morning, I think we were on 101.17. Now we're at 101.35 here. Again, gorgeous bottom here forming at that one, just above that 100-point area. The next level of resistance to me seems like it's about 0.4 points to the upside. So if we get to that 101.75, a bit of a double top earlier on that one-day chart. Of course, some of the key things to think about today are going to be the ongoing attacks in the Middle East. We did have Israeli media reporting the launch of 100 missiles by Iran at Israel. We also had Jolt's job openings and some other economic data prints today. Jolt's higher than expected here one more time. So it was 8.04 million versus estimates here of 7.64 million. We also had a revised upward print. So our previous print here for July initially 7.673 million, now being revised up to 7.711 billion. So higher revision and pretty decently higher than expected prints here for Jolts, which is the key number of the day. In terms of economic speak, though, we do have Fed speaking here later today. Fed's Bostic, Barkin, and Collins all speaking at 6:15 p.m. Then tomorrow we've got Fed's Hammock, Fed's Muslim, Fed's Bowman, and Fed's Barkin, and that's all going to be before 12 p.m. tomorrow. So lots of excitement here in these markets as we, again, continue to monitor the ongoing situation here in the Middle East. Most recent headline I'm seeing is that apparently we have President Biden ordering U.S. military to shoot down Iranian missiles. So I'll keep you guys updated. We did have a bit of a double bottom forming here in the SPY, currently pushing back up on the 15-minute chart. We'll see how everything unfolds, guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. I do appreciate it. Adara, keeping up to speed with everything. We're going to thank Adara for that. Shout out to Adara. Yeah, keeping my eye on what's happening here. Nothing new, guys, on that. I'm just keeping my eye on INDO as well. We also got a nice little bounce there on Boeing off the volume-weighted average price, or close to around that 153 area. We're going to keep an eye on this one. What are you looking at, Joe?
I'm looking at BA. We're going to start to hold VWAP here, and we're going to emphasize exactly what you said, Sharif. We don't want to catch a falling knife here at all. So we're going to wait. We're going to see if this thing sets up, if it decides to hold VWAP and maybe start to pull back to the top side, because it has retraced a lot of the move that it put up today. So if we can continue with the second leg of this trend to the top side, we're going to look to take a little bit of size here on BA. But as of now, it's not looking too pretty, right? So we're not going to fight it. We're going to wait for our opportunity. If it shows up, then we're going to join the trend as always, and we're going to look to do that. So yeah, totally looking forward to that. So say if we were set up there, XLE, it's kind of just doing its thing. I mean, if you're looking at these sector ETFs, these things aren't momentum trading stocks. You usually have to sit in a little bit of a grind, and that's okay. So whenever we're ready, if this thing sets up, maybe we join the strength here on XLE, and if we pull back towards VWAP, that's fine. I like a VWAP hold. So if it holds VWAP, then we're going to look to go long. But that's exactly kind of what Boeing's doing right now. It might put in a little bit of a pullback, so we'll look to see if we can pull up BA here. And we'll do just that. And yeah, so it's holding here. So you know what? I might, the old Sharif, wet my beak. You know what I mean? So we're going to do a little beak water here. So maybe we'll dip our toes in the water and see what's going on. But again, I don't like these topping tail signals. That doesn't signal buying strength to me, right? So exactly. So the buyers push the price up, and then the sellers won the battle and pushed the price back down. Even though it did close green, that's okay. We're gonna see, it could be some indecision here, which I like, right around VWAP. So you know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm going to wet my beak. We're in some BA because I like how it's starting to turn around a little bit. The volume is starting to step in, and that's exactly what we like to see. We already have a definitive out on this. If we break VWAP, then our thesis is wrong. Our trade is wrong. And then we're on to the next one. So there's no need to hold on to losers. But as you can see, it is working for us, and that's exactly what we want to see. So we're looking, we might even add on this position. Now we're moving back to the top side. So I might look to take a little bit off the top here shortly, because we do have some shares, and it is a little bit of an expensive stock. So we're going to look to take a little bit. We're going to profit. Once we take some profit off here, we're automatically set to break even.
We're automatic. I love it, bro. You have a way better price than me, and I'm kind of jealous.
Oh, you in it too?
Yeah, I got in a little bit before you. But yeah, so we're going to have to hold this area over here. Curling, but as Joe said, you know, these topping tail looks are not really indicative of that intense buying. And I submit to you, Joe, there isn't a whole lot of intense buying today on much of anything.
No.
You really, maybe the small cap gapper is a little bit of an exception there, but that's really not market dependent. So we're weaseling into that 50 penny area. I'm looking at wetting my beak, but there is some selling at these levels. And so that is concerning me a little bit there. So we're going to keep an eye on that. I've set up a dip trade to take advantage of the range being established between 4 and the volume weighted average price on INDO. I've set my resting entry for that level. Currently, HUSA, it did reject 48s. I had my beak wetter at 49, my profit taker. It is now moving back into my entry at 41. Not the look I'm looking for there, but I'm going to pack my patience. I still like this particular trade. But Joe, BA zagging. I think this is probably a short to pop kind of situation. I really don't know. I don't feel like I have the right read on this market. The Piper saying NNE. I'll have a look at that in a hot second. I just want to see whether I get stopped at a Boeing again today. It's been a bit of a tougher trading day for me right now. Wished probably I set up a little bit differently on this trade. I would have liked a little bit more at 153 to take advantage of that whole dollar rather than waiting for the half dollar. And essentially, too, what I was not alive to was the resistance level that we set up at 40s. Look how many 1 minute candles, all of which rejected at that 40 penny area. So, you know, not saying we don't curl above that. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is, you know, expect resistance there because that was certainly a support level earlier. So, you know, if you're going to get in, you got to get in south of that area. So that's a mistake on my part, but wouldn't be the first today. INDO bouncing off 76. So this one not quite making it down into my area of 67. So was looking to get into that one, but that one doesn't want to give me an entry. Boeing right back into that half dollar area again, Joe.
Let's go.
You're in the money on that one, man.
I'm out of it now. I got stopped out break even. You're still in it, so that's fantastic. It's gonna go to the top side here. It looks
you think
like a
so?
lot.
Yeah. I think we've got that seller at 40.
Yeah,
so.
we might have that seller at 153.40s, but we'll see. It did just reject it pretty hard. But as you can see on the trade here, we got a little bit of our move. We don't mind the entry here, and we took some off the top, and then it came back and it stopped us out. That's all right. A little scalp, that's okay. We were looking for a little bit more of a continuation. But I mean, as long as we don't break this low, Sharif, you still might be golden because this thing is strong. It's just buzzing. We're moving to the downside. We're not too sure about it. But hey, that's okay. We don't know what's going to go on. It could go higher. It could go lower. We don't know. So we'll see. We'll see what the overall markets are up to. We'll see. We'll pull up the SPY here because it is absolutely weak. Let's pull up the SPY here. It is weak. So there we go. There we go.
I think I would have done equally as well.
Yeah.
The Katina man just gave me the 8-ball, and we have our own, obviously, so I thanked him for that. But I was just telling him, you know, I could have traded that way. Take a trade, shake the 8-ball, get in, get out. Based upon how I've traded today, straight up the 8-ball would have produced better results.
It's much easier. We just trade 8-ball from now on, so that we that's all we're doing is just trading the 8-ball now. So we like it. We like it. But yeah, I mean, it looks like it's working here a bit for you, Sharif. We got SPY kind of pulling up in towards VWAP. We failed to break this low here, which can be a positive signal, but it can be just another liquidity grab. Come around here, hover around VWAP, and then make the additional leg to the downside. But any squeeze upon that you see the volume, so that looks like a genuine move to me. The market is unsure right now. We have a lot of geopolitical unrest right now with what's going on. So the market doesn't want to know if it wants to go higher or go lower, but we never want those types of things going around in the world. So hey, we're just going to look. If we break here, watch out, guys. You can definitely look for some more downside, maybe buy some puts on that or sell some calls, covered calls, I should say. We don't want to sell anything naked. So we'll look out for that. And BA, it's still hovering around a little bit. So guys, just make sure you throw what you're looking at in the chat.
Yep.
We're going to look a little bit more. So thanks, the detail buff. Appreciate the love, brother. Much love. So if you have any options questions, we're definitely going to answer those the best that we can, for sure.
Certainly, Joe. And I wanted to let everybody know oil is moving because of the Middle East, guys. So everybody's asking what's going on with oil, what's going on with oil. There's nothing specific to oil, but it is a Middle East belligerencies causing this to exactly happen. We know Iran produces oil, but I don't think their production really affects as much of the global supply because they've been offline for a hot minute now. What I think is really happening is now we're talking about the shipping lanes that might be threatened here, right? So we're talking about some of these countries or perhaps, embargoes, whatever. There's going to usually be a little bit of trouble with respect to something like that. So that's what I think is really keeping some of the oil levels higher. And there we go. We're going to get stopped out on Boeing. And there is the loss there on Boeing. So that's the look. Going to leave that one. Guys, I literally am 0 for 4 today. So that is the look. Unless this HUSA thing does what I wanted to do. It's still putting in higher lows, so I'm not really completely I'm not completely turned against this trade, but we'll see if it continues to hold up. I like how it's holding above that 40 penny area. There does seem to be a buyer around 40 pennies. Let me go quickly over here to INDO because coming into my level, and I'm not going to have too much risk with this one, and it bounces off 68s. I was waiting at 67s. Okay, it's just been that kind of day. All good there. We'll see if it can come into my entry, but it's going to have to hold the volume weighted average price. Yeah, nothing really to report on there. Just keeping an eye on my side screen because we're keeping an eye on the stuff in the Middle East. So anything there to report on, we'll definitely let you guys know. I want to let you know that you should be voting. You guys got 9 minutes left to get your votes in every day, baby. We got Alex T talking about LMT. We have Jorge talking about Tesla. What else we got? We got Sean James talking about SMCI. Get into the chat. Vote for those tickers. Have the Katina man, have the Neil look at it for you. They're going to be on in 18 minutes. And if you want to see how they traded it or why they didn't or how they would have, throw that into the chat. Gatekeeper was asking about why oil is tanking. I'm sure they'll talk about that. Dude, 101, love your name in the chat. You voted for Nvidia, but you forgot the dollar sign, my man. Get back into the chat and throw that dollar sign into your name. I love how Mela voted properly for Nike, but you wrote NIKE. That's not the ticker. It's NKE. So get into the chat and vote for it correctly, Joe. Roger Ortega talking about Apple catching a bid into 224s. Get into the chat, Roger. Vote for Apple. Let me know how you've traded it today, too. I'd love to hear what Roger has to say. He's always there in the chat, doing the absolute most in a good way. Thank you guys for voting. I like it. I like it. But just Ray, you got to put the word join. Exclamation point. Here it is again, guys. Exclamation point. Join. Space. Dollar sign and the ticker of your choice. If Boeing goes above 153.50, Joe, I'm going to smash the keyboard like the Katina man smashed the keyboard. I'm kidding, Katina man. He'll do it again. That was content, bro. That was content is king, Katina man. Yeah, he knows what's up, baby. No, we're kidding, of course. Katina man, absolute OG today, killing it on the T-triple-Qs. We're always keeping an eye on what the Katina man is trading, and it gives me an opportunity to tell you that we have another channel. And that channel is only information, informational only channel. It has the Katina man's trades, Neil's trades, I think so. There it is, the Chilean Nightmare doing the absolute most in a fantastic way, and you can see all the data there. Only trades, yes. The Katina man is short. T-triple-Q 69.38. Neil short Rivian 10 1/3. You can see all their entries, all their exits. Shout out to the OGs there, doing it absolutely crazy. Love both of them. What are you looking at, Joe?
Well, I'm looking at BA. I took a second entry here on BA. It's not looking too pretty, so we're not sitting in Suntan City with this one. But hey, we're just gonna wait here a little bit. We do have our definitive out. I was a little bit delayed on the entry. I'm not overly happy with the entry, but that's okay. As I looked at it, it started to curl over. So I wanted to join the party. So if BA is partying, I'm here to join the party with them. But hey, we don't know what it's gonna do, right? So Katina Mancy is gonna join us too.
Hey.
We shook the 8 ball shortly, not too long ago. It said very doubtful, but today the 8 ball may be wrong. So we don't know, but it's never wrong, and it's proving out the 8 ball is never wrong.
Shake it, Ram Ram. What does it say?
What do you got, Ram Ram?
Ram Ram, ask it. Is Arsenal going to beat Paris Saint-Germain? All right, get it, Ram Ram.
We're waiting.
Yeah, Ram Ram, you're live. You know this, right? Fabian.
We don't know.
Broken.
No, Fabian, do it so we both can
She's
hear.
broken.
She's broken.
She's
okay.
broken.
Well,
all right,
I'm not
that's all right.
surprised there.
Hey, that's okay.
I'm not surprised there.
We're not surprised. So
Yeah.
hey, we use it too much, so it's broken. So okay, we'll see what BA is doing. We're slowly crawling. I think we curl up here a little bit, Sharif. I'm not sure. If we do, then we're in this position. We're not in it overly too large, but I mean, if we break that 154 level, we might be able to pull back a little bit. So I'll look for something around 154. And if we get that, then we're money, right? So, but other than that, we're not going to hold on to too many things here. We have our definitive out as always. We know when we're getting into the trade, where we want to be, where we want to get out, what our profit targets are. So make sure, guys, when you are entering your trade, the same with Sharif, Katina Man, Neil, these guys know where they're going to get out of a trade before they even enter it. So make sure you guys have your stops in place. Make sure you guys are following your playbook. Don't just chase it, kind of unlike I kind of did here, but that's okay. We're not overly chased. We're not overly extended. The day hasn't been horrible, so we're going to look to continue, and hopefully that BA can move to the top side. I mean, the Qs,
Oh, okay.
it's all Neil knows, so that's it. Ooh.
No, we're talking about soccer, Neil. Real sport over here. No, seriously. So we're going to go to Adara at the big desk. She's got some for us. What do you got for us, Adara?
Yeah, we did have a nice little pushback in the market here. Right now, we have a bit of a Doge candle here, candle of indecision on the S&P 500, down about 1%. But basically, this bounce kind of inspired as we have the Israeli military saying that it's now permitted to leave protected spaces. They've assessed the situation, also actually reopening their airspace takeoffs. With takeoffs and landings to resume within the coming hour, according to their Israeli Airport Authority. Then, though, right after this, about a minute ago now, we do have Iran State TV saying that 80% of their missiles launched at Israel hit target. So again, there's just some updates coming out here from Israel and Iran. Iran looking to reopen their airspace and saying that it's now safely protected spaces. Iran providing an update on their targets here, guys.
That man is a joker, bro. Killing me. All right. I'm not going to repeat what he said, obviously, but that's the look there. Joe, you were dropping hotlines. Go ahead.
We were just talking about Boeing here, so we're going to see what Boeing's happening. We just got a dark pool here, unfortunately, so we're going to get rid of this dark pool
See that?
wick here. But so that's okay. We'll see what we're going to look for here. Pull up our thing, and boom, and we're back, and we're slowly crawling higher. I'm thinking that we bottomed a little bit here, and if we can squeeze a little bit higher, 135, 80s, then maybe we look to take a little bit off the top. But I really like this bottom here, so that's why I'm long in this stock. We had a catalyst that absolutely skyrocketed this thing, so we're gonna continue to join the trend, right? Even though it pulled back, we packed our patience, we held our horses, and now we're looking to join again. So if we can take that second leg, even cover half the ground there, that would be absolutely beautiful, Sharif.
Fantastic, Joe. Good look there for you. I hope print up multiple storms. It looks certainly like it's putting in higher lows and curling possibly back into that 154. Hope you print on that, brother. No question about it. We're involved in INDO and HUSA. We're flat on both of them. Literally 1 penny in the money on Indo, flat on HUSA. I did like initially the buy at that level on HUSA. It's holding up, but now I kind of feel like we may be in the situation where we're going to put in lower highs. So initially I was looking at the higher lows with this trend line breaking, but now we're consolidating. In fact, if I could make the argument, we're putting in lower highs now for about 15 minutes. So we'll see if this level wants to hold on. Who said the reason it's still in place because above VWAP, right? And it's a small cap gapper, and that's the look with respect to some of those names. So I'm going to keep an eye out on that. on HUSA. Let's flip back over here to see what INDO is doing. Not a whole lot there. In case you're wondering why I'm in Indo, it's an energy play, right? Energy plays are in vogue today because of what's happening in the Middle East. So that's why we're involved in it right now. So that is a look. Let's flip to some big caps. We haven't looked at these big caps in a hot minute. At least I haven't. Okay, Amazon just got into an obvious area of resistance. Likewise with Meta. Meta's at VWAP. Meta's rejected VWAP 4 times today. Once, twice, thrice. I don't know what 4 times is. Whatever. There it is there. And now look at the level that we're talking about at Amazon, this general 185 level. Look at the topping tail that just got put on this 5-minute candle at 145. Bit of a tougher look there. So this could be an interesting range off which to play. And look at this. We're using these levels today, the pre-market consolidation area low, acting as resistance to the high side. The same thing holds true for the low side here. We're kind of holding these bottom area tops from the earlier trading day. So Meta at resistance, Amazon at resistance. Interesting look, possibly topping tail candle as well as Google. I think you mentioned that. Weren't you saying that? Or was it somebody else?
I was bigging up Katina Man. He was
bigging up Katina Man. Yeah, topping tail candle through the VWAP right there on Google as well. So it's not just Amazon and Meta that are doing that. So we'll keep an eye on that. Oh my God, we're in the money. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything about that, right? Yeah, we'll see about this one. INDO looking to curl back up. What's this one doing? Oh wow, we're in the money on this one too. Wow. Okay.
Hey, so there you go.
We're 3 pennies of the money.
You're not like my hockey team anymore. 0 for 3.
Oh, is that how you guys started the season?
Oh no, I caught a lot of heat from that last time. We were 1-1. I apologize to the boys, but
you got it wrong. Okay,
I got it wrong. I caught some heat on that one.
All
We're
good.
1-2 now, actually, so that's okay. But yeah, Shreve.
What position do you play, bro?
I play right wing.
Right wing.
I'm a winger.
Right?
Yeah,
Love it.
right winger. Yeah.
Forward, baby.
That's
Okay. You guys play a certain type of way?
We lose. Is that right? We lose. That's our type of way. We were up 2-0 going into the second. The boys lost 5-2. All right. So that's what we do. We sound a little bit like the Leafs there, but hey, you never know. You never know. Oh, sorry. I got one good question here or statement here in the chat, Sharif. SMCI, Will Moon. Okay, I have 5,000 shares and a few options long. What do you guys think? Hey, I mean, that's a hefty position you got on there. 5,000 shares and some contracts. I mean, that's a little bit of a heft.
That's big.
That's a big one.
That's big.
It's a big baller. Do we have? Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say we don't have a ball in thing there, but we would have put that. Hey, maybe sell some calls against the 2 on that position. Collect some premium while you hold on to those long shares. Absolutely. That's
a fantastic look. Look, personally, SMCI, look, they're obviously a good AI play. There's others. There's Dell. There's HP. I think there is some other server plays. That's specifically what they're doing. They're building out these AI servers, the cooling systems, the software, the maintenance, the upkeep. That's what SMCI is offering you. However, it sounds like a fantastic play. You have to understand that there was a hit piece by Hindenburg on SMCI alleging accounting irregularities. As a result of that, the Department of Justice has now initiated an investigation into Supermicro Computer. The results of that investigation obviously are not out. No. So we don't know what the Department of Justice has found. In any event, you just should know that before you get into it. Right? I think that's due diligence.
I mean, anytime the DOJ puts a probe into you, then watch out. Absolutely.
Certainly. Certainly, yeah. And the thing is, I'm not trying to vouch for the veracity of the report or anything like that. It's just good to know. Now, there's some other plays, right? HP, Dell. You had Michael Dell at the Nvidia event, first row. Jensen's been courting him, right? We know that Jensen's been courting Michael Dell. I mean, it's just the way it is. I don't know if he's been courting the CEO of SMCI. Maybe he has. I'm not really exactly sure. I remember the individual's name because of the investigation. That's the only reason. Otherwise, I haven't heard too much about them. So, yeah, look at some other players, but I hope you print up multiple storms on SMCI. I never want you to lose money. So I hope you do well. Let me know how it goes, certainly. And Joe's got you there for the option strategies anytime you need that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Joe, this spud's for you. Keep your head on a swivel. Oh, whoa, okay,
Oh,
okay.
what happened?
We don't come down the middle with our heads down, that's for sure. We always like
The
to
Hansen
keep,
bros.
Yeah, we like to keep, the Hansen bros. Yeah, those are some tough cookies, absolutely. So, yeah, Sharif, how's your Boeing looking out? I know you were in the money there.
No, bro, I was gone. I got
Oh, you're
stopped
out. We're out. He's
but
out.
for
Okay,
a hot minute.
okay.
It's ranging now.
It's
though.
ranging,
got a nice
yeah.
little range there
That
between.
volatility is a little bit phased out now, I
No
think,
question.
at this point. So, yeah, guys, we don't got much time left. So, if you want me to answer any of your options questions before the end of the day, make sure you throw them in the chat. Oh, JP.
Oh, wow.
Oh, spin
JP's
move.
going hard to the hole.
Spin move
man.
at the rim. Oh, okay, hold on. Whoa.
We're busy.
He said he wants to deal with you on the court.
Oh, but he's on the rink, so he's gonna have to figure out which way he wants to go.
Hey, I'll play JP one-on-one for a 25 basis point cut next meeting, all right?
Yes,
so
yo!
me, JP, one-on-one for 25 basis points, all right?
I love it, dude. I love it. That's jokes. Yeah, Joe wins. You got to cut 50.
You got to cut 50.
You got to cut 50. We need that.
Some stimmy.
Mashworth, Joey, are you having a great day? I think Joe's having a fantastic day, but I'll let him
Fantastic
speak
day.
for himself, baby.
Absolutely.
Joseph, do you ever trade 0 DTE?
Great question, and I answered this a couple times. I am not one to dabble in the zero DTE world. I've attempted it, and I've built sample sets on trading DTE. The risk tolerance wasn't mine, and that's one thing about options. Find your risk tolerance, find what you're comfortable in. Even though you do want to get a little uncomfortable at times, right, to just continue to grow, you got to get uncomfortable to grow.
True, bro.
But zero DTE, it's not for me. The volatility is actually insane. It's a party when you're trading zero DTE. It's feast or famine, so that is just not something I'm into.
Very interesting. Very interesting. You hear about like a lot of the volume that takes place on a lot of these names. The great majority of it, what I'm hearing, is market makers having to cover or buy,
Exactly.
take the other side of the position
trade,
on this
exactly.
because of the zero DTE, which is crazy that the great majority is, short dated options. That's new, I think,
that's
for the
great.
market.
Yeah, it's
right?
really new for the market, and they're just like absolutely exploding, right? People want that money and they want it real quick. So if you're looking for a vehicle, then the zero DTE is absolutely for you. So again, find your risk tolerance. If you like zero DTE, then by all means, swing the bat, take those trades, do what you want to do with those zero DTE, but just be aware of the volatility onslaught, and you have theta working against you, right? Time is not in your favor. Those no longer have any extrinsic value, which we'll be learning on Thursday. So again, just watch out, keep your risk parameters, put your stops in. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out.
All right, we got to, I believe, 81s here on Indo. I'm sitting at 82s looking for that print, but that latest ascent, let's call it a VWAP hold ascent, finding a bit of a sell or a sell wall right there, even though it was able to breach 80s, 81s, again, the line in the sand, and now selling back into 79s, now 78. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that one to see if it continues to bleed or it's going to reascend. I'm break even on Husa right now. It's literally at my entry. This is obviously not a big play, but keeping an eye. Oh, Boeing broke.
Oh, let's go.
Boeing is on the way up. So 153.50 did break, not by a lot. It's curling off the volume weighted average price, finally taking out that level. It had been holding below the 50 penny level for a hot minute, which is basically where I was waiting to get in, to exit on Boeing on my position. Finally breaks, now weaseling into that 20 exponential moving average. I believe it did get up into 75s, obviously. We still have that 154 I would submit to you with which to contend. We initially had resistance at 154 from 11 until we took it at 11:35. Then when we got down over here and started breaking down below 155, we did hold 154 as a momentary level of support. Now we are working back into that level again. Higher lows, higher highs now for 20 minutes, 4 consecutive 5-minute candles, all of which have put in higher lows and higher highs. So I've learned my lesson with Boeing in the sense that you really need to be committed to this trade. It's not going to give you the response right away. And I remember this last time for my trade on Boeing. It did this to me again, or last time as well. You're going to have to give this room. You're going to have to pack your patience with respect to your profit takers because it just doesn't give it to you quick as you like, or maybe not in my case anyway. So that's what I'm looking at there. keeping my eye on this HUSA that I just got the dip trade at the volume weighted average price. It is still holding up at that level, but I need to be careful with this one because it was a bottoming tail candle, but it did get bought up quick as you like. So what's my average on it? 38. Okay, not too bad. We're printing 37s. That's okay. I can handle that for now, but we got 1 minute left on the show, Joe. Any final thoughts you want to leave the viewers with?
Hey, you know what? We're still in this BA trade. It started to work a little bit, so we took off the top. I mean, time flies here. We have 1 minute left. Time flies when you're having fun, and that's exactly what we're doing here. So we're glad that all you guys could show up. Make sure you guys show up on Thursday. Introduction to options. I'm going to sound like a broken record because you won't see me until Thursday, but I will be here, and we're going to start from the very beginning with options. So we're in this little last bit of BA, and that's it, guys. We appreciate you guys so much, and thanks for everyone.
Absolutely, guys. All right, we're going to send you over to the Katina Man and Neil in a hot second. It's not quite ready yet. Just want to remind you, tomorrow we're going to have Satya on. So if you want to talk some crypto and you want to talk some technical, Satya is your girl. So make sure to join us. We're going to have Joe Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. Satya is going to be filling this seat Wednesday, Friday. I like that, Fabian. Thank you for the rhythm there. But it is now, hey, and then you got
we always got to get out there.
It is now time to send you over to the big kahunas. They're locked, they're loaded, they're ready to go. Take it over, gents.
I'm actually not sure. I was kind of looking at a couple of stocks there with the Fonz thing, but
Is this a happy day?
yeah, I feel like we're the old heads that should know all about the Fonz, but it's a happy days. The market just took out 20. Okay, the Nasdaq just took out 20,000.
Henry Winkler.
Legend, absolute legend.
Legend.
We lost a couple of legends yesterday, man.
Yeah, man, we lost Pete Rose.
Yeah, Pete Rose and Dikembe Mutombo.
83 years old, Pete Rose. There.
Yeah, and you know he's a Hall of Famer in my book. I'm going to leave it at that. But the market, hey, the market's trying to make a move back into the upside here. So respect to the Nasdaq for only being down 1.25%, because if you looked at everything that was going on today, we know obviously the geopolitical news was not good, and there's still headlines coming every 5 seconds. So that hasn't really changed too much. Just looking across the board, like right now, when we're above 20,000, the first thing I'm looking at is, okay, this is the bottom range of the Nasdaq. So there's it breaking above the entire resistance for the morning or the half the session. So the things that are making lower highs that have not gotten back to that level, I like them for weakness. Something like an AMD in here. Like there's AMD 161 resistance, it's making a lower high. So if we lose 20,000, that's a name I want to be short. On the other side of the coin, I guess we're going to talk about Tesla's probably on the list anyways. No, but on the other side of the coin, it's like Tesla broke out of that range. So if you've broken out of that range where we were in the bottom, then I don't want to fight it. But if you are underneath that range, then I want to look for some short setups. And I feel like it's the chips and everything else. Like the chips are under VWAP. A lot of things are trying to recover over it. Nvidia's underneath. I guess Apple's underneath because of that news. I just looked up, and Apple and Nvidia were exactly the same percent down, 3.32% to the downside. So I'm kind of divvying things up that way. What is strong? What is not? And Beer Producer in the chat just said coin SSR bounce.
Beer Producer.
Coin did go down 10%.
Crypto's at 62 right now.
It got there. It did get there, didn't it? I didn't notice that. That's a good look. Right off of 10% down Coinbase. I didn't realize it went 10% down. Wow.
Yeah, so we went out for a walk with my guy Adam over there. We had a great time. I have some sad news though to show everybody. Way when we left, we were long Google right here, and I was playing against that bottom of the day. We had a couple hundred shares, and we got stopped out almost immediately. So we went for a walk here as it was coming down. We averaged into the trade, and then we got stopped out only to come back. And I thought I would have a winner on. I guess I could have checked more Trader TV, but unfortunately we got stopped out. But then we started this little short off VWAP until eventually it got stopped out. We were lucky enough; it only got stopped out over the last 10%. I was actually sitting here on the midday show taking this trade, and it was a good one until eventually it was not. Now we're back into the short. We're short the futures right now. We were just actually short on this name. We've just been getting in and out. We're just a little short against this level here. So remember when the market first started to absolutely puke on itself early this morning? Well, we're basically back to those. First of all, forget about the open, right? We had Apple, we had some of that problem, but then we had, the negativity just start to come through. This was one of, and we're talking about the Middle East stuff, Apparently, right now in Israel, again, I haven't been paying too much attention. Sharif was showing me some of the videos there, the rockets flying over. I just hope everybody is safe, obviously, but that story seems like it's never going to end. I hope it does. But right into this area, $70. So I kind of want to be short the NASDAQ in here against some of this level. So I was going to give it to 70, maybe even a little bit higher, avoiding that top wick. But let's be short the TQQQs here until we get some love like this, like 70, 20. So we'll start to take more shares as we get closer, but I do want to give this up to 70, 20. So where would that be on the NASDAQ? Kind of in here, 20,050, 20,060 or so. So if you're trading the actual contracts, I'm going to try to go short here. Now, it's a break of my strategy because we're above VWAP, but the market's down. I don't know. Is there enough reason for this market to rally into the close? I don't know. Down 1% doesn't seem like it's enough. I think we can go lower. So we'll sit here trading. We're short right now, basically right here. We're 10 cents out of the money. We'll take a few more shares here in the high 90s, but 70-20 is my kill zone. Let's hope we don't get it right there. But that's where I'm going to stop out in and around 20,500. I guess. No, 20,050.
I do the same thing.
20,050. Yeah, 20,500 would be.
Yeah, that'd be a bigger.
Then I better be out of my short by the time that happens.
If we get to that,
I got a few more problems. If you know what I'm saying.
No, we're not getting to that level. That would be a pretty epic move if we got to 20,500. And you believe, are we locked and loaded to get on over to the screen? We've got Sharif over there. So let's get this party started. Hey. I don't know why.
Yes, let's welcome everyone to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where they decide what we talk about. As you saw, the big kahunas are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the names as decided by you. So join us during the midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Let's start with the triple Qs right here. You can see making its move back into VWAP. Last I looked, though, the NQ was down well over 1%. The ES about 0.75%. I think it's changing as we speak. The Dow performing the best of the bunch. Last time I looked, 0.16, about 1/5% in the negative, and the Russ really taking on the chin today. 1 1/5 in the negative is the Russell 2000 as small caps take a bigger hit than they have been lately. As we talked about, double bottom looking like they're on the triple Qs. Fantastic look. But as the first ticker as decided by you guys, Tesla. And there's really no specific catalyst today, but we saw better EV data coming out of China with Li Auto, XPEV, and Zeekr reporting record deliveries as well. We know that Q3 deliveries are going to be released awfully soon by Tesla, not exactly sure when, and we're all still waiting for that 10/10 event, October 10th, slated to be, guys, the release of the Robotaxi.
Yes, sir.
Geez, that was like an essay over there. I was like, when is this guy going to stop? He was
not
going
messing
over futures.
around.
He went over Tesla.
No, he's not playing
He said something about Arsenal. I mean, this guy's all over the place. Right there. Thank you, Sharif, for
Can't believe he
that.
called football not a real sport. Like, that was interesting. That was an interesting call. Yeah, I didn't even know what to do with that one. Okay, so now he's talking.
I played high school football.
So now he's yelling over there about blah, blah, blah. Okay, what? Yo, it's fine. No, but seriously, like,
wow, blah, 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 blah.
What?
Wow,
I mean,
okay.
Look, I respect all athletes. Like, I'm not a person like, this is not a real sport. I like the sports I like, but like, don't call one sport not a real sport. Come on, man. Football's not a real sport. I'm just saying, man. Tesla's strong.
I mean, I hate to hear his opinion on baseball.
Well, that's what, like, it is what it is, man. Like, at least pick on baseball if you want to say what's not a real sport. Like, pick on baseball.
Well, we're picking on the futures right now, but go ahead with Tesla. But we're short the futures. It's printed.
Tesla over under this 257. This was the opening range bottom, which was support level. So I feel like it's still a relatively strong stock, not one I would be fighting, but this is the big one, the big level for Tesla. At least it has been the last few days. Like, there's your pivot point yesterday. If it holds back above 57, I think it's going to be in the strong bucket of stocks. I'm only short this level on Rivian and Intel because they're both underneath VWAP and relatively weak. But Tesla down 2%. The 50 level still has buyers, and the 57 is still ridiculously significant as you're seeing the battle being waged here. The Robotaxi event, I do feel as if it's having a lot of trouble making that next breakout of those mid-60s. Because the mid-60s right now, until you get to earnings, until you get the event, feel like there's some people that probably are taking some profit off in what's been a very good run. I don't want to say spectacular because No, it's a pretty spectacular run for Tesla. A lot of these moves are fantastic. Let's be real about it. From about a 190 into 260, very clean from August. And looks like there's some profit takers still in this price range until we actually have the event in just a couple weeks.
All right. Yeah, we didn't trade any Tesla today. We actually wrote it down on here, I believe, 260 long. Well, I mean, that obviously came and went. We were lucky enough to not have sat there. And this is the thing. When you're going to make notes about what trades you like to look at, you got to make sure that you're not like, if you're stuck long, like we had written on here, long Nvidia, long TQQs, short apples. We had that one right. But other than that, we had a bunch of longs. So as this market was literally falling all over itself, so was Tesla. So we avoided this 260 long. The reason why I did, oopsies. The reason why I did like it though, just goes back, we talked about where it was closing yesterday up here, 261. Oh, sorry, right into here, 260. That's 261. We thought that we'd have some kind of support in and around here, 259, 260, but that didn't even think about holding and just kept on going down. So like every dollar, there might have been a little bit of a bump, but at the end of the day, Tesla finally found its home, and it was very temporary down there at 249. And I remember when Tesla was there, I was like, what? Tesla's at 249? Like, that seemed way too low, and it looks like it was. Nice little bottom pick there on Tesla. I think this is one of the better ones from the bottom right now. We knew Tesla was going to be a strong name heading into robo-taxi land, but I still wonder, like, down 2%, I just, like, has a lot of the oomph come out of this stock. We're already at these levels. You know, I can trade support and resistance all day here. It's what we do on the show. And if you're holding a position, this to me looks like it's at resistance right now. Bumping its head, bumping its head, bumping its head. You know, eventually, I feel like this falls back in. So for me right now, let's keep Tesla on the side. But, you know, I don't really know what to do. I'd rather see this thing north of 60. I'm going to give this one a breather here. We're trading the futures, but I do like Tesla. I'll look at this in a little bit, but let's run through these names. There's some important names on there that I think a lot of you will be interested in.
Yeah, we got the futures next, Sean. Here, the SPY obviously finding some support there off the lows and breaking that neckline, looking possibly to move up. In case you're wondering what is going on, obviously this is the headline. Iran attacks Israel with missiles. Middle Eastern tensions escalate. We were covering that for you guys on the How to Trade Midday show. Nothing really has changed since then, but a nice little recovery, guys, on the futures.
Oh. So, like, the SPY just broke. I mean, obviously the NASDAQ broke 20,000. So if you hear us talking about the market, that's usually what we're looking at. The SPY, it's like the 570 level on the SPY, or maybe a little bit lower than that, that needs to get held above, I would suppose. Now, obviously, you've got like a nice little double bottom pattern. Now you're starting to break back out a little bit here. The story hasn't changed on the long term. And we say this every single day, not getting through 575, just not getting through there. Every single time we have tested in the last week, it has been a rejection of that 575 top. Today, you didn't really even have a chance. And what's crazy about this is you're not getting any trading up there. Gap above, immediate fail. Get to the top and then immediately fail on a wick. Get there at the close on all those buy imbalances. Close there, trade pre-market, immediately fall. In the open market, we're not even holding anywhere near those levels on the SPY. So I do feel like it's resistance till it's not. I suppose it could fill in a bit of this gap. But you get up to that top, I think it's a bit of a sell zone. Outside of the obvious in terms of why the market is down today, it kind of already might be forgotten. But, I mean, there was the bad note on Apple this morning about essentially cutting production on the iPhone 16. And because of demand concerns, that was already dragging the stock to the downside. Obviously, none of the geopolitical stuff has helped it. If this breaks, if this can get back above 226, I think it changes the dynamic of this move because you still have the haves and have-nots on this rebound. Apple can turn this around because, you know, Apple breaking 226, Nvidia in here, I guess it's last, but Nvidia is getting to VWAP right now. Like Nvidia breaking 118 in VWAP, that's going to drag us a lot higher. But I'm still looking for the short-off names underneath. Not Apple per se, because Apple, I guess I could be in it, but I'm picking on Intel. It's just weaker. But Apple at VWAP, if that goes, if Nvidia goes, 20,000 is already gone. I think we could see a bit of a gap fill on the overall market.
Okay.
Sorry.
Bless you.
I was fighting it.
That's all good. I think you did a great job there to do that. But the thing is, yeah, it's normally we gotta.
I couldn't get to the mute. I was
I
like,
was gonna say they hear it all. All right, what are we talking about? SPY. Okay, so we're short the TQQs right now. Neil just went over the SPY. This is going to be my best stock today. We've sort of gone over that a little bit here, and we're back into the short. So again, we were long here early, and we wanted to protect. I thought this was around 20,200, but we got dropped out, man. That we initially put down here 71, which was a good area. That's that 20,200 that we wanted to protect. Into yesterday, we had a little bit of a dip down situation, but then we sort of zoomed out, and I thought that we could. Yeah, it must be on a 20-minute chart. Anyways, long story short, we were long for not very long, and then finally, I looked myself in the mirror and was like, self, why are we not short? You heard me talk about that. It's like this market is a short. So instead of battling all these different stocks, we just flipped over into the futures and we punched the short there and we wound up taking, this was over 100 handles down there. We shorted it again and now we're back into the short. So we're above VWAP. We never got stopped out of anything yet. I guess we might have got, I took that piece out and then we took that, remember? And then right now we're just building into a new position, trying to get into this area here of 70-20. Look, Nike earnings coming. There's not a whole bunch coming through. We'll go over the earnings in a minute. I think the news is too negative, but again, we could start to rip up. There's buyers here. There's so much money on the sidelines right now. Like, I'm surprised. Like, the market was down 1.8%, and now we're about to turn, I don't want to say green, but I mean, the minute you're down less than 1%, you're like a sniff away from getting back up. Look at this mark. Okay, we just got stopped out. I thought it was stopped out above 20. Okay, we just got stopped out right there. So we'll have to slap a fail on, it's still going to be my number one stock, but we're going to slap a fail on this one with the TQQs as we just got stopped out. I think I got stopped out too early there. I gotta put some more shares there. I don't know. Thought my stop out was a little bit higher than that. All right, so we're going to wait for 70. I thought it was up into here. It was pretty close anyways. 70-20s was where we should have been stopped at. I think we were stopped at 15s, but all right, doesn't matter. We're back in right now. I still like this short, but again, we're not trying to be foolish with this. We're very, very aware that money comes into this market at any time, and so we are going to get ready to get blown out of this if it does break upside. We said 20,050. It's not even there yet, so we'll give this here 20,060 or so. Looks like the right area. So we're close. We're close right now. As this market continues to go upside, we're not going to be stubborn and fight this. So go ahead.
Before we go back, only because you mentioned Nike earnings after the market, it just so happens to be breaking the high of the day right now. Just a complete coincidence. It was like right in the moment. I was like, oh, what's Nike doing today? I pulled it up, and the second John was saying the word Nike was, let me go to a 3-minute chart. Nike was, testing. It hasn't technically broken. It's about 2 cents away from taking out the high. Usually, I think it's usually more muted going into an earnings print. Worth keeping an eye on. Obviously, they're reporting today, but some strength in Nike. Don't know what to make of that early on, but let's go over, talk a little about SMCI.
Wow, market, though.
Day post-split today for SMCI, and it didn't really make a whole lot of difference. Down with most of the microchip semiconductor names, about 2%. No new catalyst for this one today, but it is still reeling off that Hindenburg report that alleged accounting irregularities, later picked up, obviously, by the Justice Department, initiating an investigation there, but off the lows, guys.
Yeah, it's off the lows, but it's on... Like, the market just broke, like we already talked about 20,000. Apple's at VWAP. Intel, which I'm in, is at VWAP. Nvidia is at VWAP. This is underneath. But when is the back end of the trade not the back end of the trade?
When the front end.
Well, that's true. But it's even when it sets up, sometimes you can be patient. Like, we didn't get the 42.5 short on SMCI. Oh. That just corresponds with the $425 level, obviously, with the reverse split. So it did the wick right at the open, failed at 425, came back, we're like, let's wait for it to start to roll over. It failed at 42 for a lower high, so that's the short that I took. It ended up bouncing off 41.50, and then when the market was bleeding, it then stopped me out, and it turned out that it was fine. You just had to wait for it until after like 10:30 when it just lost its strength. Like, it was relatively strong for a hot minute, and when I look back at this, I probably should have been able to sniff it out and done some kind of let's look at this trend or look at the trend on the higher lows. Like, I could have done it either way like this and just say either that trend line or that trend line. Both of those coincide with it losing VWAP. Regardless of where you drew a trend line on the morning on a 3-minute, When this lost VWAP, all of a sudden VWAP was resistance, and the rest is history on SMCI.
Yeah.
Now, because it's not split adjusted, you have to go back to historical prices and just take away a zero. If you do that on the daily, in here, there's obviously a big support at $40, which was 400. So that's exactly where it double bottomed, right? So it's respecting some of those prior levels. Right now, I think VWAP is a turning point. I'm already in Intel off of VWAP, and I feel like that one's kind of like a short off of VWAP. But the market seems to want to go the other way at this point. But SMCI day one, not a good day post split. It didn't really help them out all that much. But I mean, all the chip names fell, so it's not like they were alone.
What the piece that's really missing is research, and I think that we should have looked to see what Nvidia did post split its first day, because I think it went down. I think we post split we came out at like 120, and I thought I remember seeing it trading like 118, 117. I'm pretty sure the same thing was true for AVGO. Started to go a little bit downside there post split. Walmart, I think it hit it down and split over in and around that 180 mark. We were looking for that break. Remember, it split to $60. Then I think it went down to 57 or 58. So I really feel like in order to properly talk about it, we probably should have looked to see like what other stocks had done post split, because it might not be stock specific at all. This might just be part of the action. Now today, different story. I mean, I could easily say that if the market was up, for example, and SMCI was down, but still down almost double what the market's down. So a little bit of figuring it out early. The difference about this stock is, which is kind of funny, is you saw Nvidia down, like Intel down, like a lot of these stocks just started huge downside moves. SMCI, basically, the move stops at like 940. Like look at what Nvidia was doing at 940. Like, well, I guess anyway, the idea, as you can see, I don't know the exact timing, but at 940, this name was already down $2 and looking to even push lower. That's basically when we were getting stopped out. So a little different story there, SMCI versus the rest of them. How low did Intel get, by the way? Because I know that's probably being brought up as well right now.
22.
We'll get to Palantir in a second. Okay, so actually, Intel's bottom was just an hour ago. So that was a good little bid there too, 22.30. So yeah, I think we're looking at the right names. Just got to catch them at the right time. Intel with a nice little bid all the way back to VWAP. Oh no, is looking to me like another short. All right, we are into the TQs. We've been getting out of some of this. We're short at 12s. We just took a whole bunch of bids here, like 7s. Like it wasn't even that great. Down, we got something near 70.02s, I believe. But right now, we're still trying to figure this all out. Let's see if the market wants to get down a little lower. $70.25 if you're trailing on the TQQs. That's like where I'm thinking about getting out up there, 70 quarters. So let's hope that doesn't hit. But all right, my favorite stock, I have the hat right here. We'll put it on. We'll go talk about Palantir.
Awfully strong lately, Sean. This article says 117% year to date, not including today's pullback. Obviously, nice double bottom off the low, looking to pull back into the volume weighted average price. We know that one of the founders, Peter Thiel, sold about $600 million worth of shares. That was about last week, not this week, but it is a headline. There's no specific catalyst on this one today, boys.
So much. So like insider selling, who cares? Insider buying, that gets me jazzed up. Now, when it's like the Bezos level of what's the word I'm looking? Well, I mean that like the Bezos 200 level where he's just like the amount is just spectacular. I think that matters a little bit more when you can see it just hold. But wake me up when he starts buying again, and that's something we'll trade off of. So if you play baseball, you go 2 for 4, you're going to be good. If you go 2 for 4 in trading, a lot of times you're going to end up flat. But Palantir, I think the only mistake was I waited for 36.50 on the bounce, so that was I think the right idea. Lost it the second time. It was the early on trend line because I actually left a bid in there when as a trend, when you're using trend lines, obviously it's a moving target. It's not support and resistance. Something we talked about with Michael Noss last night and why we like support and resistance better. But if you're using a trend line, you always have to make sure you're adjusting your orders on the fly. Like when you like a long in here after that bounce, well, you've got to cancel that order and move the stop higher. And what I didn't do in that situation, I'd already taken out in the last bounce, had the prior stop and the prior long when it was in the uptrend. Thankfully, the stop was in there to limit the hit, but that trade just probably shouldn't be there at all, and then I'd be 2 for 3 and up on it. But Palantir, I still think, is in the bucket of strong stocks. I know it's down 1%. It's over VWAP. It's back over the 36.5 zone. If you look at what's going on with this thing, Like you can see a few wicks underneath it, but $36.50 has managed to hold its support in this little sideways move. So it's making a wedge up here, possibly primed for another breakout. I know it can go either direction here, but the fact that it's above VWAP, at least for the afternoon, I'm liking it. There hasn't been red on the 15-minute. And again, you're breaking above the resistance from earlier. So not one that I want to be fighting. Palantir looking relatively strong. As already mentioned, Intel is at VWAP. So I'm short this one. And then Rivian. I guess Tesla, I should have talked about Rivian when we were talking about Tesla. That would have been at least related to it. No, Rivian, I shorted it back off the lower high at 1070. It is just chilling out near the bottom. It's not really participating in this rally, down 5%. So some things did not get the memo that you're supposed to bounce off the bottom here.
Rivian and going up is kind of a funny story. We'll see if that can happen in the next little while. I mean, I hope it does. Rivian just needs that catalyst, I think. Once it gets that, maybe more investment or the delivery numbers. I mean, I think that'll be huge. Rivian has no problem with orders, right? It's delivery. It's they just need to produce them. We got another fill there on the TQs. I mean, it just went down into 70. We took another bid. Like, I'm literally getting out of 5% at a time here. I'm trying to hold on for a much lower move. Like, I think we can get VWAP. I don't know why we can't drop down like 70 cents right now on this name. But, I mean, I'm still sitting here at 90 flat, 80 flat, try to take something out. Just trying to get risk to reward properly. Our stop out is 12 cents. We just took 12, like we've taken these O's a couple times. So the risk to reward is fine. But it's only 1-to-1 right now. I'd like to get a little bit more on that. Okay, so Palantir. Look, I love founder-led businesses, right? I mean, like what Neil said, it doesn't bother me that Peter Thiel's selling some shares now. I mean, this thing went public 4 or 5 years ago at $9.20. It was a direct list. This company has been around for 25 plus years. They just now, over the last 6 quarters, turned profitable. And yeah, so it does. I don't blame anybody that has been in this business for 20-something years holding insider shares and trying to finally sell it. Alice Karp, there's not too many businesses that are still founder-led, right? We have Elon Musk with Tesla. Other than that, I mean, Jamie Dimon's been there forever with JP Morgan, but it wasn't his business that he started. And so this is something here, Palantir, until I hear that Alice Karp is really in there doing something, I'm not too worried about any of that selling. I think you need to raise capital at some point and get all those yachts and get all those huge Bel Air mansions and things like that. But, that's going to happen. I'm really happy looking at the daily chart here for Palantir. I think it has some good opportunities to give us some nice profitable trades moving forward, including a breakout through $38. I wait for that $38.50 break. I think it could happen tomorrow. I think it'll be a great trade, and I want to be here for it. So Palantir, always on my mind, and I like the trade. So, but for today, yeah, I mean, look at this move. It keeps on going higher. It's broke above VWAP, broke above the 200 period moving average. I think it's a buy right here. 36.60. Can we get a dip down? This might be the one to buy on any dip. We're sitting here fighting the futures when obviously the move wants to go higher. Looks like we'll get stopped out, sort of like I just said, that little 1-to-1 action right there. I don't think that's a beer because whenever we hear those little cracks, unless it's Obi over there cracking one.
It was a Coke, but like that's a distinct sound, man. Like I heard it, I just like, what?
Even Adam turned around.
I'm like, it's 2:30.
What's going on this floor here? Yeah, it's not the shawarma Corona party. Yeah, right now. All right, Ozan, you want to blow a cow? Let's go. Here it is right there. Coming through right there. Bang. For anybody that has winning trades, not I, as we sit here waiting. Well, we're flat on these futures. It's the only trade that we have right now. So there you go, Ozan. And, cheers to anyone opening up a Diet Coke or whatever.
Cheers. Oh, also apparently Jensen is still founder-led business for Nvidia, but there's not many left. There's not many left. I was trying to think. The chat reminded us there, but yeah, there really aren't many left out there.
That's the point. Like, look what's happening with Nvidia, right?
But even he sold.
Oh yeah, you got to sell something. I mean,
you got to sell.
I mean, those blue jackets or whatever don't, or those black.
But he's the black.
The black. No, I was thinking that because Sharif's favorite color is that blue. But it's Lisa Sue, I think, was wearing the blue. So.
You see that? You should have seen his face light up just now. Let's go talk some Nvidia because hey, founder-led business that's trying to break VWAP. No, it's not.
The GB200, that is the dual Blackwell chip that they're going to be shipping, is delayed. According to Ming-Chi Kuo, that came in during the How to Trade midday show, they're going to delay developments of those chips. We didn't really get much of a market reaction when this news broke. It continued on its merry way. Obviously, separately, shares of the companies and the broader market in general are down because of the belligerencies in the Middle East. But yeah, most of, or not if all, the semiconductor microchip names on my watch list were red last time I looked, guys.
I mean, if you guys can find a chip name that's green, let me know about it. I think that would be it would be a good tidbit because I think you'd want to look for some longs in that name. Nvidia's down 3 points today, under pressure again. Look, like at no point today outside of this bottom, there's a couple little wick bottoms here. Was it all that strong? As a matter of fact, it's trying to fail underneath VWAP, which was the support at 118. Let me just go daily so you can see this right here. The thing that it bounced off of is the 50 period on the daily. So that's about it. Like this, like the good news is it bounced off the 50 period on the daily, but this little micro move that we have downside essentially went from point A, which was resistance at 25, all the way down to the 50 period in a relatively clean shot. So right now in the afternoon, it's a VWAP retrace on Nvidia, and you can see the sellers underneath the 118 are starting to find some equilibrium because it was a hard charge to get here. There just has not been any follow through. In the time that, okay, this is a 3-minute chart, so this isn't going to be perfect here, but in the time that we've been making this last move above 20,000, you've gone sideways. Like this last bar, which is still strong on the NASDAQ, has been a sideways consolidation on Nvidia. So I think that's still relatively weak. And you can throw just one more in here because chip names. AMD, same bucket. AMD's at VWAP, Intel's at VWAP, Nvidia's at VWAP, SMCI, we were just talking about that, was very close to VWAP, slightly under it. SMCI is actually the weakest of this bunch, although they're not really all exactly the same. Let's be real. But yeah, big VWAP retracement right now. I feel like this is a line in the sand here for all of the chips. They're all here at exactly the same point.
All right, so again, we basically just go 1-to-1 there. We'll be flat. And I mean, I'll stop and fail. Anytime a trade is basically flat, you wind up paying fees and it doesn't work. So we get stopped out there at 25. We talked about taking some out there at O's. That was the best we could get. Didn't want to go down. I mean, I'll just put my hands up and say futures, you know what? Like, you do what you're going to do for right now. I just don't believe this move, but it's already happening. So believe it if or not. Stocks are stocks and prices do not lie. So we'll have to watch out for that one. Just quickly, yeah, we were in and out of Nvidia. You said a chip stock that's green. I don't have anything. The thing closest to it, I mean, Meta is up 1.28%, trying to break through 580 right now. So strength in Meta, but no chip names right now. And if you were looking to do that, maybe a SOXL or an SMH, but yeah, individual names right now. Pretty red. Oh yeah, and then beer, something, Hans Beer, whatever. You had me there, man. He said BYD is up over 20% today. I was like, huh? So I just called it up. It's 4 or 5%, depending on what ADR you're looking at. No, just BYD.
I thought you said
BYD. He did in the chat, but it was not correct.
So two things. One, Intel just stopped out because obviously everything just broke higher. But TSM is pennies away from green on the day. So
there we go.
I mean, technically that's not green yet, but this is distinctly different from the rest of them. Here's TSM. I mean, we're done now. We talked about Nvidia. We're just sort of finishing up on some of the other names. But as I was pointing out, here is, okay, you know what? Can we come to my chart for a second? So I did stop out, but this isn't a very convincing break over VWAP, but I didn't like the fact that I was even averaging in the first place. I don't like that. Let's see it on the other side of the trade. This is not a convincing break of VWAP on Intel just yet. And Nvidia is not even through. But as I was pointing out, like there's that, and there's Nvidia, which I was showing, and then there's TSM. TSM, which was past VWAP an hour ago and continuing to go higher as it just ticked green. Like it feels like this is going to be the strong one. I did want to acknowledge a super chat here. Did you already get the super chat? Before we go to Adara, thank you, David, again for the super chats. We appreciate you. It's 11:30 and you cracked one just now. Founder-led biz is why private equity exists. Dabbling in oil. Lord save you. There's nothing wrong with dabbling in oil today. Why would you not be dabbling in oil? This is the day to do it. There's been some great runners in the energy space. Let's go to Adara.
We're going to take a look here at some of the things that happened during the midday period in case anyone's just sitting back down. It was quite the exciting and very tumultuous session here, both in the markets and just in the world in general. We had a lot of geopolitical updates with regards to Iran and Israel. Markets forming, though, a bit of a double bottom with a slightly higher low here for the S&P 500. Now pushing here into VWAP above that 570 area. Let's see if we can make 571 here on the SPY. Nice recovery here for some of these stocks. And of course, certain sectors definitely stronger than others, those who benefit from this war and these political tensions. So things like defensive names and also some things there in the oil space. In terms of other themes in the market right now to be aware of, we are just a few hours away, just under 7 hours away now here from the vice presidential debate. This is the only VP debate here of the 2024 U.S. presidential election. So DJT could be on watch with regards to that happening here tonight. Other stocks in watch here, we have DUO. This is that FANG DD. This stock has been in watch over the last few days, currently halted here, and with a pretty significant move to the downside. The company just announced a $2.5 million registered direct offering of 1.61 million shares, priced here at $155 per share. Stock currently trading here around $310 as of the whole, guys.
The old intraday offering is a cold-blooded one when they do that one.
That's hard.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Again, this is why you trade these things with stops. And the other side of it too is if you are ever, and again, look, I don't invest in these things. We'll day trade them, but if you're ever taking like longer term swing trades in these, you can look up whether or not they've already filed for a shelf and if they can drop an offering whenever the heck they want when these things move up, or if they're going to have to file and therefore the move can last some time while they do their paperwork to be able to drop it on you. Like you'll get a multi-day move and then they'll drop the offering. But like imagine a situation where you knew these guys were in they could file, they could do an offering anytime they want because they've already filed. Then you have a different outlook on a move like this because you're always in the back of your mind thinking that it can do a bit of a dump. Speaking of dumps, and this is probably overstating things a little bit, oil pulled back into VWAP. I think that's why in the super chat you were saying David was like dabble in oil. I think because there was a pullback, but Indo lost VWAP in a big way just now, and part of that, and I don't have the contract memorized, I'm just going to click on it in my quote board. Oil right at VWAP. So as the market's trying to break higher, you have oil trying to break underneath support. So you're at that 70 level. Obviously, it's 230, right? So they're going to close and not have the same kind of volume, the contracts, but that doesn't mean it can't still move. If there is a bounce up here off of support, I would suspect we're looking at a leg down. So worth keeping an eye on. Oil futures. If it does bounce back higher, Indo could get back to life. If it breaks the bottom, Indo could fall from whence it came. So that's what I'm watching. But yeah, keep an eye on some oil futures here, or just whatever you like to use as a proxy. Volatility, everything's at a decision point. Nvidia is still right at VWAP. Even Intel that I got out is right at VWAP, and oil itself is at VWAP. I think it just, I mean, I got out of it, but it's right at VWAP. I feel like I want to see it start trading away from it. Like so many things are at a decision point. Let them make the first move and then try to join the trend in either direction, I think is going to be the way to play it. As I said, like, there's Nvidia trying to make its move. Let it decide. And then we'll try to be a joiner. The only thing I'm left in is Rivian because it's not, like, it's just making lower highs. It's not threatening VWAP, and it's also not moving. I don't feel any reason to be out of this trade or spooking. Robbie V, when did Duo last report earnings? I can look that up for you. I mean, I have trade ideas up. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I don't have a date here for for earnings. I mean, it's a China. I hate to be cynical about it, but Duo, Chinese name, and I don't have a date for their earnings. I'd have to go like Google it or something. Where we ask. I could ask Gemini, but then Sharif will get mad at me.
I mean, you could ask Adara.
Or we can ask Adara as well.
That's what she
said.
There we go.
In the chat, so they last reported.
You got to use your resources better.
Well, I was thinking I could get trade ideas to do it. I wanted to make a dig at Sharif and Gemini there.
That's right.
But looks like it was the August 30th was their latest report. And I mean, what did it do in August 30th? That should be, no, that actually isn't this move. Wait a minute, it didn't even do anything? Yeah, not much of a move. That was this reversal here off the 200 period, but not a very volatile day. Was last time reported. Well, that's still Rivian. What am I looking at? Wrong stock. There we go. It was doing nothing on August 30th. So it doesn't really matter. Like, it's halted to the downside, and it's indicating an open down on Duo. That's the other thing.
Now the futures are going.
So it's halted down and falling. Remember, priced at $1.55, that offering. This was up at $3.50 when it happened, and it's still heading lower and lower. Yeah, there's not going to be an SSR bounce on this one that I'm interested in. Sometimes you'll get a bottom after an offering, but I'm not willing to get in early. So it looks like the first move is back down. So I'm going to try to get back into Intel after that VWAP fiasco. Not really a fiasco.
Yeah, I shorted Intel right here too. Now the futures start to go, whatever, man. I mean, we did get stopped out. We talked about that. Now it's starting to fall back in. That's all good. What's up, Randy? Hope your day is going splendidly.
What's wrong with Splendid?
Not Splenda,
You still got that XOM?
Isn't it tanking today or what?
Well, I mean...
no, I mean, I think oil was doing really well. Today, 119. Yeah, wasn't this 112 not too long ago? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, we were just talking about this a couple of days ago down in there, 112. Now breaking a little bit higher. It doesn't even seem like it's up that much because it's only 2%. But yeah, on a chart, we're right back into here. Randy, if you got this, you might want to sell some of it. You're right back up to a level of resistance. We've seen a lot of charts that look like this, but XOM continues to lead the way. USO, an Amex name here. We'll watch out for that. This is United States Oil. So right now, oil today up 3%. I don't know, the chart's taking forever, but oil having a nice little bounce back day. It's funny how just one day you can get all this back right now. So oil, it's still a nice little low side, but having a day right there is oil today. XLE is what I am invested in on the Canadian XLE. On the Canadian side, it has not been a good run for some of these service providers, but here we go. Let's see what's XLE right now. These charts are going a little slow. There it is, trying to break out higher as well. So nice little bottom there, 85. Trying to hold out stocks like Valero and things like that are on the production side and the refining side. 137. Valero's had a nice run on it recently. So come on, charts. No, it has not. Actually, Valero was doing really well on the year. My bad, completely opposite. Yeah, I was looking at it earlier on. I knew it had this huge run. But yeah, it came in. I mean, that's again XLE, right? There's a lot of names that have pulled right back in. Valero on the refining
What's
side.
The dividend
this
on
does
that?
not look too bad. A pretty high dividend, if I imagine correctly. I used to be in this name, not anymore.
Oh,
but
they don't do
like
percentage. It's
Valero.
$1.07, whatever that.
I can find out what the Valero.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I don't.
I gotta get Michael Noss to add or maybe I need to add the percentage instead of the actual raw dividend. I just don't like having to do the math off the top of my head really fast for you guys. But yeah, Valero, I didn't realize it was all the way down there. That's a nice consolidation off the daily. I was looking at the weekly chart as well. But Occidental, a few people are. It's RB Raj.
3.2%. 3.2%.
It's not that big. It's good. It's good. That's not that big.
Benzinga Pro platform.
Energy name. Yeah, I mean it's okay, but it's not that big. It's Oxy that's the strong one today. I feel like it's broken out. Remember that 55 level, that the vaunted $55 level, which had been support
say it that
since
way.
Well, I try to make it more dramatic than it really is.
Right.
Since 2022, this was a support level. It just lost it recently and bounced pretty much exactly off $50 on the daily, like double bottom 50. Now you're breaking out 53. Well, remember what we always talk about, support turning into resistance? Well, if 55 held for 2 years, do we think when it comes back up to 55, maybe, just maybe, there might be some sellers up at that price? So I think this move can get us to the 55, especially with a continuation. I mean, obviously all the geopolitical stuff is not going to, you're not celebrating it, but let's be real. If you're long anything in oil futures, like you're thinking about, okay, what's the next play? So this is giving you a bump, and now you got to start thinking about. I think that 55 and the 50-period moving average is a good spot there for Oxy. Wasim just in the chat just saying Neo is about to break higher. Well, it did get above.
Many things. It's like, do you believe in the short or not? That's what it's all about, right?
I was in Neo off of VWAP, and what's interesting is. I held on to the last little bit, like, okay, like I'm in and off VWAP. I'm going to hold some for the 7 break. I'm like, it's breaking 7 or it's breaking VWAP because I think it'll go if it breaks 7. And now it broke 7, went all of 5 cents after breaking $7. So really, the upside on the 7 break wasn't much of anything at all. All you're getting is a consolidation above 7. It's got a nice little trend for the afternoon. I wonder if this lines up because... All right, so you got the trend from the bottom, then you've got the trend from the afternoon. like that. Yeah, I mean, usually I like it. I like the later trend, like the morning one on the dump. I don't really care too much about it. Yeah, NIO's looking pretty solid, but it's 245 and it's a Chinese ADR. Well, how much juice does it have left in it is the real question. If it takes out the top, I don't mind joining it. What's Alibaba doing? Maybe that's even better.
Probably taking out more tops.
Whoops.
That
Blue
Palantir
Ocean.
pullback. We should have had that Palantir.
Yeah, okay, come on, load Alibaba. Yeah, Alibaba's pulling back off the highs as well. So it's about the same thing. The difference is Baba's just been strong all day, whereas NIO's only getting strong now. But really, Baba's just retraced yesterday's move. You still have some resistance here at 112, I kind of feel like. I might take a stab at this NIO if it can hold 7.
Oh, man. Okay, so I was just saying, like, there's so many names that, like, I think Tesla's at a short spot here, too. Like, we have 259. We've bounced off of it a bunch of times right there. Like, if the market falls down, you're going to have a huge winner here. It's just, I don't like fighting the trend. And we've already did that once with the futures, only to get stopped out, only to look back, and it would be a nice winner now. But that's what happens. When you fight the trend, you do get stopped out unless you can pick the ultimate top. And for right now, like, I'm really surprised at this move back, to be honest with you. I mean, I thought this short rate here into VWAP, which we did have, would have held and did not hold. So that was like sort of that last straw for me. I mean, you could see what we sort of were doing here with the TQQs right here, and then it broke. So now we're out of it. But I still think downside, man. I mean, this is why we're short right now at 73, 72 half. So we're short into Intel right now. If this breaks 80, we have to get out. Like, but I don't. Again, it's like I don't think that it really wants to do it. But if it does, the market is a live breathing mechanism here, and we'll just wait to see what it wants to do. But I'm short Intel right now against 81, so it's not a super crazy trade, but let's see if that can hit. And then I'm really debating that TSLA. I am almost like, there was a point where I came back in and, you know, you get kind of like you throw up in your mouth a little bit there. Like that getting stopped out right there on Google really was crazy, because then after that, that's 164.60, right? You know, like where we are right now, that would have been the whole day back. And we were out walking around. We were out there with Adam and everything like that. We were talking about that. But at the same time, this is when I did my first walk. This is when I was with the wife. But, you know, came back, was disappointed that. Then we shorted it, which was really great, made some money back there. But at the end of the day, missing that back to the long. We know we liked Google. It was a name that was here on the sticky note. We knew we liked it long. So the other names that we had on here, Apple short. So actually, you know what? Let's just stick with what we're doing, man. And let's just trade the names that there we go. Look, see, like Apple short. Yeah. It's like one of the only names right now that's going to be under VWAP. I mean, the futures are not well above, but holding 20,000 nicely now. Will we dip down? Maybe. This is probably the short that I'm looking for right now, Apple.
Nvidia's underneath.
Nvidia's underneath too. Okay, so we're already into Intel. Nvidia is a good one. Anything down probably that 3% is probably still underneath, to be honest with you. But right now, 225 and change. I mean, it's why we're looking at Intel, right? Intel's at VWAP. So again, a name that's down 3%. This is why I like this short. Let's see if Intel can print a little lower. But yeah, I think Apple might be the one. If you're going to look for some shorts. But
what's interesting is Apple was the one with the negative story that didn't even, before all this even started, like if you didn't have the geopolitical stuff going on, you still had the demand concerns for Apple. Maybe that's going to be it. I saw a very so in the chat said,
well, that's why we like the short.
We're talking about PDD. Like, so look, pick Chinese ADR. They're all at the highest today. Like when I looked at Bob and I looked at NIO, it's not like we're going to see anything different with Pinduo Duo. They're all at the highs. It was a good point in the morning. Someone was sort of saying, hey, with the market going to the downside, is China somewhat insulated, the Chinese name somewhat insulated from all this? Can they be along? And my simple answer was, it doesn't necessarily matter. The price action is telling you yes. So I mean, there you go. Like these have been immune pretty much most of the day to the downward move. So I think if you have a big news event like that seems to drag everything down, whether or not you feel like they should be, if something is going in the other direction, just pay heed to it. But yeah, I got out of, like NIO was a shakeout to me that I feel like I should have been able to get back into. I think it's fine to get out there, but look at that opportunity to get back in at VWAP. You don't need to be in it when it breaks VWAP, but look at that 10-minute, like 6, 7, 8, 10 minute, whatever it is, consolidation for you to get 680s, you could risk 5 cents. And now it's at that $7 level. And if you, for the Chinese ADRs, you want to be in it by the time it gets to 3 o'clock and holding your winner and getting out, as opposed to looking for entries, which is kind of what I'm trying to do. So, I mean, Intel's still, and Sean just went over it.
I'm actually bidding some 70s.
Like, it's right in here. I'm bidding high 60s in here if it breaks 70, because this isn't going down. Like, I'm looking over, I'm looking up on my black chart. I'm looking over at Nvidia. Nvidia is grinding lower off of VWAP as we speak. Intel's very slowly going. Let's see what Apple's doing here. I mean, Apple's not moving, but it's under VWAP as well. It needs to start breaking down to give some fills.
At Apple, yeah.
No, but like it's not
the VWAP top.
But it's not falling here.
I know.
It's just still going sideways. Like, there's no action on this hold of VWAP. Like, everything is at those key price levels. We talked about oil being at VWAP as well. There's just no move off of it yet. So let's see what happens. Next, Pretty Panda, Duo. That Duo got back to VWAP?
It's halted.
No, it's not. It's halted up now. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So halted down twice, now halted to the upside and indicating a 287 open. So it looks like it found a bottom at the low of the day. So Duo with the offering, now bouncing a little bit. This might be a fade if it gets into VWAP, I guess, but that's... I usually care more about halt prices than I do about VWAP when a stock does this, and you got a halt level at about $3 to contend with, which is oddly enough where it's indicating an open, like 297 currently as we speak on Duo. But it does feel like we're trying to roll over. The question is, will we? So I'm not looking for any long entries at this point unless we break back out the top.
All right. I mean, just hearing it, I already told you guys. I mean, you guys already knew this. Like, no, I was going to say the Iron Shield that Israel has was just going to blow up all of those missiles. And apparently in our ear, that's exactly what happened. I don't think they just said that it's been defeated. Nothing landed or hit or anything like that. So there you go, man. Like, all these weapons that just keep on getting sent over, just keep on getting blown out of the sky, costing people millions and billions and more dollars to defend this situation. So, all right. So there's that news. Maybe it's a good sign for the futures. I don't know what to expect right now, but I would, and shout out to Benjamin there. Great job. Benjamin's smart there. Says he's killing the futures today, 400 points. Great job. We had that 100-point winner on the NASDAQ futures as well. 80 more to the downside, 100 more to the upside. Yeah, look, I don't, this is what the futures look like right now. So we took some, and then got stopped out. So all of this was about flat for us. I mean, there's not much happening. I wish we could get into some more futures trades right now. What I was thinking was this break. What time is it? Oh, it's already 2:50. Okay. Just this break right here of 68.93. So again, let's see. Maybe there is, where there's smoke, there's fire. Like, and I think that sometimes we get that sense right now that we're just hearing that, okay, that was an onslaught there, unfortunately, and not talking because there's lives at risk and everything like that. So don't take this as like a news report. But I'm just trying to think of it from the futures side of things. Everything has calmed down now. The futures are still down 1%. To start the day, we were up. Like, there was really no negativity in the market other than the Apple sort of production worries. After that, it's not the production. It was that they...
it was demand.
Demand. It was basically they cut some units there on some of the supplies.
Yeah, but you're right. Everything else, like Google was looking like it was going to be strong today.
Right. So if people sort of discount
we like
whatever's
Tesla.
Been happening in the Middle East, which I don't think we should do, but maybe the market does just continue to sort of grind higher. And then we wait for that next shoe to drop. So I think that could be the next story. So I'm thinking about just laying low now. But let's just talk about it. If we do get a report about something else has happened or something like that, I think this break lower, 69.90, just this little wick here, then we would be under the 200, under the 50, heading into VWAP. That gives us a good ratio. And then we can use some of these as our tops. So like 30 or 40 cents worth of risk on a break right there, I think might be the next trade. So that could be what I put on here. But we need the confirmation. Neil already said that. I think that's important. I don't know if we got the confirmation or not on Intel, but we have a good price. We're short at 73. We just took a couple outs at 70. I'm bidding lower, man. I'm bidding 67s for another 5%. Maybe we can get out there. But if these futures crack, Intel's going to be a great win, man, and we'll get back to where we need to be on the day. So hopefully this will hit down there. 2250s or so is what we're looking at for Intel. And I might just put that trade on. Let's put it on a little small on the TQs. So breaking back below 69, what did I say, 90s? Let's put on a little trade just to see. Don't want to lose everything taking a risk, but if the market wants to drop, I think we got to found a good spot right there. Let's not play at the top. Let's play on the way down. So 69.90 break.
There goes Nvidia.
We'll try the short. There goes Nvidia down.
Okay, so Nvidia just lost a $0.50 and is starting to accelerate. How about Apple? Okay, so Apple's still not even moving? Okay, that's a little bit weird. Nvidia's already starting to go. We already talked about it. You just mentioned Intel. It's starting to creep, but if Nvidia falls, I feel like everything else could. Let me zoom in so you guys can see a little. There we go. That's a little bit better on Apple. But you do have, I mean, it looks like a little bit of a rolling over is happening here. Oh, let me into this 50 level. This is starting to curl the other way. So I want to see, put in another lower high, and Apple short is going to make sense. I'm on 66 and have not gotten filled yet on Intel, but we are starting to come in. It was Nvidia that went first, still sort of sideways on Apple, but it's trying to go now. 20,000's back on the bid of the NASDAQ. The names that are under VWAP make the most sense to short. So that's what we're going to stick with here. But I'm on the offer of Apple at 45, trying to get picked up on the way to the downside here. So let's get down. Thankfully, none of the strong stocks are holding this up. I meant to point out, we kept talking about the Mag 7. We kept up talking about Tesla. Amazon almost went green there. Missed it by about 15 cents. Missed it by that much. Amazon looking relatively strong. If this is a false break to the downside, Amazon going red to green, I think looks pretty juicy. It's also resistance at 186.5 on AMZN. So I think that one, if we do end up breaking higher, why did I just get in out flat? I know why, because I had to stop at VWAP.
See, we did the same trade and it's going to stop us out.
I did that same thing. Okay, so anyways, if this is a false breakdown, I think Amazon taking out 186.5 looks pretty good. Just want to get those thoughts out there. I just went in and out flat for no good reason on Apple, so I'm back in. Actually, I got 46 instead of 45 this time.
Okay, in the let's overtrade book right now. Hi, it's me. All right, so we talked about that trade. It's a small position, but we still don't want to lose on anything. I actually zoomed this back out here on the TQQs, and I wanted to give this name right here. This is a 5-minute chart. I wanted to give this until basically that prior bar. Well, here it goes now, 70-20s. It looks like we're going to get. It's a small trade, but it still sucks because we're going to lose on it again. We did take that break lower. Look what happened. It broke, and then it ripped right now. So we don't. It's like a third of the position that we would normally have, but it looks like there it goes. I mean, we get stopped out. It looks like maybe eventually on this trade, and I don't know if we need to do this anymore. Our net is fine today. There's nothing wrong with where we are. It's just we're not. Don't want to make it worse, man. I don't want to have a bad feeling after all of this today. So let's just get stopped out here, a break above quarters, and we will get out. I mean, it's we'll give this one a little bit more room than I was going to give it a little bit more, but I'm not going to anymore. Break above this. We'll get out at 75% in case it's just one of those crazy rips. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we're out of this trade. Looks like it'll be a 30-cent hit, and that really does suck. We're lucky enough to get out of more than a third of Intel when it came back in. And again, we're just trading with some kind of size, so it's okay for me. I look, that short was 75s. Our outs there, I think we got a 65. Let me double check. You must have got your 66s, yes. So we get a 65 there on that. So that was well worth it. And there goes the futures right back up again into this area. So yeah, okay. If we're gonna go short right now, we're at the top. That's 70, 50. I think we can probably go right now against that level. I don't know. So we only got out at 75%. Let's reload a little bit of that and give ourselves just a little bit more room. So we'll give ourselves a little bit more room on less shares right now and just give us to that wick right there, 70, 50, and hope to be able to survive this one. So yeah, so far so good, but not great on this position. Let's wait to see if we can get something going now on the TQQs up to 70, 50. Less shares, a little more room so we don't get wicked out. But at the end of the day, a losing trade's a losing trade. So let's hope it doesn't get too far up there. We'll wait for it. Maybe it pushes back, and then we can make it back. But for now, not a great execution here on the futures by me.
Yeah, so a couple of things here. One, we're into Apple. It looks like it wants to break resistance. I haven't mentioned this on Rivian, but I have a stop at 70, which is at VWAP. I'm just sort of hanging on to it from earlier. I've not made a trade in this thing since 12:30 getting in, and then my last out was when it broke the low at about 1 o'clock. But I am going to get out of this thing if it breaks 70 in VWAP. We're into 3 trades, which are pretty much all at VWAP. They could all go at the exact same time.
Right.
Vanny in the chat, did I miss any chat about Nike earnings? I mean, we didn't really. The only thing I said about Nike was I just pointed out that going into earnings, it was at the high of the day. That was about it. We didn't really talk any context about it. You can pull up the chart. It's been doing fantastic on the daily chart. Like, I could draw another trend and just say higher highs, higher lows. That's a very clean channel that it's been in. At the high, because it's one of the, I don't know why, to be honest. We've been talking about sort of just follow the trend, whether it makes sense or not. But yeah, it's really strong today. I can't really put a finger on why it's being bought up. It could just be that it made a bottom, like a double bottom, and it's like a technical thing on Nike. But no breakout of the top. I think it's sexier if it breaks $90 because the next leg up, like it's pretty clean. Like you got a top here at 90, and then you have a local high at like $98, call it 100. So I think I love it if it just goes 90, and then we go screaming on earnings. I don't know what the implied move, I'd have to check that one out. It'd be interesting if it ended up being 10% and then you were at $90 and it just goes right to $100. But I haven't looked at that. I guess we'll look at it at some point. We're about to enter power hour, and the market, it needs to make a decision. We've been talking about the same trades at VWAP without a move away. So this is Apple. It'll go 15 cents into the money, 15 cents out of the money, and nothing more. Intel, which will go 5 cents out of the money, went 5 cents in the money and nothing more. And if you're looking at Nvidia, I mean, Nvidia, at least from VWAP, popped down 70 pennies and retested it. So like this might have been a better place to go to in an NVDA, but it looks like it even wants to break out the upside. The thing I'm looking for the long was supposed to be like if Amazon could get something going, breaking out the high, but I see it's not like a rounded bottom, it's like a rounded top on Amazon. Still trying to hold support and maybe take out some of these highs. I know I like this, the futures takes out the top, then I want to join the trend when if this goes from red to green. It's just not happening yet, so we got to be patient with this. Everything's still just chilling out at VWAP. I see you have it up. Is it 10%?
Yeah, no, it's 7, so you're close, 7.2. But last move, of course, we had 20% right here. I can't hover over it, else there it is. The previous move, 20. Expected move right now is 7. McCormick Spices, they reported already today. Nothing. Whoa, 27. UNFI, United Natural Foods. Right now. Okay, United Natural Foods. Nice move up for them today, up 27%. Coming in tonight, we're looking for AMC, not the theater, but this means aftermarket close. Calmine Foods coming. Lamb Weston. Now, I wish it was Lamb Research, but it's Lamb Weston Holdings. That's the jam. And that is it, my friends. So very, very dry as far as earnings are concerned. But Fabian's retirement fund is going to be waiting for that one as Nike. I told him, man, do not hold Nike. Well, if you're going to hold, whoa, it was
Bitcoin.
I got to open that back up again. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, if you have some if you got some Bitcoin, yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah, no. Okay,
Which one's the backup? Bitcoin's the backup or
Bitcoin's the backup?
Or Nike's?
Yeah, Bitcoin's a real deal, baby. Real deal, Holyfield. We'll go on there. Ramin is jealous. Ramin wants to own some Bitcoin as well.
You don't need a backup. You got Nvidia, right?
You got to do that. Yeah.
Backup you need.
No, she's got Tesla. Tesla's been a nice move.
Why did I think it was Nvidia?
To the upside.
Okay.
I don't know why. So we'll wait to see. Oh, it better not be Rivian. Me and you, Ramin.
No, it's not. She's messing with us. These guys are just throwing out symbols.
It could be Rivian.
It's not Rivian.
Well, these young guys. I mean, look, man, I lost way more money than I even smoked in weed. Like the amount of money lost in weed names has been epically tragic.
Remember when those dudes came up from Chicago? I don't know about that.
Right. Well, yeah, I wish back in the day it was a different story. But this is investing in marijuana names. They have been a hot fire. I just remember that because of Rivian. Like they've had a huge move up. Some of the car companies won't survive. We had Ride, we had Workhorse. We had our boy Fisker.
Yeah.
Polestar basically
Polestar,
is
there
almost
was,
dead. You know, so anyways, I was just saying, you know what price Rivian IPO'd at? $107.
And what was crazy?
So think about
like that, and that was a good day. Like the IPO trade, where you're just like back when it was just like free money. Like Snowflake was stupidity at 300, and Rivian was stupidity. It went to 150 bucks.
Intel or something. Yeah, right.
Like so those like it's not like it was just they were IPO with those prices and dying. No, like you were making money just taking the long at the open on those bad boys, even though they were all ridiculous prices. But there was something. Oh yeah, so Indo. I didn't check oil. I'm going to get to oil in a quick little second. That INDO. It's funny, like that made my mind go to Indo.
Endo or Indo?
You got the Indo or the outdo?
I mean, I ain't got any dough. I got some.
Bouncing off of VWAP, some of the energy names are catching, at least this one's catching a bit of a bid. Oil futures did get above VWAP, but they're not really going anywhere. Remember, at this past 3 o'clock, past 2:30, so obviously they're closed. But INDO is starting to move once again. Can it really take out the top if there isn't a move in oil? That doesn't make... I guess it could. What am I even talking about? I thought if oil bounced off VWAP in any kind of a decent way, it would go further. But this is it's just going on its own here. I don't know if I want to chase this. I'm not going to chase it. Might just be a top breaker or play the lower high. Like let it pull back, see if it can continue trend. VWAP is already gone. I'm not going to diddle in the middle with INDO. And then that duo stock for everybody that's paying attention to it. So it halted up, tried to get past 3, did not get past 3. So forget about VWAP. It's that halt price. Like there was a halt in the morning downside at 299, a halt up at 302, and then this last reopen after the halt was like at 305. So obviously the $3 level is a big one. It failed at exactly $3 and headed right back underneath. This might be a short to 3, but I bet you we have to pay for locates. I have to price that out. Yeah, we have to pay for locates on Duo, which I didn't do this morning. I wasn't really thinking about it. I might as well price it out there. But Apple...
It'll be less than 1 cent.
Oh, yeah, usually it's less than 1 cent. Apple looks like it's very slowly trying to break it out. We'll have to get out of that if it does. Intel, when I started talking, was at 75. It's still at 75. It did go back down into 70 even, it looks like. But there's just not a heck of a lot happening at VWAP. We need a bigger push to the downside on all these. I'm going to price out that Duo because after the offering at $1.55, it does make some sense.
All right, we reloaded a little bit there on Intel. I mean, we came back up into 75, so we did take a little bit more there. So our average price now is 75. We had 73s before. We put on a little bit more there. We didn't put on as much as we had, but we almost put on almost the same amount as we go back into the downside. So I'm going to bid some 71s and see if we can get some out again, and just putting some money in our pocket here at the end of the day, hopefully with a downside move. And I don't want to play. We've already sort of talked about, okay, come on, man. I mean, homie the clown, don't play around unless, of course, we are trading the futures. And I mean, we got stopped out there, which kind of sucked. We only got stopped out at 75%. We put on a little bit more in order for this move to play out. This is what we're waiting for. We were waiting for a move down, and we didn't want to really scalp it. I am at 70 flat to get a piece out here. Hopefully that will happen for us, and we'll be able to get some. It just went down to 70.05. We are at 70.02s. Right there. So we'll see if it can come in. There it is. There's the bid. 04 looks like it might have stopped at there. So we'll wait to see if we get a little bit of a push down here. We like it a lot. I thought I was bidding. Oh, I'm bidding 71. Sorry, on Intel. So hopefully we get a dip down in for that one. We'll just take a couple pennies. I mean, we were pretty lucky there. That move, there we go. We get to 71. That move right there went down to 65. So that was 10 cents from that top to bottom. So if we could do that again, I mean, I'll wait at 70s maybe. To get another piece out here. I'm just trying to, whatever, we'll go on gateways that either pay us, so it's not so bad. But anyways, maybe we can get a 70 and then hopefully back down, and I'm already bidding 68, so we'll see where that story winds up for us as well. And then the future's looking for a short. But I mean, look at the futures right now. You know, like if you want to draw like one of these cool ellipses here, and just to show you, like right now, this zone that we're in, if we don't, come on, ellipse, stop. If we don't break out of this area, then, I mean, we're just going to be churning through shares, which is why we're doing less right now on the volume side and trying to wait for a break so that I don't get stopped out. So again, you have to have different tools in your toolbox. And I just feel like having some patience is something that should always be there. And especially for right now, if the futures aren't going to do anything, just break out and then we can stop out and we don't have that many shares, or make that move down and then give us a much better fill. And if we're right and the market goes down, then we'll still have a decent piece on because we're not taking anything out until the extremes. So let's wait. I can't believe I'm saying like an extreme would be like 15 cents right here, but I think that would be a great fill if we can get that. And then the next fill, maybe like 90, where we initially went short on the break when we thought we were breaking. That would be the next plate. So I'm bidding O's or bidding O2s, and let's just put a bid right now at 90s, and I'm already there. I'm already at 69.93. So my trade is already there, just waiting for it to execute. Hopefully it happens soon for us, or else I'm going to lose my patience.
I just got a partial fill on Duo.
Oh, it opened.
Yeah. And then this happened. Anyway, let me do this.
Come on, futures, do something.
Like the second I get in at right in front of that 80 level, it just immediately into a halt in there. So this is going to be a hit. I'm going to take it out on the reopen if it's above this halt price. So this is the halt level at 310. I just want to make sure that I'm not going to put a limit order in there realistically, because I can look at the tap price and see where it's going to open. If it's opening underneath, then I'm probably just going to not take the fill. I'll put a market order if it's going to open above the 3.7. Actually, check that. It's 3.10 level here on DUO. But we'll give it about 3 or 4 minutes. It should be a 5-minute halt. I'm anticipating it's a 5-minute halt. You already went over Intel. But yeah, we're going to have to see what happens with this one when it reopens. Like I had literally just put an order in to get short. I was about to put another one at $3. And the second I did, it was like, boom, went upside. You saw me get all over the bid because you can still try to get the bid to get out, but there were no fills to be had. I might have reversed. I had enough orders that I probably would have ended up reversed if it had filled, but it did not. So in 3 minutes or 3.5 minutes, I'm going to make sure I have the level 2 dedicated to it so I can get my order. Probably going to use a market on order if it's indicating an open where it is right now, which is above $3. If it does indicate lower, then I'll hold it through the open and just put a stop when it reopens above 306.
All right. Let's just keep on going here. All right, so that's what's happening on the Qs. I think we sort of talked about that. Let's look for some other love here somewhere else. Okay, let's look at Alibaba. Wow, oh my. Oh man, this stock has an easy way of making you just look silly every single day. I mean, we know the Chinese story is here. We're not trying to ignore it, but I'm just dumbfounded. Look at this move again. We saw this yesterday, bouncing off the 200, 200, 200, 200, keeps going. What am I trying to do? Shorting against 109? Like, we took some money early, then we got stopped out. I remember that. This was all within that first 20 minutes when we were like, oh my God, the market is crashing. What is going up? Let's find something at a level. We wanted 109. We shorted it. We wanted it again right there. Nice, pulled it down. Make sure you like and subscribe. But don't like and subscribe for this trade. Like and subscribe for Neil's handsome face. I mean, this move right here, 112 breaking, 115. I mean, where is the next move here? I almost think we just need to go long. Although the futures are coming back in right now.
180.
Hopefully we get a fill there. I mean, maybe we just break this level, 112.50, and we go. All right, what just happened? Oh, it's Intel, baby. Intel making them sing right now. Let's go. I mean, we'll just take little pieces here. You guys are going to like, oh man, this guy's making 5-6 cents. What kind of a joke is this? Trust me, I ain't laughing. Let's see if we can get to the downside here and actually put some money in our pocket now for real. All right, here goes the TQQs. Let's go again. Slappy, slappy. As we're getting close to a good spot again. What's wrong with that? We're getting close to we're getting close to another level here for us. Let's see if we can make that move down. That's it. Whoa, Fabian, is everything right?
What is going on over there?
Yeah, right over there. You did a little aggressive slappy over there. But no, down here, $70.02. We told you we were bidding that next stop 90s, next stop after that 80s, and then let's go VWAP. And look at that out on Intel, man. Again, we got a couple decent outs down there. We got 71s and 69s. Let's see if we get a little bit lower now on Intel, breaking into this area, 66, 67. We'll take that if we can get it. It's Intel trying to make some moves right now.
Yeah, and the other thing trying to make a move is DJT might break out here. Look, I know there's some people that are pumping DJ, well, it's been happening every now and then in the chat, but it really is making higher lows into a flat top break here. It's about 1670 that would be pre-market low, and that level in there, that does make a little bit of sense. I feel like if it's going to go, it's going to have to do it soon. It's 3:12, debates tonight. I mean, I know it's a vice presidential debate, but it's weird because we were talking about it this morning, like that was going to be a big deal, and all of a sudden, it doesn't seem as big of a deal in terms of a catalyst, but yeah, higher lows into a potential flat top break. The volume is probably your concern here. Like it's starting to go in the volume, but the second it got to the high, it's already tapering off just a little bit. Right, Apple's at VWAP and trying to go. Interestingly enough, the thing that I was like, it's not going to do anything. It hasn't been moving. I mean, Rivian tagged VWAP and pulled back. That would have been nice, but instead we went over to Apple. That is the wrong one. I see Nvidia. People are interested that. Like Nvidia is pretty good off VWAP. I actually feel it's a little bit better. This is starting to roll back over again. All right, I got it of 80% on the reopen, and now it wants to tank. I'll just take threes. Just give me threes, give me threes. I just took threes on Duo when it reopened. Sorry, I was on Nvidia when it happened. So it did open at the halt price. I'm like, okay, let me just get out. That was the plan of action if it opened above. It opened pretty much right there. I took 80% out. Then it tried to lose 3. Immediately it rebid 3. I'm like, okay, let's just get out the last 20%. It might come down from there, but the plan of action was to take a lower high play, not when it makes that move up, to try and hold on to it for dear life. So back over to Nvidia, which looks a little bit better in terms of shorting off of VWAP here. It's 118 that's been holding on a dime. It's at 70s now. If 18 even is what's been holding, I think playing back into this is going to make a little bit more sense for weakness. But again, it's just not a heck of a lot of price action on any of these names right now. Like, I hate to be rushing into things. I almost feel like DJT breaking out
we've got the secret over here.
would be a better opportunity because it's might have a better chance to give you a move. Like it's already gone 2% in the last, call it 10 minutes or so. If it blows out the top, you can get a point or two.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we got something over here. It was just the futures. I mean, playing around on some of these equities is going to be a tough one. We just got a 96 fill there. So that's so far so good, man. I think we did the right thing. Now we're 25. We just got 25 cents on that play. I think we're doing the right thing by taking a little bit less shares and trying to wait for more dramatic of a move. So right now we are bidding. I mean, I'm bidding in the, let me put another bid here at 91, 92. I know that's not too dramatic, and then we'll stop. And then we'll go down into here, like 60s. I mean, we could, you know, if you're looking at for a longer time frame here, I mean, this looks to me like we want to turn around. That little level is 60, so that's the same level that we just looked at. That's 69.30 right here on the charts. So I feel like we are going to be pushing down a little bit. We said we'd give this one a little more room, so pretty happy with it. But again, you know, we could sit here and talk about it. Doesn't actually mean it's going to work out. So let's just wait to see now if it's going to be a play. So TQs, we'll bid again. We're bidding some 92s here. One little flush down. We should be able to get that. And then our bid will go into the 60s. And we'll wait. Here we go, 93s. Come on, 94s. One more move down. And again, this, if you are trading the TQs with me and you're wondering about size and things like that, you can use as much size as you want on this name. It is a very, very programmed market here, just like the futures. If it wants to hit you, it will hit you. It's not going to stop because of the amount of shares that are here. Thousands will go through, hundreds will go through. It will just chew it up. It's a very algo-based trade, those that trade this on the TQQs. So here we go, 94, 90. Oh, we just missed 92. See, this is what I'm saying. There it goes. So it just takes us out right there as if we weren't even sitting there. Nice move down. Let's go. All right, so here we go, man. Let's go, Ramin, and everybody else out there. As there we go. We talked about what we wanted. We wanted to be patient. We wanted... I'm just trying to include you, Ramin. That's all. That's all. We're trying to, exactly. Where's that note of mine? She sent me a love note earlier. I don't know where it went. All right. So she probably blew it. She probably burned it, actually. That would make sense. All right. So at the end of the day, we said we'd be more patient. We're doing that. This is a good trade for us. Now we'll be fine. There it goes. Look what we're talking about right now. We said wait for this kind of a move. We took it too early right there. I don't think we took it too early, but we probably used too many shares and we had to get stopped out. So we got stopped out at 75%. We put it back on. And now finally, just by waiting and being a little more patient, this is what we do. Shout out to Bora Hout and everybody there on the chat that's riding with me. We said patience would be key. We're trying it again. So there's TQs. We're making way more money on this than we are on Intel. But Intel's still fine. I'm not, you know, it's just, we keep on gaking these bids. I'm waiting for this name to crack. Hopefully that does do that, and we will be fine moving forward. So right now it's Intel, it's the futures. Really for me right now, this is 42 cents in the money. And if you're going to talk about how many handles it is, we're short right here at 2060. It's down to 26. So it's about a 35 handle move right now, which ain't bad. We'll see if we can get a little bit more on that. We are out of about 25% only of our position. I'm going to take it another piece right now, though. That 30 handles is nice. We'll take it another 5% right now. So we're out of about 30. Actually, we took out a little more than that. We're at about 40% of our position right now. So we'll see if we can get a lower take here moving forward.
Yeah, and so it got pretty lucky there. Off of VWAP, when the market came back in, was able to get a fill in Rivian. It came within, I mean, technically 2 cents of trailing out there. Like it got right into VWAP, no break. Thankfully, it's headed right back into the lows. I didn't re-up there because we got into Intel, which is still not moving. It's wild. I mean, Apple's still exactly at VWAP, but we're able to get this pulling back in. Nvidia is still at the $0.50. I mean, it's trying to go. It's not really all that successful in heading to the downside just yet, but it feels like it wants to make that next leg. Like, why is it not doing something a little more extreme? And DJT, which felt, well, the world like it was about to break out the highs, well, didn't break out the highs. All of a sudden, this thing wants to follow the market. I don't know why it doesn't usually care. The market can pull back and it can do its own thing, but this is pulling back into VWAP. So no breakout on DJT. It's now 320. It's not like it's super late, but the later this goes, you don't want to be taking a breakout at like 355 or 350 or something like that. It's going to have to do some work in the next few minutes for it to make a bit of a bounce, take out this local high, and then maybe give you that run into $17 that we're kind of thinking was able to happen. But there goes DJT, no breakout, unfortunately, for that stock. Looked like it was trying to go, but trying is not enough when it comes to a squeeze name. To me, you've got to take out some of those highs, get the volume in, trap a few of the shorts, and then you can have a bit of a party. And DJT is a squeeze name. Last we had checked, I think it was like 20-something.
No, I think it is. I think it's less, is it? Let me check Benzinga.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe double check. Because the last time we checked, I was on with Obi maybe like a month ago. So it has been a hot minute since we looked at the short float on DJT. You'll have it. You let me know. It was pretty decent, but I don't know if it's still.
Yeah, they have a 12%, but double check yours because
I'd swear it was.
No, I thought there was a situation where we were the other way. There on Benzinga. What does the guy from Cherie's favorite show there, the kid one, Sheldon? What does he say?
Buzzinga.
Oh, Buzzinga. I was gonna say Benzinga there. All right, and then I told Sharif I thought he was watching it on cable, but he was watching it on Netflix. So spoiler alert. No, I won't do it in case anybody.
So FinViz does have a different number.
Yeah, I knew there was.
Yeah, FinViz has like 19%.
Right, exactly. I knew there was some kind.
And remember, these are all like short. They're all estimates, and sometimes some update at one time, some update at the like. It doesn't. Some like every single month they update. Maybe they update every couple of months. But yeah, whether it's 12% or 19%, I still put it in the squeeze bucket. Like limited float. And then a decently high short float is the story because Trump owns 60 or 56% or close to 60% of it. And if he's not selling, there's a limited amount of shares available out there. And if a bunch of them are short, you guys get the idea. Either way, that still means for me, I swear I just typed DJT in there on Nvidia again. It still needs to break out. Like if you were short this from the morning, like you might be thinking, okay, if it doesn't ever break out here, I can try to hold on to it. Feel like you should be taking profit. It's holding VWAP. But yeah, it needs to take out this 16.7 and then get going higher. It'd be a little more interesting if it could. Nothing on Nvidia. There's a market bouncing off almost 20,000. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Intel seems like it wants to break out VWAP as well. I got to check on Amazon.
Is it doing anything?
No. Market bounces. Amazon, which is relatively strong. This is the other setup I was liking. To go red to green on Amazon, and maybe you could take out the top. It's not really setting anything up. Maybe a slight little trend reverse here, but like that's getting really nitpicky. Like if you just do something like this, close above, take the break into the high of the day. I mean, it's definitely a relatively strong stock. It's one that I want to be long in a general sense, but like break the channel. Like that's the frustrating thing about this. Okay, well, it hasn't broken the high. It hasn't broken the channel. What's the trade? I have to wait for it to do something here when it's only 320. just no move here to be made on Amazon until it breaks out of that channel or takes out the top. I know I like it for relative strength, but just like the graphic says, you got to poke. Unfortunately, it can't poke. It can't poke here. You need to poke that right there. Well, if I do that, like it won't, trust me, it's not going to oblige me. Like now it's not going to let me.
You should draw some more lines. There we go. All right.
But if I do that, it's still going to stay here. Like the guy's going to poke down there. I can't make here go to there remain. Oh, you can zoom it in. I'm not
surprised. Ramin's going to make an appearance on the show probably. Okay. So, no, she's not. She's going to come over. You're shy. Yeah.
You're not shy.
She's shy over here.
Oh, whatever.
Okay, so just real quick here. Look, we're not trying to poke the bear ourselves, but the Qs did make a move back to the upside again. It is a good thing that we were able to get something out there. I may just make another move in the mid-90s and get this out, but here we go. It is falling back in, so this is all good so far. It did make a move. I'm going to put another bid at 95. We sort of talked about some of these moves here today, and they've been, where's Sharif? They've been bamboozling some of these moves. I don't even know really what that means. I think it just means up and back and forth, I think. But right now, that's what I'm feeling like right now, that these moves are going up and down. And I don't really, let's just capture the profit. There's only 20 minutes left until we get the imbalances. We're really, really comfortable with what we've been able to do here in the afternoon and make a little bit of cash on some of these plays. So let's just keep it going, keep the good feels there on that. Next up, Intel. Intel can, you know what? We've gone in and out of this. We will, I mean, I can see my net. This is the only trades that we've had all day on Intel. So we're up on it, so it's fine. But if it breaks 80s, then it'll pretty much be a flat trade again. So I don't know. Hopefully that doesn't happen here, but easily could. That is a break the other way for us now on Intel. Let's hopefully that doesn't happen, but could make a move down. We are short 75. We are not reloading this name. So in what's been a day of different reloads, not one again here for Intel. We've kept on doing it. It wants to go higher. It wants to go higher. We've already drawn this here. And look, man, we make that move down. We took outs there. So now we're trying to break out of this little area and hopefully make that move down. We just bounced off 20,018. So let's hope for a nice little downside move again and be able to capture some more outs right here like we did. We almost got, that 200 pair would be pretty sweet right there. Here comes Intel. Okay, Intel. Here come the TQs. We're bidding 99s. Is there anything else you guys want us to look at? We have
apparently,
go ahead.
Either Fabian or Ramin, one of the two of them. I'm going to guess it's Ramin. Says, what stock? Well, they put it in the chat there. By the way, if you want to enjoy the chat in our great community, and sometimes answer polls from either Fabian or Ramin, or maybe sometimes us, you have to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So it's a subs-only chat, so hit that subscribe button. Hit the like if you want to. I think you should. And then let Ramin know what song is stuck in your head. I don't have a song stuck in my head, so I feel like, what am I going to lie? I can't. I do not have a song stuck in my head, but I've seen a couple of people, routines in the night, a couple of answers in there, but if I get something stuck in my head, I'll let you know. I'm looking forward to Friday because, Ramin, I remembered the song that we were supposed to play. It was Chief Don't Run. I'll message you. That was what we were supposed to listen to. She asked me what was the song you wanted to play because she plays music for us before we come on the show on Friday mornings, and I forgot the name. It was Chief Don't Run by Jadena. So I'll make sure to message her. You trust me, you're going to like that beat.
I have no idea who Jadena is, but I'm sure it's Jadena Fine. Right there. So yeah, I'm sure
he's underrated, I think.
Oh, I thought it was a girl. Okay. All right. Shout out to male Jadena right now. It sounds like Zendaya there.
It does.
Yeah. So that's why. I'm not trying to hate. I have no idea. Okay. So the TQs still the same. I'm literally just doing the same stuff right now, guys. So I don't really apologize for it because this is what I'm trading. But right now, this is what we're doing. We're trying to find some moves here. Looking at Nike as well, breaking higher as well. Up that 1% could be a mover here late. We know that. We'll see if there is some love here at the late part of the day here for Nike coming through. So I think that there could be some nice plays later on in the day. For right now, though, Nike trying to just balance itself out. We're above VWAP, above the 200. Just want to give an update on this. Nike earnings expected move. Neil sort of did the math there. It's over 7%. So a 7% move on $89. Maybe you'll get $6 move or so. If you have that, that will bring you back into some 83s, 84s if the expected move is right. Just because that's the expected move, that has nothing to do with whether or not it actually moves that much, but that is what's expected. So we'll see if there's anything coming through for Nike later on today into their earnings. And of course, a $6 or $7 move higher gets us where we need to be into the mid 90s, where I think is a huge sell. I mean, this gap completely filled off last time earnings. Let's see if we can get something going again here for NKE into the close one more time. So that's going to be a Nike trade for us. Futures in an Intel. Intel, our stop zone is very soon. Breaking through 80s. We've already been up here. If we do break up, then we're going to get to the downside on that. But for right now, not doing too much. Tesla. Oh, that was the other trade that I liked. I liked Tesla right here. I thought Tesla could fade out. But if this market's going to go, I mean, again, everything is just like, this is going to sound ridiculous to keep saying this, but
nothing is moving that much.
Yeah, you have to get an opinion on which way you think the market's going to go. And I mean, for me right now, I don't really have an opinion. We're short on the futures. We have that play, so that's my opinion. But I'm not willing to put it all on Tesla right now. But if you think the market's going down, this 259 area right here is pretty sweet right now. Maybe this break, 257.75, bang, down here to 255, 256. The ratios are all here. You just got to believe in it. So right now, we're going to sit here and wait. But I think the futures have a nice downside push coming. We're already in the futures. We're bidding right here, 95s. Maybe we can get that. But for right now, it's kind of sit on your hands. You know, there's only 20 more minutes until those imbalances.
Well, speaking of which.
Quick look, not much. Yeah, go ahead.
No, just TD and Pfizer, like, if you're into CNQ, but TD sell 1.5, Pfizer buy 1.3. Oxy's a sell of an early look sell of $1 million on Occidental, although it's very strong for most of the day here. I feel like the energy moves have sort of tapered out a little bit. I think it's weird. Like what happened at 3 o'clock on the wow? Okay, well I guess futures, but Oxy dipped into VWAP. That's a real candle and that's a real volume wick, which terminated exactly at VWAP and then went right back to it on Occidental. Yeah, if you're just waiting for VWAP on the right stock, oil's in play today, Oxy's in play. At 3 o'clock, you were gifted VWAP, and now it's doing nothing on a slight upward move. That was your chance. That's why you try to strike when it gets there. Unfortunately, the thing that we're looking at VWAP is not moving away from it. It's holding VWAP, which is fine, but it's not moving away from VWAP. Oxy, I'm asking myself if I want to be in this thing. I don't know. I've kind of swung. I've had swing trades on this before, but no, not really at this price level. I'm thinking out loud to myself. 55 going to be resistance, 50 going to be the low, then 53 doesn't really set up for much of anything. If I think there's going to be a bit of a chop and churn at the $55 level, obviously it's strong for reasons of what's going on in the energy space, but it's making a technical break into a big level regardless of what's going on here, as we'll go to look to see what else is relatively strong here, maybe pick up a name or two to go into the close with the Darren Sector Watch.
We're going to take one last look here at some of the outsized performers to both the upside and also the downside here on the S&P 500. Of course, we know there's a lot of strength in energy, a lot of strength in defensive stocks, and some weakness in tech, but I wanted to take a look at some names we haven't discussed yet that are also running with catalyst. This one actually is to the upside. This is Schlumberger, SLB, and now instead is joining forces here with this ADNOC Drilling and Patterson to basically extend and accelerate the unconventional oil program in the UAE. So UAE story sending SLB here to the upside. We also have actually another upside mover here as well, INCY. This is Insight getting an outperform rating here from Wolf Research and actually pushing into high of day as we get to the close. So great look for INCY. Last but not least here, this is the one downside mover on this list. It is CDW. That's both the name of the company and the ticker. Getting a downgrade and a $245 price target story here from Citigroup. So some different names that we might not have looked at, making some larger moves to the upside and downside. And what's been a pretty eventful day for the market in the world, guys?
Easily been right.
We're doing some.
No question. Finally moving away from VWAP is Intel. But again, it needs to break into the 60s to get really good. And then from there, maybe the 22.5 level. I'm on the bid. I'm just going to take the low of the day on Rivian because that is 10.5. It already bounced off 10.5 once. So we'll hold on for the 60s in Intel. We're looking low of the day here on Rivian as it's right back to said downside. Dwayne just saying Neil's back at 7.
We're crushing this.
So the problem is it's a Chinese ADR, so like everything else, it's not really moving. But I would look at a close above 7 as a big deal on NIO. But finally, the market's starting to roll over here. So, hey, thankfully, we're just sort of sitting in them, waiting for them to come into the downside, and that's what we finally got here.
Yeah, finally. We'll go a little face slap action right here as we're putting some damage on the board again right now. So there goes Intel. And by the way, I mean, we took a 78 fill. Or hold on a second. Was it 77 or 78? It was on Intel 78. So we get that 78 fill up there. I just looked at myself in the mirror, not really, and I said, like, self, we have to be willing to take a 3-cent risk. Like, we were getting stopped out if it broke 80s. It was at 78 and doing nothing. Easy day. What's not been easy day, but can go into the gates of hell. See ya. It's really nice when things work. There it goes. Bye-bye, bye-bye, market. Bang! That's what we're talking about right there. Let's props it up, man. John Travolta's like, what? It is a nice move to the downside, Mr. Travolta. I don't know about Scientology if it predicted this, but we sure did sitting right here. There it is, a nice move to the downside right here for the TQQs and for Intel. We were just sitting in both of them. There it goes. We talked about taking out some more cash on this stock, using less shares, waiting for bigger move. Oh boy, did we ever do that. And here comes Intel as well. You know, really ringing the register on some of these plays. So far, so good here, guys. Let's not, kid ourselves about what's been happening here. This is a nice move down for the TQs and for Intel. We just get another bid there. 62 on Intel. Oh boy, right there. We still got a decent sized position on right now for Intel. Intel, after all of this, will be my #1 stock. Isn't that crazy? Like, we do nothing pretty much all day. We don't even trade Intel until finally it lines up exactly with what we thought. And then this happens. We're still fine on the TQs, but Intel will reign supreme here as we had some hits on the TQs as well. So let's go, man. Nice trading here for INTC. Looks like it is going to rule the roost here. Nice downside play there for Intel and the TQs. Wow, this is a good one, man. We have over right now. If you're trading over here, we have 67. This is 70 handle winner right now on the future. So let's just keep the good times rolling now and see if we can't get a little bit lower here on the NQs and on Intel.
Yeah, I'm out 2/3 of Intel at this point, and I'm all out of Rivian. 55 bounces, basically the same thing as that 50, and it just caught a bid after this little candle into the downside. We gave you the early looks. There wasn't much of anything, so to speak. So again, just going to hang on to the one VWAP trade that we did have. I'm bidding now under 50, and then one at 50. We just got that fill, and then one in front of 22.50, and then we'll try to hold. Intel has been known to have some imbalances every now and then, so if we do get close to 350, wherever it happens to be, the closest resistance is where my stop gets moved to. That's just a closing imbalance kind of thing. But finally coming in is this market. Nvidia is down as well, obviously, and this is sort of the reason why I didn't get into Amazon long. I thought Amazon was a relatively strong stock. It just never actually set up the long trade. There was no break of the high. There was no break of the trend. There was no reason to get into it. I might like the fact that it was relatively strong. And I loved the fact that I had this trend on the daily and it was bouncing off lows on that trend line, but they just couldn't break out the top. So what are you going to do? If it doesn't set up, you don't have to take it. You can like a stock in a general direction, but it still has to give you a reason to get in. I just saw nothing that was giving a reason to get in the long. I might have taken a long had it broken that high, and then maybe it would have been a loser. Thankfully, it never gave that setup. All right, I'm moving from 50 to just take this out on the, take a little bit more out on the bounce, so I'm only 20% left on Intel. Trying to take some 57s. Adara.
Note on AAPL here as we head into the end of the trading day. We have Bloomberg reporting that the company is preparing a new iPhone SE and upgraded iPad Air that'll set to be released early next year. Also noting that apparently they're aiming to manufacture these new models and keyboard for release. So yeah, they're looking to manufacturing here, prepared for the release of these new iPhone SE and iPad Air again, early 2025, guys. Bloomberg.
Early 2025, I like that.
Not really moving, but still like it.
Yeah, still like it. All right, we're just going to sit here. I mean, we've talked about this. We have a huge move now. We have a dollar club. I mean, it's on the TQs, so there it is, man. Obviously, when you look back, you're like, oh man, why don't I have my full position? But we did pretty good on it. Intel also, we got a 54 fill. That was pretty good. Here is said TQQ position, and there is the move down. So we are actually now, ooh, what am I doing, Sean? We are at the 200 period. All right, my guy, that is an out for you. We'll put a bid. No, come down. We did put a bid. Maybe we put the wrong bid. We got to put maybe a better price. Let's see if we can get this back inside now. We just put a 34 fill. All right, maybe it's coming in. Maybe it's coming in. I do want to punch this out if we don't get it. 35s. Give me 34. I don't know why we're bidding there. Come on, one more move downside. I might just punch this out right now. I'm only trying to take out a piece. There it is. Okay, there you go. We take out a piece there. We got some 37s. I'll tell you exactly what we got in a second. Whoa, we got 39, so not great. Oh no, now it comes back in. That's okay. So we'll take a piece out right there. We just a little impatient. We would have got our 34s, but we pay 39s. Nice downside push for the TQQs. It's almost 100 handles now in the money. It might even be. It is 90 handles right now in the money for this trade. So let's go, man. Intel is now 20 cents in. We've talked about that. That's printing here into the close as well. Man, oh man, what a difference a day makes. We were really like itching here on the open to try to find some good trades because we were caught long all the time. But then we just flipped it up. We said this, man, a battle of, story of 2 days, battle of different days. You got to sort of break it out, wait for your trading opportunities. We nailed that futures trade like to the wall. And this Intel trade, like I said, my number one stock was something that we just started trading with all of you an hour ago, less than an hour ago. So far, so good there on Intel. Hopefully we get a little bit of a bigger move to the downside right now. That's what I'm waiting for. Come on, Intel, bring it on down even more than that. But we're almost out of everything on the Qs. That was a great move for us. We got filled up all the way down. We talked about bidding in the 60s. And now we just like, what? We're at the 200 period. We'll take that. We have about 15% left of this trade, hoping for a little bit of a bigger move now.
Yeah, that's about it. I got 20% left, and I think this is till the team balances at this point. So we got 10 minutes to go until the imbalances drop on us. I don't think there's anything specifically that we should care about today. That said, you know what the events were of today. If there happens to be like an energy name, that would be my lowest hanging fruit guess. Like something like an Oxy might end up on that imbalance locator. You never really know, but there's nothing on the early look. Oxy was already there for $1 million to the sell side. I pulled it up. It was headed higher. So it is what it is. We're going to hold into the imbalances. I saw a couple of questions in the chat. One of them, which we didn't get to, there's a few about Snowflake in particular. There we go. Load up. I want to show you on the daily. Snowflake is one of the names that I've been waiting very, very patiently for to make the rounded bottom and regain the 50-period moving average. So anytime I talk about this, it's in the same context. It continues to hold the low. It has yet to break out the local bottom, which is about 117 here, and then the 50 periods at 118.5. So I feel like that is, once it can do that, hold above or close above and then open above the 50-period moving average, I think it's one that's trying to go. But how many tech stocks have we talked about that have been making highs or adjacent to the highs or buying it close to the highs? This has been trending down for quite some time, Snowflake. So it's a bit of a rounded bottom that needs to happen. The last time it was above the 50. It was a big fail at that price, obviously. It needs to make a rounded bottom before I get into it. But it is a stock that I've been looking for a trade on because it keeps teasing that it's going to break out this channel at the bottom.
All right, well, we're taking more outs on Intel. So we have enough bullets to fire here. So we're just going to keep on doing that. We take another out there at 60. I do have a bigger bid. I might as well cancel that because I'm starting to get filled everywhere right now. My big bid was at 53s right there. I'll put another bid at 55 and then put another one down here at 50 and then wait to see if we get filled on Intel. So that's what we're kind of waiting for. So there it is. So we were waiting at 53. We got 54s already or 55s. And then a 57 and then a 60. So now we'll wait to see if we get a little bit more of a push back in on that name. I sure am hoping that we do. So that would be that. Nvidia, Intel, Google was the mistrade for me today. We were long right there, got stopped out. Oh well, this happens, and it happened to me. So that was really sucky. And we made some money back in on the short there, but Google really strong. This was a name that we had written down on our sticky note. I really like this play. But at the end of the day, we did have that situation this morning where the market really fell down. And not much for us to do there. Crypto 62, wow, that's really getting hit. Unfortunately, anybody invested in Mara, isn't it just so funny? And look, this is not throwing shade at Michael Noss or anybody like that. He came on again yesterday morning and said crypto breakout trade was looking absolutely strong and we were long everything crypto. Well, if that is the case, you're smoked over the last couple of days. Now, maybe he got out. We'll have to figure it out. I'm not, again, just showing you that sometimes charts will look great and then completely fall down. So here's the call that Bitcoin's breaking out, $38. Here it is at 35 again. So there's the pullback in, you know, like this is multiple times. Stuff like this has happened on crypto where it looks like it wants to go. But at the end of the day, we still are kind of getting lower here on crypto. So I don't know.
I'm
this
surprised
is
he'd be in because this
very,
channel
very
hasn't
rough
broken.
line there. But crypto right now is starting to get to the downside.
Yeah, the trend lines are up to the eye of the beholder, I guess, because what's weird, I almost never have trend lines on my trading view on Bitcoin. I have the 64 in there because I was making a point about it the other day. But no, I've had, like this one from the high, like it's not even close to breaking this trend. So I guess it's this local high in here into the trend line break. But I think like it needs to take 70 would be the top of this trend line breaking out. That's a ways, like 10% away. Don't get me wrong, like it's kind of like a bull flag with lower highs and lower lows. So it's a slight descending trend line that it needs to break to me. So I guess it's in the eye of the beholder, but it lines up pretty cleanly. Like all of these on the daily chart, like the first 4, and then actually 5 times it tagged it, you've got the trend line there, and the last one didn't even get close to it. I think that would be exciting but again, it has to get there. And it's not just Mara. Coin. Yeah, how about Coin today? This was a huge miss. I had no clue. I was not looking at Coin in the middle of the day. I didn't even realize it went 10% down. This bounced pretty much exactly off $160 and a 10% move when SSR did the volume bottom. Like it did everything that you wanted. There's the biggest volume wick in the middle day, breaking the low of the day, then put in the higher low and then broke it out and then retraced to VWAP. That's like the gold standard of what you want for an SSR trade, where there's nothing crazy about it. There's it running the bottom, holding the 60 level. There's your entry on the break, probably like 161.25. Your local bottom is not even the 160, and it runs all the way to 167. So when something is 10% down, it doesn't usually look that clean. But kudos to anybody that might have been looking at Coinbase today. Unfortunately, like I liked Mara for a short, but everything just dropped right away at the open. I like Mara for a short where we liked it yesterday at 16.6. At the open, it was breaking like 15.6 very quickly, $1 lower, taking it on the chin. 7% as well. It probably had an SSR bounce too, but Coins was much cleaner.
Only a few minutes left until we get these imbalances. So welcome everybody to the show. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe if it's your first time here. And thank you for all the positive comments in the chat. I mean, I just saw someone say the chat was kind of cool. So that is always nice to see.
It is cool.
All right, so on our board today, Nvidia, Google, Tesla, TQQ's, Apple. Apple actually went for a little bit of a jog there, I thought. So it did break VWAP. I don't think it was, Adair sort of dropped some of that news there about 2025, the new iPad or the new OS or new features or things like that. That's not going to move the needle. We're still waiting for those delivery numbers. Today we get some negative talk, of course, about Apple and some of their suppliers and parts being sort of not downgraded, but supply maybe a little bit less than expected. I'll read to you exactly the note. We had it on our Trader TV Live watch list. You can get that every single day, watchlist.tradertv.live. That's not exactly what it is. Go into the link in description and find it. We've changed it over. Trading lower pre-market following a note from Barclays in which the firm suggests, so that means that they're trying to get long. That's why they're bringing it down. Suggests Apple may have cut iPhone,
May have.
You have to remember what this is all saying. Like, I'm surprised this isn't Bloomberg, but trading lower pre-market following a note from Barclays in which the firm suggests Apple may have cut iPhone 16 production by 3 million units for the quarter. Barclays suggests that potential production cut indicates potential production cut, not that there is one. The potential production cut indicates weaker than expected demand. Correct. Very good, Barclays. Particularly in the US and in China. That's it. No proof of nothing. No absolutely nothing. Not sources citing nothing. Just this is what Barclays is predicting, a Apple shortage there on demand. So, yeah.
Come on.
Guess I'll give you 5 seconds to guess where Barclays was sitting today buying Apple on their own note to the downside. Did you say 224, 225? You're probably right. So right there, Barclays gets FOMO there. The stock is already all the way up. They're nervous about it. They've got some of their clients asking, why are we not longer on Apple? They say, we'll solve this. Let's put out this report, get Apple to the downside and buy it right back up. So there goes Apple back up to the upside, probably 230 tomorrow when their buddies at Goldman upgrade the thing. So, all right, we'll wait now to see what winds up happening. But for now, we're short on Intel. We're short on the TQQs, and tomorrow Apple's higher than where it is right now.
I'm not 100% sold it'll be, well, from where it is right now. I don't know. I'm not 100% sold either way on it. I don't disagree with that note, and that we were skeptical about it. But the way I look at it, does it follow the price action or not? And if it was looking weak, we were playing it to look for that short side of the trade, and it ended up following through. So if it had broken out the top,
The number
I did
one
like
trade
it
on here is Apple short.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying
it's a bullshit.
Yeah, it's like the price action is going to be the story. It's the same thing on any upgrade or downgrade. I just look at it like, if I like the stock breaking out, what was it today? It was it was Roku. Like, Roku had a great breakout price at like $80 or something. It just so happened to have an upgrade today. The upgrade didn't get it to the top side. I know it was Roku. We have 1 minute to go till the imbalances are about to drop in here. I have Oxy up. It's indicating a 1.6 million sell imbalance when Oxy is done. It's a decent amount. Actually, Oxy's done 22 million. It's a lot of, obviously, Oxy's doing more volume today than on a normal day for geopolitical reasons, but it's still a decent size imbalance. If it ends up bigger than this, I think there might be a little bit of a trade. It's at the highs. Usually I prefer it would be the other direction and do like a bamboozle at the high of the day. So you're getting a sell imbalance at the highs, which is kind of expected. So looking for an opportunity that maybe it could pull into VWAP. You're at a resistance level as we speak, $53.50. It doesn't hurt that oil futures are going to be closed at the moment. So you might get a little bit less volatility, then giving you a better chance if this does end up a bigger imbalance than this 8 million that it's indicating. I've tightened my stop up on Intel to the low 60s here with the imbalances looming in about 15 seconds as well.
So I don't have any stop on Intel. We're almost out of absolutely everything. We absolutely murdered it. Intel will be your number one P&L name today across myself, Neil, Sharif, and Joseph. So big time trading there for Intel. And it was just off this. So there it goes, man. Nice play. We just got out before.
5 million Nvidia sell.
All right. We just got out of Intel there before this even happened. So
buy.
We have very.
Buy.
Buy. Okay. So there you go. I'll call it up for everybody. Right now, let's get rid of the broker account and we'll have a quick look over here to what's happening there. It is we're showing the imbalances here. Nvidia bid, Intel bid. So we actually cleaned out. We got some 55s there. Great trade on that one. We have like 2% left, maybe not even. Oxy with a sell. We talked about some oil names there. This is at $53. That's probably a sell. Pfizer with a buy. There's Amazon with a bid behind it. Not doing much. These are small numbers. Normally you're looking for multiple. A milli, but right now
Nvidia's
we only have one. Yeah, Nvidia, that would be something.
It went
4 million shares on Nvidia is nothing.
30 cents. Well, it was 5.6 and then immediately paired to 3.9. I'd say like 5 seconds went off and that started pairing off. Oxy didn't come out bigger. It came out smaller. So I wanted to see, like, it was expected 1.8. Interesting if it comes out bigger than the expected because it's done 22 million. Obviously, there's extra volume on Oxy today, as we were mentioning. So Intel came at a bid. I just trailed out of it there. So it did get to VWAP. It did pull off a little bit there. Is Amazon? No, never mind. FFTB in the chat just said Amazon buy. And my first thought was, is Amazon going to break out? No, Amazon maintains the slowest downward channel
of all time.
Yeah, it's a very strange afternoon for Amazon. It goes from, like, you tell me, like, what do you see here? Like, you have a very great bottom, big pair of, like, strong move up, higher low, acceleration, break here, acceleration, get to the high. Market spent all afternoon trying to break out over 20,000, and it's just absolutely stalled. It's like it went into quicksand or something when it tried to go green. And then throw on top of that I love the fact that it's holding the trend line on the daily. So I'll come in tomorrow looking at this 183.5, which oddly enough, hold on a second. Stopping the fail off myself for this. 183.5, trend line bottom, Amazon 183 and a half. Now, granted, it wasn't until it was down there for about an hour, 2 hours, that it looked any good off of that long, but it did hold the line on Amazon. So yeah, 183 and a half is something on Amazon. I'm going to make sure we mark that one down. Big hold. It's a trend bottom as well. With only 7 minutes to go, we're out of Intel. There wasn't a good imbalance on Oxy. At least I didn't think it was a good imbalance on Oxy. So not really going to take anything new on that trade. And Nvidia already paired off and is heading back into the downside. Like Nvidia paired a third of that imbalance, and that up move, which was, as I said, 70 to 28, so call it 50-cent move, it retraced over half of it and is still hanging out right in the middle of the move. So no big move on that buy imbalance on Nvidia.
All right, I'm just going to get out of 67s there on Intel. We had 5% left, less than that. And now we're going to wait to see about these TQs. I'm going to give it out to 60s. If it breaks back above 60, fine, but this is going to be a good close for us, man. Like I said, we found our stock. We put Intel on the board and absolutely destroyed this where it is going to be P&L number one. So proud of that one for sure. The TQs, I'm very proud of this trade. And the reason why we're proud is not because of the money that we made. That's good. I mean, that's nice. But it's just more about what we talked about. We got stopped out there of 75% of our trade. And then we could see clearly again. And then that allowed us, then all of a sudden we were just like, man, look at this. Oh, we're doing this? No problem. We saw that we were stuck in a zone. And we were like, okay, if we're going to get stopped out, let's break it out up here. Let's put on the right amount of shares and be able to hold this. And there it is right there, man. It is now a Dollar Club member and really, really adding to sort of the net P&L here at the end of the day. People ask me, and then Adam says this as well. We talked about this when we have our meetings and stuff. We want to trade things and we want to show you the right way to trade and also be able to change the way that we trade as well and get better for the current markets. And honestly, you guys have asked for more futures trading. I put on the futures hat and bang, it comes right in right there and there it goes. Huge trades now on the futures. I mean, this is one of the best things I've traded in a long time. The TQQs, like we're starting to make a lot of money by making some great calls, but a lot of it has to do with the holding. Right, we're able to sit there. Oops, I canceled my Intel trade, not this one. I'm out of Intel. We need to put a bid down here. It's been able to hold these trades and really get this kind of a push back on the market. So especially in these kind of markets, know the market that you're in. You're getting a lot of big moves. So scalping out is great. It's fine. But I scalp out when I'm in danger. We're trying to hold on to plays and give us these kind of moves, right? So like right here, just for example, earlier on we took 150 handles. Right now, this trade would be short at 2070s. It's at 19,970. So this is another 100 handle winner. So if you're trading the futures, there it is right now. We'll only have 100 handles on our last like 15%, but it's still a great trade. And we took it, right? So part of winning is actually taking trades. And that's what we did right there. We talked about it. We put some money down, and there it goes. TQQ, good one to end the day off for me. That's the only thing we have left on. You have nothing left. So
yeah, Intel just broke VWAP, oddly enough. So what happened at 55 there? 800,000 to the buy side. That was a pretty decent move, actually, just there, but nothing on the imbalance. My first thought was when I saw that pop, oh, it must have actually grown on the imbalance, possibly not paired off. But it did pair most of it off, but it's going to VWAP anyways. Gorev just pointed out, I mean, some things are...
Gorev.
We joke about some of these stocks. So you were talking about the weed names, right? And we joke about the things that trend down. Rivian broke the low of the day at the end of the day, and since that flat bottom break, there's been a couple of up days on the stock. Don't get me wrong, but it's still taking the stairs down to $10 here. So 10 is an obvious level of support on Rivian. I mean, it's not just that it lined up on the chart; it's also a nice round number. It'd be kind of perfect if it got there on a Friday, but I feel like it's going to get there tomorrow on Rivian. And then there's probably another flat bottom break going on that one. Just the trend is to the downside. It's a short till it isn't, and at this point, it still is on RIVN. Like, it's easy enough to see, but then you come in every single day, look for a short setup. It might not be there. You can like it, like Amazon. I thought Amazon was kind of strong this afternoon, looking for a long setup. It wasn't there. Rivian, there were plenty of opportunities to get short. I think tomorrow you're going to have another chance to do so. So with only 3 minutes to go, I'll double check just to see what Oxy ended up doing at the end of the day. Still holding. I like the fact that it didn't dump at the close. So I think it might be a bit of a nice continuation play for tomorrow. We saw what the oil names did. This felt like it was the one for me. It bounced off the 50 level, broke out a little bit on the daily, held a lot of its strength in there. So I think it's Oxy that I'll look at. Obviously Indo as well, but Indo's a squeeze name that I think you take advantage of when the trend is starting to establish itself and it's starting to go. I think it's okay to be involved in this one. For the continuation play, I mean, Oxy is a good company. I really don't know anything about Indo, to be honest with you. I just know when energy goes up, if you catch it early, you can get a bit of a win. But after that, I'd rather play one of the more established names. I'll look at Oxy tomorrow.
I put a bid at 69.25 here on the NASDAQ, seeing if we can get that fill. I mean, I'm hoping we can. Our stop is going to be 69.60. So like right now, we're just playing kind of 1-to-1 with favored to the downside with a little bit more than that, like a 1.5 to 1 or so, if we do get that 25 fill. So I'm going to sit here and wait to see if that's available for us or not. But that's the kind of bid that I'm looking for right now on this NASDAQ trade. And it's been a really good one. So we'll just wait to see on that. Like Neil said, Intel makes that move up. Google probably continues. No, actually, Google does make a fall back in right now. So I guess as the futures fall down, as does Google. So a nice little move there for GOGL back in. We'll have to trade this tomorrow. I mean, this was a good trade for us today. And as we said before, we had Apple written down here as our number one sell today. But the problem is that just it got going real early, and I was uncertain of if the move was because of that or if it was because of geopolitical worries. And it looks like Apple at the end of the day will cover and sit at VWAP. So nobody wins today, whether or not you're buying or selling above or below VWAP when it closes at VWAP. So we'll wait to see what this does make, if there's any moves here into the close. With less than now 45 seconds to go, I got to get over to the desk and make some moves, but I'm still in this TQQ trade. So, hey man, let's just put a bid. We're almost going to get it. Yep. Let's just put a bid right here and get it out at 32. There it is, man. 120 handles to end the day on the TQQs.
There we go, and thank you very much, Fabian. I'm not going to forget it. We'll let Sean mosey on out of that one. Hey, you could always just... No, you're already out of it.
I've already punched it.
Yeah, it doesn't really make a difference. I was going to say, like, here we have the ability sometimes to go into the auction, but it's also very late. Like, there's timing on it. But the bell, Tuesday's bell, brought to you by Firefly Neurosciences, revolutionizing brain health, brought to you by them, and shout out to them. Adara, ring it off. It's been a wild, wild day in the markets. You had a little bit of everything today. I mean, we're talking geopolitical news. It's weird. I mean, as Sean was mentioning at the end of the session there, so I have K-Web up because it was the last thing Fabian was mentioning. Don't look at K-Web. I'm like, I don't know why we wouldn't look at it. But I'm going to make you a comment about this in a quick little second. No, we started out with a note on Apple that had it weak. And then all of a sudden we had geopolitical news kind of rule the day and take everything to the downside. Now, in the midst of all that, look at K-Web today. You know, the Chinese, it was early on in the day. And one of the cool things about it is we always talk about it like at 10 o'clock or after, as the opening range is being set, look for some things that are able to show you relative strength and weakness. I think early on when the market did that dip, you had higher, low, and I like trend lines. I picked the wrong one, so I have to do it myself. No, but this held on to the trend very well on K-Web. Now, whether that was your flavor or whether Alibaba was, can you see the difference between K-Web and Alibaba? I mean, I don't necessarily. It's a very slight difference. So there's a reason why we look at Alibaba, and it's for that reason. So, K-Web, PDD had a very good day as well. These were pretty much immune. If you were long these in the morning or you're long energy in the morning, like Oxy, Indo, anything, or just oil futures, you were laughing and not having to fight the trend to the downside. There's a bull market every single day, and something could be reverse ETF, so when the market goes down, you're betting on that, and that goes upside. But there's always something that's going to be trending. You just have to do the work to find it. Big shout out, as always, to Fabian and Ramin on the ones and twos. And thank you, Fabian, for reminding everybody how well the Chinese ADRs did today. Obviously, a great and big shout out to the midday crew. Great job there. Not just Joe and Sharif, but to have Adam come on and drop some knowledge about algos, I thought was absolutely fantastic. Shout out to Adara. taking over on the desk and getting us that news from Brennan. Doing a great job as she always does. Shout out to everyone in the chat. But you know what time it is. I think we have Nike earnings, and it's a Tuesday, so that means we should have Brian Shannon on, which I'm 99% sure about. We usually have him on there. And then Nike earnings, they were very strong today. I'm hoping it makes that breakout. Would love to see 100 print on it. But for now, let's take it to the desk. Nike earnings, Mr. Katina, and your market recap. Let's go.
Here. We're always ready. As long as the mic is on, we're ready to go. Thank you, Neil, for that one. We'll wait to see here. Wow, K-Web. I mean, we were just looking at that with Fabian over here today. What a great move upside for China one more time here today. Wow. I'm actually like over the moon with all of this. I am very, very surprised that such a major index like all of China right now. Look at this. This is large cap ETF. You wouldn't have thought this could move like this. Imagine you had a large cap ETF in the United States. You would not get like a 5-day move from 27 to 33. I mean, that's 15%, almost straight up to the upside, and still going higher and higher and higher. Thank you so much for the super chat right here. And this is important, man. I have so much respect for you guys. Thousands of innocents in Gaza and Lebanon dying. Yeah, we know all about that, and we wish for the best in all of this. I mean, the show will go on as we'll continue to talk about everything that moves the markets, right? It's not meant to be anything political by any stretch of the imagination. So we will figure that out right now. But yeah, nice move up there for China today. Uranium, as we go, we'll talk again, talking more about some of the uncertainties and unsettlement there in the geopolitical landscape. I mean, oil upside, China upside on their own stimulus. There's USO. There it is, up 3 and a bit percentage points there as well. Today's big moves, right? Largely escalated with the ongoing Middle East conflict, right? And that started with an oil move upside. That makes sense. OIH, XLE, uranium, all of these big plays today. 2+ percentage points. XOP, again, more petroleum. Gold having themselves a day. Wow, gold. I mean, gold right now near and at all-time highs. GLD continuously going higher and higher. That's a great move. But today was a pretty mixed day. We did have a lot of sectors to the upside. We're going over some of those. They're not going to be the sectors that you like if you are an equity shareholder, because most of these plays, again, going to be in the metal space, going to be in the energy space, and then, of course, TLT with rates back in mind. That was upside over 0.5% today on TLT. What got hit today? Again, not just interest-sensitive things, because I think the interest rates game has already played out. We already know what's going to happen. But as some of these moves go to the upside, you're going to get some of the weaker names, of course, losing out today. We saw Palantir going to the upside. We did hear some talk, again, about more military contracts. That makes sense for defense. Again, we can see what's happening in this world. Palantir upside, but ARC down. That was bad. Individual banks, right? They're going to start reporting next week, I believe, or 2 weeks Friday, week Friday actually coming through. We'll have to wait to see $55 right now for KRE as the regional banks make a downside play there as well. So huge move down there for KRE. Look at it giving it back, man. There's been a lot of people, we'll talk about it with Andrew Rader, I think, this week when he comes on Thursday, that like the KRE. That's big time failing, right? IWM as well. Failing off the top. That's making a move back in. So a lot of these sectors that we thought were interest rate sort of gems hidden there are turning out to be coal mines. Nice downside move there for IWM. And we talked about this. We had Michael Noss on just yesterday, really loving crypto and saying he's overrated crypto. Now we have 3 straight down days now for crypto. So let's wait to see. Caught on an island over the weekend. Now a downside push, trying to break through the 50-period moving average goes the crypto markets now again. Today's market drop, I mean, we can go with the triple Qs right now. Let's just go over. I always have this marked down, daily and weekly now. We don't need to see the weekly. Let's go over to like a 3-minute chart or so for this one. I said 3 minutes, not weekly. There it is right now. Okay, so here's the market to the downside. It all started with Apple. Apple came out today. We just sort of throw some shade at this, but Barclays there with their prediction that there's going to be lesser iPhone sales, right? Less demand coming through. They said 3 million units. That sent Apple to the downside. So we'll have the triple Qs early. But there's Apple today. There's the report. Apple was cruising, man, 233, near all-time highs. All-time highs for Apple, 237. But what winds up happening is, womp womp, downside push there. Apple makes that move back in there. And as you can see, Huge move back in for Apple. Started early, continued as the market opened up. But the broader story, again, the broader story today is right at 9:30, Axios posted that U.S. and Israeli officials had, I'm just reading this, indications of an imminent attack on Israel. So that imminent attack on Israel actually wound up happening. Over 100 missiles from Iran sent to Israel there today. Apparently, most of those missiles hit out in the middle of the air, so that's good. Not too much, from what we're seeing, damage or lives lost on that. But defensive stock and energy stocks, we could look at LMT, Lockheed Martin, again today. Look at this move, almost a complete opposite of what we saw from Apple and the rest of them. Lockheed Martin, huge move, up 5%. I mean, look, as the world unfortunately starts to unfold here, violence is always going to be part of this story. Lockheed Martin, huge move up, man, over just the last couple months. This goes back to July, 488 up to 606. That name continues to work to the upside. Now, part of what also happened to the Qs, we did get the JOLTS number, other events today. JOLTS higher than expected job reports, right? So that could be good, could be bad. As we wait to see what the Fed's going to do, we can call up the CME Fed rate tool. That'll be happening very, very soon. I don't know if Nike's out yet. Let me have a quick look here to see if Nike's out. This show and our whole, the Benzinga Pro platform is not even loaded up here, so I'll have to get that going. We'll get the Benzinga Pro platform up and get the Nike earnings for you immediately. But here's Nike on the daily chart. Its implied move is over 7%. So I don't think it's out yet. That looks like a fat finger trade to me, but we will wait to see if Benzinga Pro platform gives us this Nike number. It's loading up for me right now. We'll get it when it comes through. Benzinga, no, we do not have Nike out yet from what I'm seeing. So this is the platform that we're using. As soon as it comes out, we will get Nike for you. Yeah, the chart's not that bad though. That's the thing. Yeah, I don't see Nike out. You guys tell me if Nike is out yet or not. So this is not a big move. Ramin right there. So down to 88, back up right now, $89. We'll wait to this. This is an implied move by Adair. This is an implied move of 7% right now on NKE. Let's wait to see what we get. I'm still waiting. My wife's going to message me here at some point as well because she's going to be taking an Uber to come down to see us. We do have a charitable event tonight, a cancer event there, fundraiser for one of our good friends. So we're going to that there tonight. That should be a lot of fun as Grandma comes through. And I told Grandma already, it's shawarma party time all the time. So I think my daughter's going to try to convince Grandma to go get a shawarma. And I just told my mother, that shawarma, she knew what it was, but just like a chicken wrap. So right there, so they're going to go get that tonight. That should be fun. But there goes Nike. We will have it. Let me put this down to a minute chart just to give you guys a little bit of a look if and when Nike comes out. I do have it up on the other side. You guys tell me if there is any news about Nike. I'll be checking in the chat there as well. So again, Jets ETF down 1.25% today as that continues to move again, as some flights, again, stopped going to the Middle East, so on and so forth. I don't think that's a big, huge part of the Jets story. More for me is fuel. Fuel's come way down. Energy prices, we talked about that. As energy prices pull back, we do expect the airlines and the cruise lines to be beneficiaries of that. That's also helping out the China trade. Don't forget, man, China with manufacturing, huge over there. So as expenditures and the variable costs start to come back down, you're going to see more profits coming through on the Chinese manufacturing side of things, thus helping out their economy. That's just another headwind right there coming through. So, all right. Is Marissa decorating Halloween? Yeah, probably. Our whole household there, we do have a nice little decoration there for. The only problem is we're actually away at a tournament the very next day. So I don't know how intense that will get, but that's what we're doing right now. A couple kind of funny tweets that we had. We can post that in a couple minutes, talking about what we've been tweeting out here. And again, I had a good one there about China. I just want to show it to you right here. I think it was Adara that actually gave it to me here. Here it is right here. China short sellers, margin call incoming right now. So make sure you do check that out right now. So we have a couple good tweets. Brian Shannon also with a couple good ones coming through as well. We'll get his thoughts right now. He actually had a tweet about the Mag 7, so we're going to ask him about that. And it was right here. When Brian comes on, he compared visually here, visualized key stock metrics to see how the Magnificent 7 companies compared to the top stocks from the 2000 tech bubble. So let me see if I can maybe, oops, I actually clicked on it there. So here it is right now. So this is actually, I actually saw this before. So thanks, Brian, for doing that right now. This is the Mag 7 2000 versus the tech bubble, right? So as you're going to look here, this is what it looked like back in the day. Maybe I'll zoom back out of this. Yeah, there we go. Does that still look okay? Hopefully for you guys, it does. So right here, this is percent of US market cap. That doesn't even matter. For me, it's look at these forward PEs, right? So if you're going to look right now, so this is the Mag 7 right now, right? The aggregate PE of all of these stocks, the top 7 stocks right now, are you guys able to, maybe if I zoom in just a little bit more, I'll be, okay. So it's 23.9. This is the forward PE right now of all Mag 7 stocks. Look what it was back when we had the 2000 tech bubble, 52. Okay, so the prices were well extended. Look at this interesting thing too. Cash as a percentage of market cap, 4.2%, 1.7%. So we talk about the bank structure. They have to be more capitalized now so that we don't have the run on those banks. That house of cards there, not the CDRs. I keep thinking about that. That was the Canadian depositories. But as we fall back down in on those housing, we had a problem there because they couldn't fund all of those loans. Right now, cash on hand for the big guys, 4.2%. That's a good one. Also, percent of US market cap, 31% versus 19. So right now, much more focused on these top stocks. And I would say that's a problem. But the thing is, we're in good hands because right now, the market PE is around 22. So the top 7 right now holding out pretty good for us. What's this last one? Net profit margin, 28% versus 16. So not only are they making more money, but they're also keeping in their pocket. So shout out to Brian Shannon for pointing that out. I did want to talk to him about it, although I kind of just went over it. We'll see his opinion right now on all of that as Brian comes. I want to thank everybody for the follow too. We just hit over 48,000. Hopefully 58 is the next step, their followers. And also, how do you like our new format right now? Check out the top. We have news stories hitting at the top, and then we have our guest at the bottom. And of course, as we start to talk about it, we'll have more and more stocks here on the right side. So I am still not seeing Nike. People asking about when is the time. Let me check my notes, actually. What we had here for a time on Nikes was roughly 4:15. That's 1 minute away. Let's wait to see if we get Nike. I see Brian is ready to go. We'll just wait on this. Maybe we get Nike coming out again. The expected move on NKE is 7.2%. The expected revenue, here, I'll put this in my ear now. We'll see if we can get the Benzinga story to hit. The expected revenue estimate, $11.64 billion. The expected EPS, 15 cents, positive 15 cents. The previous move was down 20% for Nike. So if you go over to the daily chart, gee, I wonder when last earnings were. How about right here? There's that pull down, Brian, in from 94 down to 75 for NKE. I don't know if all gaps get filled, but right now, success is in the eye of the beholder. Nike gap actually fills all the way back to $89. So we're going to wait, man, and we'll figure out this. There it is. Nike's out. So Nike's what? Huge report. They reported 70 cents versus 50 cents. Monster report. Where's my guy Fabian? This guy's retiring ASAP. 11.5 billion on the estimate revenue. Looks like they're going to miss on revenue, but beat on earnings. They're going to go 11.59 on revenue versus 11.64. That's a miss on revenue. Who cares? What about earnings, man? Maybe they're getting all trimmed up right now. There goes Nike up to $92. It's a nice little move upside there for Nike. Here it is on the Benzinga Pro platform. 70 cents as reported by your boy, 70 cents to 52, 11 billion, 11.59 versus 11.65. This is what Nike looks like right now. Let's hear about the guide. New management, though, coming through. They may not guide. Whenever you get a new CEO, you could get a change of the way they operate. So let's wait to see what happens for Nike. Just about flat. So there's the upside beat on the top line. Remember, top line, we get that beat, 70 cents versus 52. But when you look at the bottom there, we're going to get revenues missing right now. So earnings per share, sorry, the other way around. Earnings per share in the bottom line beat 70 cents. We're looking at a miss on the sales side of 11.59 versus 11.65. There it is. There it goes. Nike right back to the upside. North American revenue down 11%. Greater China revenue down 4%. Not as bad as expected. Looks like China revenue only down 4% versus US down 11%. So that's a good little look right there for now. Before we get over to Brian, as I see he's waiting, let's just do a quick little look now at what was moving on the day. So here we go. A quick little look at a stock heat map. Apple down 3, Nvidia down 4, Microsoft down 2, Google. I anointed this one, the next one yesterday. So the fact that Google's up today, hey man, we already upgraded that. Google's chart, to me, the most beat up name, still has moved to the upside. If you get an upgrade or anything positive about Google, I think that name sings, man. Meta also near and at all-time highs, Meta 0.7. Broadcom, some of the chip names, Broadcom down, AMD down. Berkshire, hey man, what's up with that? I just bought some Berkshire, yes, a couple days ago, down 0.62. I like Berkshire. We're not going to panic after 2 days. We're trying to hold things for the long term over there. Amazon down 0.64, but Walmart's up. Costco, my guy, down 1%. What's up with that right now? Consumer non-durables holding out pretty good today, with Procter only down 0.9 and Coke only down 0.21. Who cares? It's Trader Talk. Sorry about that, Ramin. That might have been a little quick for you there. Hey, Brian, how's it going?
John, doing good. I don't know how people are trading this Nike. It's all over the place.
It's all over the map, right? We did have that high there of 92 and change. I'm actually not logged in to a live level 2 screen, but yeah, all over the place. I mean, the expected move, 7%, Brian. Looks like it's only going to move a little bit right here. Closing price for Nike, 89. And now we might actually turn red soon in a minute. Nike Nike trying to pull back, but you nailed that one, Brian. All over the map. And I think that's what happens, I guess, when you get an EPS beat, but a revenue miss. So looks like Nike. Anything interesting to you on the charts?
I mean, we've had a decent run off of these lows of September. We've had a nice 15% rally coming into it. We ran straight into the declining 200-day moving average. I think it's doing what it probably should do, which is just to consolidate these recent gains, see if it can rebuild in here, let that 200-day moving average flatten out, and maybe something down the road. But looks like just some profit taking after a nice rally coming into it.
I just tweeted this. Yeah, I mean, a great rally. We said that all gaps getting filled. I mean, that gap gets filled. We were down 20% on last earnings, almost all the way back to that 94 level, as you just sort of had mentioned there. All right, I tweeted this out. I don't know if you saw anything like this. You've probably seen something similar. This is actually from Bar Chart. If you come over to the screen here, China short sellers, you have a call, and it is a margin call right now, because if you've been short any of these Chinese names, Brian, it's been a fun ride and not one that you've been enjoying, because nice move up on K-Web. And I was just saying, I don't see many of these major indexes move so violently. I thought the China trade was going to slow down. Seems like it's just picking up.
I've avoided it. You know, it's just not my area. I don't trade Chinese stocks. So congratulations for those of you who are involved. But to me, it's, it's like trading peanut oil. It's just not on my radar. I've always, Sean, if you remember, especially 3-5 years ago, it was that, all of these Chinese names were cooking their books, and it was every single day you'd wake up and there'd be a new one that would basically go down 80-90%. So I just kind of put them on my banned list, and it doesn't bother me that I've missed it. It's like they say, it's better to be on the sidelines in cash, wishing you were in, than it is to be in and wishing you were out if it goes against you, like the short sellers are seeing here.
I was going to say, because we could always take the other side, right? We could have been caught short. There's nothing wrong with not being into names. I'm the same way. That's why the only name I've ever invested in was Alibaba, and it's because PricewaterhouseCoopers is their accounting firm, and I know that's a U.S. company, so I was just thinking maybe some legitimacy there, but I am with you on all of that. That's why I thought, hey, the Chinese market's going to get bolstered up on this as stimulus. I want to go short, because everything that I've read, man, all the Chinese economic numbers keep coming lower. There's a reason why the stimulus is in there, right? It's to bolster up the economy and get the stock market cooking. I think they've done that. I think the short is coming in pretty soon. I sent you a message last week. You were live on the show. You talked about First Solar. We said, let's talk about a name that maybe we can look at over the next couple weeks. And that was a name that you had just started. And it was a nice breakout. First Solar did have that nice move up. Looks like it's pulling back a little bit here today on FSLR on the daily chart. But yeah, nice little breakout. Looks like it's still intact here. I think we could get going. For me, obviously, a 50-period moving average would be something to look at. Any opinions on FSLR? I didn't peruse through your Twitter to see if you had updated this, but anything on FSLR that you want to update?
Here's another stock I think should be on my banned list, Sean.
Okay.
I bought it on Tuesday of last week. Wednesday, it came in, and then I got stopped out of it. And then it gapped up on Thursday, and I'm just done with the stock. I took a small loss in there. In fact, this is where I think I told you I bought it.
Yep.
That's where my stop was. I got stopped out, and then the next day it gapped up like that. It's good to see it back down. I don't, it doesn't make sense for me.
Right.
I haven't traded it well. It hasn't agreed with my analysis. So on to the next one for me.
Look, Brian, I think that so now I kind of feel bad because I know that I slid into your DMs there and I was like, nice first solar trade. And then you got out. So I do. But the thing is you and I, again, I think you're the biggest guest on the show that talks about this risk management. And I think that we have to manage risk, and especially when we're on a prop floor or even trading your own money. If something doesn't work and your targets are hit both on the upside and the downside, we salute that. So I salute you on that one and the honesty about that call as well. All right, let's go over your Twitter account just quickly. I think this is kind of cool. You tweeted out this Mag 7 comparison here. I think that's awesome. I think that actually shows that maybe we do have a little bit more to go here, a little bit of strength in the market. The reason why, what got my attention, if you come over to the screen right here, Ramin, was just the fact that we talked about this, the tech bubble now versus the 2000s. And I think this is very important that you tweeted it out. For me, it's this PE number, 23.9 versus 52. What about this got you sort of cooking? I see your tweet out here about visualizing it. Anything interesting in here that you want to talk about?
Sure. I didn't put that together.
Right.
That was the people over at Visual Cap. But I thought it was interesting for the same reasons you said, Sean, is, the PE is lower and
right.
people do look at that. And look at those profit margins. They are, 28% versus 16%. So, they're just making money hand over fist. The margins are insane. That, to me, is what the story is about there. So they're still showing growth rates and, the PE ratio, it tends to be late, but they're not overvalued in that measure right now.
That was a forward-looking 24 PE. But you know what bothered me? And I just want to get your opinion on this. If we go over to this sheet again, visualcapitalist.com, as you mentioned there, the aggregate right now in the percent of the U.S. market cap, this is the one thing that gets me going a little bit. All 7 of these companies, it's 31.3% as opposed to back in the 2000s. And again, and I know there's probably double the amount of companies that are out there and more money flowing into different sectors, but 31 versus 19. No concern there that maybe we're a little bit too weighted to these top 7 companies? Is that why we should look at an equal weight, or any opinions on that? And then we'll get off this topic.
I think, Sean, that, people get a little hung up on, equal weight or versus market cap weight versus, whatever other weighting they have out there. But it's all comes down to managing risk in each individual stock. That stuff's all good, back of the baseball card statistical information, but doesn't actually help you when you're looking at a chart to make money. So those tweets are kind of what I put in the department of interesting, but not really helpful.
Right.
They're not going to help me manage risk. I saw you were mentioning Apple. I came into Apple long today. I was long at 229. Took a third off yesterday for a gain of $1.50 just to reduce risk in case something like this happened. Mm-hmm. And sure enough, got out of the balance at break even. So I was able to make a 50 cent on average on the 2/3 position. But, if I still had held it, I'd be down, $3.18 right now. So to me, it's always about just, peeling a little bit off when they work in your favor, raising the stop, and then, moving on from one stock to another, regardless of where it is in that top 7, top 8 list.
All right. I agree. I'm not too concerned about all that market cap weight. Every time we buy the SPY or the Qs, we're just adding fuel to the fire there. And I think that's fine. Let the index weighters figure it all out, man. Kick out the bad companies, put the good ones in, and just let us trade them is the way I'm thinking about it. All right. So you talked about Apple. Nice move to the downside there as we get a little bit. I always hate when I read stories like that from Barclays, like they're predicting 3 million, outflow of iPhone units. Like as if, that's a nice prediction. Tomorrow you'll probably get someone else the other way and the stock will react to that, which is why I feel like catalysts to me is what we have to look at, and we have to be considering those at all times. Do you have any information on recent splits? We actually talked about this. I don't know if you've seen the chart of SMCI lately. It's not a name that you and I normally talk about, but if we're going to come over to my screen, I'll let you load it up. This name just splits today. So it just went 10 to 1. It used to be a $400 name. Today's the first day traded, October 1st, under the new name. And I was saying, I'm under the impression that I remember Nvidia split around 120. We touched 117 or 118 that very next day. Because again, there's a lot of traders that will buy stock ahead of splits, hoping that, hey, we'll get a little bit of a carry forward. I always feel like it's the other way around. I don't know about you. I don't want to trade a name at least a week or two after it splits and we can get comfortable with current price levels. Opinions on stocks that split?
You know, like they say, it's just like, do you take the pizza and cut it into 4 pieces or 8 pieces? It's still the same.
Or no pieces.
At the end of the day. But, you know, someone pointed this out. I hadn't been paying attention to it. Someone on Twitter pointed out to me that the anchored view app from the IPO is being tested in SMCI. That goes all the way back to 2007. So kind of like our 40-year anchor in Intel, maybe this is going to prove to be valuable information for SMCI.
40-year anchor. We're never going to let that down, right? I mean, I cannot believe that one time I was like, this guy does not have an anchor, and we called up a 40-year anchor there on VWAP. Let me just check in. There's some traders asking here on our chat about Nike. So let's just come over to the screen here. So there goes Nike, man. It looks like it is going to be a fail there, Brian. Nike goes underneath the close right now, near the low of is it of the day? Let me just quickly see. How low did Nike go today? Let's call up a 10-minute chart. Yeah, so we're actually near that low right now off the open for Nike, around $88. It looks like we did wick down to 87. So yeah, it looks like we're right about this one. Let sleeping dogs lie. I mean, this stock hasn't been traded that well. Of course, it gets the bump up there on new CEO and then some activist talk and interest. So Nike right now not really delivering the goods on their earnings report. Nice move to the downside. Thank you, Donnie Zimbabwe, a member for over 11 months in the chat right there, trades options. When we talk about some of these stocks, you ever in options or is it mainly just the equity itself that you dabble in?
No, I do some of the options. I'll use them as a, just a straight up bet. Basically, if I perceive there's maybe a little bit more risk in the market, but I want upside in a stock, I'll go to maybe some call options out a week or two. And something that's kind of been intriguing, Sean, that I've been trading a little bit more often is these levered ETFs. I did a tweet this morning about Microsoft, how the chart was actually looking like maybe it wanted to hold that 20-day moving average in the anchor off of the all-time high, but it failed here this morning. But if you want to trade Microsoft, you could also trade MSFU. I didn't say FU to you, Sean.
I was going to say, what did you say, Brian?
What's that?
What did you say, Brian? My hand's on the cancel button.
Yeah, MSFU, that's the symbol.
Okay, I got it.
Anyways, MSFU is 2 times the percentage movement. So today this MSFU was down 4.3%. And Microsoft was down 2.2%. So it gets, the sword cuts both ways. Yep. I think I said that in my tweet, that if you're looking for leverage, you also have MSFD, which is for down. But those are, sometimes other ways of outlaying less capital and, trading. Some people aren't comfortable with a higher price name. They'd rather trade a $40 name than a $400 name. So it kind of does the same thing that a stock split does.
Brian, great minds think alike, because you know what? All that we've been trading here, if you come over to the sticky note, we have the screen right here. All I ever trade is the TQQ. So that is the exact same thing. It's triple levered, and it has that price level of 60 and change, now $69, giving people an opportunity to stay away from NASDAQ, which is, of course, is $400 to $500, or the SPY. There's SPXL, so thank you for bringing that up as well. Right here, another name that traders can trade. That MSFU too is a great stock to trade. I didn't even know about this. TSLL, I'll give you another one right there. 2 times trade for Tesla as well, Brian. So TSLL. But I always get the question, because I used to call this Mr. Softy. Microsoft in the hundreds, the 200s. I used to trade this thing religiously, but now I'm going to get back on it with the MSFU. All right. I see you had some talk there, or maybe you tweeted something about DJT coming through there. It's important because tonight we have I don't know if it's important or not. People should stop listening to people who think the election is important to the stock market. That's what it was. So not specifically about DJT, but we've been on the show before. The election is something that's going to come and go. Whether or not you're on this side of the aisle or the other side of the aisle, stocks are going to do what they're going to do. You may get a temporary move, but what exactly did you mean? I'm going to read that again. People should stop listening to people who tell you the election is important to the stock market. Did you want to expand on that at all?
Well, sure. I put a link to the podcast that the people over at the Compound, Josh Brown, had.
Right.
I think you're familiar with Paul Hickey from Bespoke.
Yep.
And he's done the research. He's looked at it and said basically it doesn't matter whether Democrat or Republican is in office. That you're basically going to get about the same results, and that the top three sectors have been the same under both administrations, and the worst sectors have been the same under both administrations. So it's one of these things. It's kind of like seasonality, Sean. We were told last month that September is no good, that the market is going to fail, and we had a great month. We started out weak, but we had a great month. You can't just rely on these generalities, especially for traders. I mean, we've got to trade what's in front of us. And, take into consideration, maybe the odds aren't as great certain times a year, but if the market is telling you, press the gas, that's what you do.
I mean, Brian, I actually retweeted this out here because I was actually at a hockey tournament on the very first, it was the first or second day of September. And I was like, man, this seasonality thing is not going to be true this month. I didn't think it was. We had a huge move down the first week of September. But here it is right here, right? Looking at September, a lot of red, especially the last couple. This year, today, there it is, man, 2.39%. We were up this September after the last four. It's the first September in 5 years that we were actually green. And looky what we see in October, Brian. Minus 169, minus 2, minus 1, minus 7, minus 3, minus 1, but 7, 6, 1, 2, 8. So maybe the other way around coming for October as many people are getting geared up. Look at November, Brian. We only have 2 red months over the last 15 years. So good little November maybe on the horizon. And guess what, Brian? Election time in November. So there you go. It might mean absolutely nothing. If anything, let's get all bulled up. Brian, I mean, I actually have more to talk to you about, but we gotta cut the show. It's 4:34. I do appreciate you coming through. One more thing though, this DJT, are you watching the vice presidential debate tonight at all? Maybe there might be some small plays tomorrow morning. I don't know. I see you shaking your head.
No, I'm not a news trader, Sean. I'm not very good at it. So
yeah, me neither.
I have no interest in either of these candidates. It'll just cause me to yell at the TV like an angry old guy, and I don't have room in my life for that.
Well, you look like an angry young guy, so I'll give you that to you right there. Brian, thank you so much for joining. I'm with you on that. I like to watch it for the entertainment. We try not to get too political here. But, I mean, they are eating the cats and dogs everywhere, so you got to remember that as well. So thank you so much to Brian Shannon once again. Oh, you never asked me to do it, but we're doing it anyways. It's Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. It's always right here. It's a book that's passed around our floor. It's a great one. I want everyone to go to @AlphaTrends. Make sure they pick that up. Brian, thank you so much. You want to leave us with anything, any other names before we wrap this thing up?
I mean, there's a couple we could look at. I'm not. So you've got TPIC that looks interesting to me. They make wind blades for wind energy.
Oh,
that's one that is tried to get going here today. If it breaks below basically yesterday's low, then I don't have any interest in it. I'm not long the stock right now, but I've got an eye on that one. I've also got an eye on HAYW. Really not sure what they do, but this weekly chart over here, right here actually, looks like it could be getting ready to break out of this stage 1 accumulation on the weekly chart and maybe have some upside. So the daily chart is looking like it's trying to break out here. So those are a couple I have an eye on, but I don't have a position in either of them yet.
It's Brian Shannon. Thank you so much for going over some of those. And I think that's very, very key. Let's trade price action. We don't need to know exactly what the stock does. We just got to have our risk in place, take the right trades. It's Brian Shannon. Thank you so much. Go find him at Alpha. Yep. Thank you, Brian. At AlphaTrends. We'll see you next week. Bye, Brian. All right, thank you to Brian again. I mean, there's even people in the chat right now. They love the book. They've picked up the book. Thank you so much for writing it. I mean, anchored VWAP mean a lot to certain traders, and especially just VWAP itself. I trade VWAP all of the time. All right, it's 4:36. If I don't wrap it up now, Ramin is going to be really, really mad. You should see this look she's already giving me right now. It's pretty bad. So thank you, Ramin, for staying late with us. Thank you to everybody today. Neil, Sharif, we had Joe on. I want to thank to Adam as well. Brian. Brendan, that's sitting over there. Brian, who we just had, some guy named Fabian, I think, works here. He did a good job today as well. Andre and everybody else. Adara, if I missed her as well. Thank you to the whole Trader TV Live team. Another important one, thank you so much to Bears versus Bulls for moderating for us. It's been a doozy of a day. I promise you, tomorrow will be just the same. So join us then. Enjoy your night, no matter what you're doing. Watch that debate. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning. For everybody here at Trader TV Live, I'm Sean Katina, and we'll check you tomorrow. Ciao, everybody.